Robert Kurz, The Black Book of Capitalism, A Farewell to the Market Economy, 1999, in 171 text snippets. By the way, the condemned man looked so doggedly devoted that it seemed as if he could be left to roam free on the slopes, and one would only have to whistle at the start of the execution to make him show up. Franz Kafka. Snippet number 1. The market economy impoverishes. That capitalism makes a few rich while making the masses destitute is a basic historical experience. The great majority of mankind, both in the early capitalist histories in the 16th century as well as in the quarter of a millennium from 1750 to the present, 1999, has in every way been worse off than in the 14th and 15th centuries. Everyone who reads about the lack of an alternative to the market economy, and after the fall of state socialism that is also a large part of the left, belongs to the tiny and ever-shrinking historical minority of relative winners, and to the same group of cynical ideologues and apologists of an absurd and anti-human form of society. And this cynicism is no longer being obfuscated. The realists, ladies and gentlemen, put their money where their mouth is. They have become autists, socially and historically, who no longer come even close to any reality but their own. They talk about poverty only among the axiomatic conditions of the market economy, that is, at best in the sense of technocratic regulation. But history returns. Therefore, it is not useless at all to tally up the bill, which still has to be settled by the system and its apologists. Number 2. It is now common knowledge that the costs of the global ecological destruction caused by the market system are either not taken into account or they are even included as positive values in the gross national product, like when the cost of traffic accidents and their consequences, soil and water contamination, air pollution and so on, just like the capitalist administration of poverty, by the way, appears as income. A significant part of capitalists earn their living through the damage the system creates. Snippet number 3. The overall balance is not only negative, but devastating. Economic historian Immanuel Wallerstein and his team at the States-Fernandel-Brodel Center for the Study of Economics, University of New York, concluded from their analysis in the late 70s, in the long term, the prosperity of the world system and of the total workforce of the earth will decrease, contrary to a very common assumption, Hopkins-Wallerstein, 1979. This may still seem surprising and implausible to the typical West Central European citizen of the pedestrian zone, Dietrich Dietersen, although in standards of living he himself has long since been on the downhill slide again. Snippet number 4. The last pitiful remnant of a dull sense of history that the market economy has spared is that it is fundamentally welfare enhancing. According to this conviction, mankind would have lived in misery and anguish before the modernizations of the market economy. In reality, the case for the vast majority of the world's population is exactly the reverse. It is true that capitalism has undoubtedly made the productive forces scientific and greatly accelerated their development. Strangely enough, an increase in welfare was however only temporarily limited to certain social segments and world regions. Because capitalism is a brutal winner-loser game, its totalitarian character does not omit pure social and even physical existence as a stake, and it has produced more losers than winners from the start. Snippet 5. For if the medium is the message, Marshall McLuhan, then the story of the modern Homo economicus can in fact only be the history of his economy, the history of the development of the productive forces, the history of the economic cycles, the crisis, and the abstract wealth. With the violence and the enormous potential of this history contrasts its no less tremendous triviality. After the existential, metaphysical, and epistemological questions of mankind are stifled by the so-called laws of the market, only the trivial metaphysics of money remain. The adventures are over. Because in the total banality of the market, there's nothing to discover and nothing to experience. Risky sports and adventure tourism in the Himalayas are of little help here. The hero of the week is e.g. Hartwig Piepenbrock, master of a huge cleaning crew of 30,000 low-wage scrubbers, whose aim in life is to work in the low-wage scrubber industry to become the greatest. The historical pain threshold of the market economy is also that of its worldview, its commodity aesthetics, and the embarrassing narrow-mindedness of their conception of human activity. Snippet number 6. But the idea has been paralyzed, the utopian energies seem to be used up. After the end of history, confusion and inner hardening prevail. Hope moves erratically because an alternative cannot be thought anymore. Even moderate reformism collapses. Capitalism is off the chain and it is showing a face many would not have believed anymore for it to be as malicious as it is. A wild fabrication of concepts has begun, which comes up with one absurd and cheap suggestion after the other, in order to ban the almost unstoppable social economic crisis on the basis of the no alternative market economy. The self-censorship of capitalists, which is more effective than any police agency, has brought critical thinking to an end. Even the subculture is no longer oppositional. 7. Only historical blindness driven to perfection made it possible for the collapse of the antiquated state socialism to be hailed as the ultimate victory of capitalism, and that a final solution to the social question could be proclaimed. Today in 1999, more than ever, it seems unthinkable that the common pillars of business and the modern commodity producing system, on which, from the start, the historical stragglers had to be measured against, in order for them to themselves become the very paradigms to be phased out. In truth, all capitalist promises since 1989 have turned out to be bubbles and fancies. The open markets of the East gave Western society not a new economic miracle, but only desperate low-wage competition. And the people in the East rub their eyes in disbelief because they have to realize that even the darkest ideologues of barracks communism, whose propaganda but their own rule had been so transparently pathetic, nonetheless managed to describe the social deficits of the Western market economies with malicious precision. Number 8. It is, however, fairly undisputed that the heteronymous working hours of the masses, meaning those set by the employer, the market, during the history of modernization were exorbitant compared to all pre-capitalist societies. According to Emanuel Wallerstein, on the basis of medieval documents, various social historians have found out that in England at that time a working day went from sunrise to noon, and that an important aspect of the so-called market economy development can be seen early on in the gradual expansion of working hours in agriculture. A decree issued by King Wenzel II in 1300 states that the shift length in Bohemian mines was 6 hours a day, as a collection of documents on working time issues shows. That's Otto in 1989. Similarly, the social historian Wilhelm Abel comes to the conclusion that when comparing the standard of living of builders for the late Middle Ages, 2 public holidays a week can be assumed, while workers of the same category in the year 1800 not only worked 1 day more, but because of the lower wages, as a rule, they had to supplement their income with casual work on Sundays and public holidays. Even today, in 1999, in the capitalist core countries, wage earners still work despite all the reductions in working hours that have been arduously earned and which are currently being withdrawn, longer and more intensely than most serfs in the Middle Ages. The same negative development applies to material reproduction. In capitalist terminology, this is now referred to as real wages. In social historiography, these are most often expressed in grain measures because of the continuity of scale. Wilhelm Abel comes to the shocking conclusion, after his comparison between the 14th and the beginnings of the 19th century. We took a carpenter from Würzburg representing the late Middle Ages, and the mason from Berlin was chosen to represent the years around 1800. Carpenters and masons were usually paid the same wages. According to a police decree of 1387, the Würzburg carpenter was to receive a daily wage equivalent to about 26 kilos of rye, an amount that was certainly not undercut but rather exceeded. That means 18.6 kilos of rye equivalents per day of consumption, with 2 days off a week. 430 years later, the mason in Berlin received the equivalent of 6.7 kilos of rye for each working day, which is now to be equated with the day of consumption. In the shape of a developed print media system for the first time, a capitalistic means of production turned against capitalism itself, because the news about the events in Silesia could no longer be suppressed by censorship. The uprising was frustrated by Prussian infantry, but on the threshold of industrialization, the weavers' misery and their uprising led to a public awareness of the capitalistically generated social question, and even to a mental shock that gripped all of Germany. Heinrich Heine formulated verses that were as fierce as they were famous. I'll read it in German, because the Google translation just doesn't work. Im düstern Auge keine Träne, sie sitzen am Webstuhl und fletschen die Zähne. Deutschland, wir weben dein Leichentuch, wir weben hinein den dreifachen Fluch, wir weben, wir weben. Ein Fluch dem König der Reichen, denn unser Elend nicht konnte abweichen, der den letzten Groschen von uns erpresst, der uns wie Hunde erschießen lässt, wir weben, wir weben. Ein Fluch dem falschen Vaterlande, wo nur gedeihen Schmach und Schande, wo jede Blume früh geknickt, wo Fäulnis und Moder den Wurm erquickt, wir weben, wir weben. Das Schiffchen fliegt, der Webstuhl kracht, wir weben emsig Tag und Nacht. Altdeutschland, wir weben dein Leichentuch, wir weben hinein den dreifachen Fluch, wir weben, wir weben. Snippet number 10. It must be all the more interesting to unearth the historical roots of this free market ideology of so-called liberalism. Even the name is not only misleading, but a downright perfidious distortion. The activity and mentality, which until then had been considered by all peoples and times as one of the lowest and most despicable, namely turning money into more money as a reason in itself, the wage labor that it encapsulates, and thus the resulting unspeakable self-humiliation of having to sell oneself, was turned into the epitome of human freedom. This defilement of the concept of freedom, which culminates in the praise of self-prostitution, has made the most amazing career in the history of human thought. A society of monsters. The English philosopher Thomas Hobbes can be considered the first great progenitor of liberalism, 1588 to 1679. That Hobbes is also regarded as the theorist of absolutism is by no means a contradiction. This coincidence only indicates that there is a commonality between absolutism and liberalism. No wonder, since both belong to the same historical movement to unleash money and abstract labor. Liberalism derives from absolutism, contains a totalitarian element like absolutism, and is ultimately only a variant of modern totalitarianism itself, only that it bears the more economistically based totalitarianism of the market, to which people should submit unconditionally. As so often in history, the turning of liberalism against authoritarian state absolutist doctrines is merely a patricide in the same historical social constellation and not a difference in essence. In the case of Hobbes, the patricides had not yet taken place, yet he still supplies the foundations to both these capitalistic ideologies of modernization. He already clairvoyantly reflects the social atomization of people through the logic of money, which in the 17th century was still only developed embryonically. While pre-modern society still binds individuals and their subsistence activities into an often crude and restricted cosmos, into a cultural unity that conveyed both social control and a certain degree of security. Capitalist modernization tends to completely dissolve every community and to let the pure monetary relationship take the place of mutual obligation and a culturally determined communality. In this way, the sociality of human beings no longer appears as human, but rather as material. Social control is not overcome, but also reified, subjectless, and no longer personally negotiable. That is, more merciless than ever before. In this paradoxical system, every human, as a social being, is in principle an isolated individual, although at the same time the division of functions and social complexity are constantly increasing. Or, to paraphrase Margaret Thatcher, there is no society, there are only individuals, irrespective of the fact that in his time social cooperation was far more diverse and by no means completely subverted to the logic of money. Hobbes already saw man facing the future as an abstract individual struggling for his individual self-preservation. Snippet number 13. The black model of liberalism still places man below the animal world because not even the animal instincts are conditioned to conduct a war of all against all, as in Hobbes. The law of the strongest is the inner consequence of this freedom, whereby the preceding criterion is always the ability to assert oneself within the banality of market relations. So this definition of strength favors a particularly shabby type of subjectivity. Racism and fascism are only the continuation of this liberal competitive ideology by other means, that is, by transferring the competitive scheme of liberalism into ethnic groups, peoples, and other irrational collective subjects. In this respect, it is not at all an exaggeration to describe fascism as a historical descendant of liberalism, which is generally hegemonic in modernization ideology. 14. Of course, the Leviathan is just as little an institution of cultural and social community as is the social jungle of the market, for the state does not abolish total competition. It is only a repressive force external to the social lone warriors, an apparatus that creates a common makeshift framework of conditions for the raving subjects of the market. Nothing has changed since Hobbes, and the terrible thing is that after more than 400 years of the market economy, human individuals now assume that they are the insane predatory monkeys that they have been declared to be ideologically, although the majority of them are actually just a living fuel for the valorization process of capital. Hobbes was not a scholar of human nature, but a bitter, sinister prophet of the market economy. 15. Not only the food, but also the violence of self-assertion has become pathetic in the history of the market economy. Hobbes at least had in mind, like Nietzsche later, the somberly grandiose fiction of a genuine predator, while Antje Vollmer's mouse competition. Antje Vollmer is a female German theologian and politician for the Greens. Mouse competition for the crumbs of cheese, love, work, and possibly even air insults honest misanthropy. Constitutional and later in the 20th century domestic liberalism marks an unsurpassed low point in intellectual history, reducing both the motives for violence and criticism to the level of petty bourgeois hatred of money and a pinched trepidation of police authority that was loyal to the state. 16. Both historically and structurally, the opposition between market and state, economic and political elites, private capital and state economy is always merely a question of the tension between two poles of the same social field, with leaps possible at any time. The almost smooth transition of the state socialist functional elite to neoliberal market radicalism after 1989 is therefore not surprising. The Proteus of modernization has once again only changed his shape, but not his inner being. The fixation on the merely superficial opposition between market ideology and state ideology is, so to speak, a historical trick, a game of absolutism, liberalism in its dazzling dual nature. He, Hobbes, knew only how to lure the social liberation movements into a logical and cultural trap and finally chase the hare of emancipation to death between its two Janus-faced figures of monetary individuality and state power. Snippet number 17. Mandeville first presented his thoughts in 1705 with the help of Knittel verses in the pamphleteer's poem, which had not only gone through several editions by 1723, but also swelled into a book through explanatory treatises and comments by the author, was translated many times, and was able to unfold its impact on the discourse of the Enlightenment. However, this so-called bee fable had nothing to do with the ancient and fuzzy image of bees as busy animals, or at the most in the sense of that angry caricature that was to become the author's trademark. Even the subtle private vices as social advantages reveals what it is actually about. All the unsightly qualities of egoism, greed for money, a reciprocal crookery, and competition to the death are said to be the only things that make a society, and Mandeville expressly thinks of contemporary English society a thriving community in the end. The image of a bee colony of nothing but amoral, solitary bees serves as a foil for this one basic idea, as some crucial passages show. Thus every part was full of vice, yet the whole mass a paradise. Flattered in peace and feared in wars, they were the esteem of foreigners, and lavish of their wealth and lives, the balance of all the other hives. Such were the blessings of that state, their crimes conspired to make them great. And virtue, who from politics had learned 1,000 cunning tricks, was by their happy influence made friends with vice, and ever since, the worst of all, the multitude did something for the common good. Then leave complaints, fools only strive to make a great and honest hive, to enjoy the world's conveniences, be famed in war, yet live in ease. Without great vices is in vain utopia seated in the brain. Fraud, luxury and pride must live, while we the benefits receive. Hunger's a dreadful plague, no doubt, yet who digests or thrives without? Do we not owe the growth of wine to the dry, shabby, crooked vine, which, while its shoots neglected stood, choked other plants and ran to wood, but blessed us with its noble fruit as soon as it was tied and cut? So vice is beneficial found, when it's by justice lopped and bound. Nay, where the people would be great, as hunger is to make them eat, bare virtue can't make nations live in splendor. They that would revive a golden age must be free for acorns as for honesty. Mandeville thus provided the basic patterns, which he himself called a strange paradox, for the liberal canonization of the basest anti-social instincts. If the overall result of individual malice was supposed to be the welfare of the state, that by no means meant the well-being of all the individuals in it, because only capitalism itself has managed to bring large masses of people on a world scale into such an artificial socially created poverty that they actually have to eat acorns. In the end, the good result of the bad instincts should only apply to the higher earners and to the abstract state accounts. The bulk of the human working animals, on the other hand, had to be forced to work as ingeniously as possible, according to Mandeville, with unsurpassable irony in his treatise on the bee fable. He writes, "Everyone knows that there are a large number of journeymen among weavers, tailors, clothmakers, and furthermore 20 other types of craftsmen who could hardly be persuaded to work on the 5th day if they could earn their living in 4 days of work. And that there are also thousands of workers of all kinds who, although they can hardly finance their living, would be happy to accept 50 inconveniences, angering their employers, who'd be starving and going into debt just to get themselves a holiday. If men are so exceedingly inclined to idleness and pleasure, what reason have we to think they would even work unless compelled by immediate necessity? What would become of our manufactories with such a development? If the merchant wanted to export cloth, he would have to make it himself, for the clothmaker could not get one man to do it from the 12 he employs. From this it can be shown that abundance makes labor cheap as long as you have a good handle on the poor. While they shouldn't be left to starve, they also shouldn't be allowed to save money either. If here and there someone from the lowest class works his way up from his original living conditions through unusual diligence and an austere way of life, nobody should prevent him from doing so. Yes, it is undeniably the wisest course for all people in a society and for every private family to be frugal, but it is in the interest of all rich nations that the majority of the poor are hardly ever idle and yet constantly spend all what they earn. That's Mandeville in 1723. Number 19. The intentions of this insane reason can be pinned down to 4 essential points. First, the principle of total visibility. Visibility is a trap, as Foucault said in 1977. Everyone is constantly under surveillance without knowing whether they are really being observed at the moment. And so behavior can loop in which the believer who is being observed permanently checks his own behavior. Here, the similarity of capitalist normality with the schizophrenic delusions becomes apparent, a normality which had not yet been taken for granted in Bentham's time. Secondly, on the principle of isolating individuals from each other. Again, once the behavioral tracks are in place, the cell walls and screens in between them can be removed without the individual ceasing to perceive themselves as isolated beings and acting accordingly. The isolated individual, postulated only ideologically in Hobbes, is thus consciously produced by a panoptical process, and the mode is burned into the brains as self-perception. Thirdly, on the principle of the external objectification of this behavioral trace through apparatuses, forms of organization, architecture, seating arrangements, etc., so that the capitalist imperatives impose themselves automatically in a concerted arrangement of bodies, surfaces, lights and views in an apparatus whose inner mechanisms establish a relationship in which individuals are trapped. Foucault. Fourth, finally, on the principle of the depersonalization of violence, domination, disciplining, influencing, etc., not only on the macro level of the self-regulating machine of the market economy, but also on the microeconomic level of everyday immediacy, the total transparency and simplicity of the mechanisms, which are also completely public, enables uneducated and even stupid people to exercise control, as Bentham notes with pride. Almost any individual can set the machine in motion, that is, instead of the director, his family, his visitors, or even his servants. Also Foucault. Lenin's remark that under state socialism any cook can rule the state, or at least that this ability should be the goal, takes on an uncanny meaning in the light of this panoptic logic. Suddenly it becomes clear that what is meant here is not the emancipation of the cook, just as there is little emancipation of man from repressive principles in Kant's demand for maturity, but such a consistent detachment of the social machine of work and exploitation from the individuals takes place that it does not matter whether a cook or a specialist performs the controlling function. It is therefore a question of creating the self-repressive identity of subject and object as the general mode of operation of this beautiful machine. The identical subject-object of the liberal self-responsibility machine equates controlling and being controlled. Everyone controls him or herself and each other, mutually in the name of subjectless reason, the reason of the independent system of work and exploitation. Number 20. A competition should be announced again to make visible the hidden panoptical elements, arrangements, architectures, apparatuses, etc. in our democratic environment, of whom we are no longer aware of as such, dictatorially etched in traces of behavior that they are. And to critically grasp the democratic final stage of the liberal totalitarianism, in order to understand that the dictatorships of modernization since Bentham were only prototypical aggregate states of the democratic market economy itself, and that we are now voluntarily sitting in a single Bentham penitentiary because we lack any alternative. The cyclopean eye, which gives us the impression of all-around and perpetual observation below the plane of consciousness, the eye of Big Brother, does not belong to any human inspector, although inspectors are more swarming than ever. It is the subjectless eye of the criteria of the capitalist system that we have internalized, our third eye, so to speak, which looks inward in a self-observing and vigilant manner. Snippet 21. The fact that child labor could be used on a large scale at all was again thanks to machines, which not only saved labor themselves, e.g. the spinning jenny, but also replaced human muscle power with steam power. Children aren't formidable competitors and have little organizational skills. Child labor and the exorbitant lengthening of the working hours followed as if of their own accord from economic calculations, the sophistication of which now forced grown men into the competition with the cheap price of child labor. The ruin of the self-employed craftsmen was accelerated enormously because they could not survive against a combination of machine use and cheap child labor, and their earnings fell to a shameful level below that of subsistence. As a study of the wages of textile workers in Württemberg at the beginning of the 19th century shows, a Württemberg hand spinner working from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. earned as much as a factory child in a machine spinning mill that worked 12 to 14 hours at half to a third of the wages of an adult factory worker. That's Fischer from 1992. In many cases, then, adult men became unemployed while children and women were employed at low wages in the industrial factories. And it is window dressing to ascribe such conditions to a mere historical aberration and regard them as fundamentally overcome today. The fact that even in the Western core countries it took more than a century of bitter struggles to mitigate at least the crudest brutalities of the factory system shows only one thing, namely that the liberalism anchored in economic calculation, fundamentally and independently of any subjective feelings, tends towards the capitalist atrocities of the devil's mills once it's off the chain. The excessive extension of the working hours and the unbridled use of child labor is relatively independent of the technological level in the structure of business rationality as such, and can break out again at any time as long as this rationality itself is not destroyed by an emancipatory uprising against the market economy. Snippet 22. In association with the bread riots, a militantly anti-authoritarian spirit developed among the apparently highly organized groups, as manifested in a rhyming, threatening letter from 1766, documented by E.P. Thompson in 1980. We are a small army of over 3,000, welded together to fight, and damn it, we'll make it, that the king's army shits its pants. If king and parliament do not act better, let's turn England into a garbage heap, and when things don't get cheaper, then damn it, will set Parliament on fire and make everything better on earth. 23. A deep resentment of the working poor, social threatening letters, weavers' uprising in Silesia, bread riots in many parts of the country, rejection of free competition, and still no sight of the welfare-enhancing effects of the market economy for a large part of the population. It is significant that in German this epoch was later called the Biedermeier. It was originally a nickname invented by the writer Ludwig Eichroth, who since 1850 had been publishing parodic poems by a fictitious Swabian schoolteacher named Gottlieb Biedermeier. But in the historical and cultural studies, it was able to blossom into the deadly serious term of the epoch. This expresses the social ignorance of bourgeois society in Germany in two ways. Namely, both the narrow-minded middle-class bourgeois, the contemporary bearers of progress, and the educated bourgeois, mental foreclosures of the crisis of industrialization and the market economy, as well as the later scientific academic obscurantism of real history in which the real existence of the social state of war and siege is degraded into the marginal phenomenon of producing the necessary victims of modernization. A typical representative of literary Biedermeier is Ludwig Uhland, 1787 to 1862, a lawyer in Tübingen since 1811, a liberal ideologue and member of the Liberals in the Württemberg State Parliament, who of course also was a bourgeois patriot. In these fresh oak groves weaves and rustles the German God, and above all a Württemberg local patriot, and where with old good wine the Württemberger pays. As a poet, at the same time, the most important representative of Swabian late Romanticism, Gero von Wilpert, Deutsches Dichterlexikon, verses from his poem Poor Man's Song shows how the author of Germanic ballads and long-lasting militaristic tearjerkers, Ich hatte eine Kameradin, I once had a comrade, was significant from a social ideological point of view and representative of the Biedermeier worldview. 24. I see the rich gardens blossom, I see the golden seed, mine is the barren way where care and trouble came. But because I'd like to be with quiet pain and a swarm of joyful people and wish everyone a good day, so sincere and warm, O rich God, you let it, not quite me devoid of joy, a sweet comfort to all the world, pours down from heaven. The sun is still shining, moon and stars are loving to me, and when the evening bell tolls, there I speak, Lord, with you. To the good once opens your high hall of joy, then I'll come in party dress as well and sit down at the meal. When you consider that this was written in an era of food riots and social war, it is almost worth for its daring simplicity. Compared to Heinrich Heine's Weberlied, the poem by King's Steam, or the rebellious verses from the 18th century England, here we are confronted with the spirit of the German liberal patriotic armchair paper pushers and the social ignorance of the 19th century. The mass poverty and mass unemployment caused by the market economy creates cheap sentimentality in these minds. as long as the humiliated and insulted stick to the rules of the capitalist games, are modest about their lot, and say good day to everyone in order to cheerfully and with unspeakable patience look forward to a better afterlife, or to wait for the beneficial effects of the unfortunately necessary structural adjustment. To this day, nothing has changed in the mentality of the German middle class, which has reacted to every crisis of its religion of the market economy on the one hand with rock-hard preservation of their vested rights, and on the other hand with sentimental trivialization and suppression. The world should be a free market, but also noble, helpful and good. Some time ago I was told by a small girl from a comfortable middle-class household that she would have liked to read the fairy tale of the Little Red Riding Hood over and over again, but please without the big bad wolf. Children tell the truth, as that deliberate omission could be a motto for 200 years of Biedermeierism and the history of capitalist crisis in Germany. Snippet number 25. The extent to which the mass of the poor and those who had dropped out appeared to be a nuisance or menace to the bourgeoisie, who nonetheless remained undeterred in their belief in the market, is shown in the letter to the editor of the Manchester Guardian by a lady, which Friedrich Engels cited in his book on the situation of the working class in England. For some time past, our main streets are haunted by swarms of beggars who try to awaken the pity of the passers-by in a most shameless and annoying manner, by exposing their tattered clothing, sickly aspect, and disgusting wounds and deformities. I should think that when one not only pays the poor rate, but also contributes largely to the charitable institutions, one had done enough to earn a right to be spared such disagreeable and impertinent molestations. And why else do we pay such high rates for the maintenance of the municipal police if they do not even protect us so far as to make it possible to go to or out of town in peace? Quoted from Engels. Snippet number 26. If the pseudo-naturalization of the social in the 18th century, and especially in the case of Adam Smith, was still based on more physical metaphors in the sense of a mechanistic Newtonian worldview, Malthus is now taking the first big step towards biologizing the social crisis, including and continuing the fantasies of the Marquis de Sade. Because his ideologically constructed law of population operates as an alleged biological basic rule of social development, from nature he arbitrarily extracts a constant tendency of all living beings to multiply far beyond the amount of food provided for them, Malthus in 1826. This necessarily also applies to man. Wherever there is freedom, the power of reproduction is active, and its successive consequences are afterwards suppressed by lack of space and food. Unless it is checked, the population doubles every 25 years and thus increases in geometric progression, while the subsistence could at best increase in arithmetic series. Malthus thus shifts the problem out of the structure of social relations in order to reduce the artificial poverty created by capitalism, even the redundancy of humans, to the level of rabbits or beavers which overbreed under certain conditions. According to Malthus, living beings always do this when things are going too well for them. And based on this knowledge, Mr. Malthus unfortunately has to confess in all liberal philanthropy that the poverty and misery that prevail in the lower classes of society cannot be remedied in any way. Bentham had actually made this small correction to Adam Smith's liberal promise of prosperity, but not yet with such compelling biological justification. Malthus admits without hesitation that his construct is only valid under capitalist conditions. But since these, for their part, are known to be the natural and unalterable ones, everything fits perfectly. Of course, Malthus considers this immutability to be tragic and sheds many Christian tears in the process, but what has to be, must be, because the constancy of the laws of nature is the foundation of all human knowledge. 27. The great ideological integration achievement of the left, ostensibly anti-reactionary liberalism, was to tie the social movement to the inner bourgeois opposition and to present it with the apparent alternative. Either bourgeois liberality and the rule of law based on the compulsory system of commodity production, or reactionary absolutism or radical right-wing dictatorship and barbarism in the 20th century. 28. Essentially, these aspirations arose out of liberalism's attempt to influence the lower middle classes in their interest, to educate them outside the factories as well, to give them certain necessities in the sense of Bentham or Malthus, and to teach them basic concepts of economics, to prevent or dampen the social revolt, and to attribute the contradictions and restrictions of capitalism one-sidedly to absolutist conservatism. Here we see the innermost soul of social democracy, which has shaped its entire history to this day. But as is often the case, some of the liberal intellectuals sent to the dangerous social groups as quasi-agents in the guise of high school teachers have been turned around by their experiences. They exposed the outrageous contradictions and social hypocrisy of liberalism in order to reverse their self-image and side with the social critique of it. Snippet number 29. This approach was rooted in liberalism's positivistic, technical, scientifically abbreviated concept of progress, and that had its consequences. Along with a more or less uncritically understood technological form of the factory system, liberalism's abstract concept of work, which it had inherited from Protestantism and the absolutist regimes, and which it had refined in a capitalist manner, was also largely adopted. Marx actually meant the concept of abstract labor critically, but by no means clearly demarcated it from an affirmative understanding. With him, a critical and a positive concept of work constantly blur into one another. In the reading of the Marxism of the workers' movement, this became a positive glorification of the Protestant work virtue, and in the textbooks of the GDR, paradoxically, abstract labor became an economic state doctrine. That was already a fundamental change from the motives of the actual social revolt, whose supporters were constantly accused by the liberal disciplinarians of wanting to work only 3 or 4 days a week, or feeling only irregular bouts of desire to work if they weren't already subject to pedagogical coercion, and one had to place them on starvation rations. That Marxism prided itself on representing the point of view of the working class was a thoroughly dubious honor for these workers, for the rebellious social movements in the constitutional history of capitalism had actually fought tooth and nail against being made into a working class under the yoke of money. It was also a malicious distortion to classify the mass social revolts of the 18th and early 19th centuries under that popular Marxist rubric of a radical left-wing or reformist petty bourgeoisie, an accusation used in an inflationary manner precisely for left-wing deviants. Because these uprisings of the immediate producers and the working poor had nothing at all to do with the studious or crazy small proprietors of the middle class in advanced capitalist conditions. It is no coincidence that there is a gap in the social categorization, because this problem has hardly been addressed in the theoretical history of modernity. That it might be legitimate to reject a repressive Bentham modernization from the ground up could not be considered in any of the ideological camps of modern penitentiary rationalists. Nonetheless, Karl Marx not only critically exposed the functional mechanisms of the beautiful machine in a way unsurpassed to this day, but also created a dreamlike meditation to the motives of the rebellious, emancipatory anti-modernism, which entered his theory in a strangely dazzling and transverse way, namely in the form of that revelation of social fetishism in the independent in itself forms of capital, which amounts to the radical critique of an unconscious socialization through money into an association of free people emancipated from it, which goes beyond goods, money, and the state reproduced through conscious self-understanding. And then using the new productive forces for leisure and enjoyment instead of endless repression, competition, even new work rushes and excessive accumulation. It is not for nothing that Marx placed his motive in the metaphor of the dream right from the start. It will then be shown that the world has long had the dream of something of which it has only to be conscious of in order to really possess it. Marx, 1843. In his critique of capitalist fetishism, which implicitly also represents a critique of the mania for work and achievement, Marx created a theoretical approach that was able to provide the emancipatory anti-modernism of the social revolts with forward-looking concepts and to overcome their narrow-minded backward-looking moments. But the bridging did not succeed at that time, because the best organized and most conscious social revolts had already collapsed, and the liberal elements of his theory stood in the way of Marx himself. His image of philosophy as a head and a proletariat as heart of a social transformation materialized not as a fusion of social revolt and radical critique of capitalist fetishism, but as a union of the liberal working class Sunday school with elements of Marxian theory tinged with liberalism. And the result of that is what we now call social democracy. Snippet number 30. The problem is always the ideological perspective of the ex post consideration. The continuation of the basic imposition can only be reinterpreted as the beginning of an opportunity due to ridiculously small secondary improvements if one no longer even wants to think of an alternative and the position of emancipatory refusal. Veda's terminology is reminiscent of the relevant Anglo-Saxon living standard discussion for the early English industrialization, in which an ultimately apologetic academic consensus was also concluded under the mask of a dubious, interpretatively filtered objectivity. Edward Thompson polemicizes against this systematic consensus, which is based on questionable estimates. It is very possible that statistical averages and human experience move in opposite directions. A per capita increase in quantitative factors can coincide with large qualitative impairments. We can cite traits such as coal mining, where real wages rose from 1719 to 1840, but were bought at the cost of more hours worked and a higher labor intensity, so that the breadwinner was emaciated before he was 40. In statistics, this means an upward curve. The affected families probably perceived this as an impoverishment. Thompson, 1987. Snippet number 31. Father State. After the economic collapse had been averted by the unleashing of the industrial Ponzi scheme and the working poor had finally been brought under the disciplinary grip of abstract labor, the capitalist elites were able to think about the social question in new ways. Finally, the experience of the general state of emergency and mass impoverishment from the first half of the 19th century had to be dealt with in some way if one did not want to get into a similar situation again in the event of future possible crisis. That is why the gradually establishing liberal conservatism after 1850 was far more inclined than in the classical times of Adam Smith, Bentham, Malthus and co. to transfer a certain social responsibility to the state. Of course, in its capacity as a leviathan, i.e. inseparably mixed up and linked to its repressive function. The remarriage of liberalism with the industrial capitalist, formerly absolutist apparatus and its conservative representatives was ideally suited to rethinking and reshaping state functions after the great crisis of transformation. In one way or another, this rapprochement or even fusion of liberalism and conservatism had taken place in all the important countries of Europe, but most of all in Germany, where the belated constitution of the bourgeois nation-state was done from above, i.e. formally by the old dynastic power itself. The Wilhelmine German Empire thus blossomed into the avant-garde of the new capitalist view of the state. The Leviathan should prevent crisis in the future and bring some social peace to the helots of capital. The sheer Naturgesetzlichkeit, natural law, of the market, which despite the famous Say's law about the alleged infinite immanent expansion capacity of the capitalist mode of production, the one secretly no longer wanted to trust completely, was to be supplemented beyond the old poorhouse and penitentiary system by the state-managed social administration. 32. Liberalism had to be anointed with an extra drop of paternalistic oil, or as Prince Otto von Bismarck, 1815 to 1898, the arch-conservative Iron Chancellor of the founding of the German Reich, liked to put it, one was forced to add a few drops of social oil to the state in the recipe. Quoted from Artline, 1897. Snippet number 33. It seems that the welfare-increasing effect of the market economy in the 19th century consisted primarily in taking away some of the people's potatoes and chicory coffee at first, in order to then gradually give them back this grandiose standard in the second half of the century. It may be tiring to listen to over and over again from stage to stage and from decade to decade, but unfortunately there's nothing else to report. And the Wilhelmine conditions can easily be generalized for the whole of developed Europe of the epoch. Add to that the dreadful living conditions that persist throughout the factory towns, and it becomes clear how ridiculously small the real improvements were and how much it was all about giving people a sense of care and provision. Snippet number 34. Here, for the first time, a phenomenon that had occasionally accompanied the throes of capitalism in the past made itself felt on a larger scale, because this mode of production is not only industrial, but also a financial pyramid scheme. To put it more precisely, in the form of credit, real growth is anticipated to a certain extent. The bearers of this process are the banks, which collect and concentrate the savings and the money capital that is currently not being used productively by its owners. Conversely, there are always industrial companies that cannot finance their investments for future value creation or cannot finance them sufficiently from their own past profits. So they borrow money capital in various forms via the banking system, which then has to be repaid with interest if the profits from real commodity production are successfully realized. As Marx analyzed in detail in the third volume of Capital, money capital is split into two components. Namely, on the one hand, the functioning commercial capital, which operates the capitalist production process and thereby becomes an end in itself of real surplus value that is then fed back to itself, keeping the machine running. And on the other hand, into the interest-bearing pure money capital, which does not directly produce commodities, but is lent to the functioning capital and in return receives its share of the surplus value in the form of interest. In bourgeois economics, these two components of capital are repeatedly confused or equated, because from the abstract positivist point of view of money capital, it is irrelevant where the profit exactly comes from and how the process of profiting in the different departments of the beautiful machine is mediated. Not without irony, Marx remarked, "Capital appears as a mysterious and self-creating source of interest as its own increase. In interest-bearing capital, therefore, the automatic fetish is worked out in its purest form, self-exploiting value, money making money, and in this form it bears no scars of its own creation anymore. Money as such is already potentially valorizing value and is lent as such. It becomes entirely so characteristic of money to create value, to yield interest, as it is for the pear tree to carry pears. For the vulgar economy, which wants to present capital as an independent source of value creation, this form is of course a godsend, a form in which the source of profit is no longer recognizable and in which the result of the capitalist production process, separate from the process itself, maintains an independent existence." Marx, 1894. Snippet number 35. In terms of developmental history, the transformation of the capitalist state function can be described in a dialectic three-step process. Leviathan's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis relate not only to the welfare state, but to a broader spectrum of state activity. In the spirit of absolutism, the state itself had originally been the social general contractor for the dynastic purposes of raising money. The liberalism that emerged from absolutism, on the other hand, degraded the state to a night watchman state. As a leviathan, it should be limited to the repressive and educational function and leave the economy to itself. The liberal conservative state socialism of the late 19th century, Bismarck, corrected the swing of the pendulum again and resumed the state economic ideas of the French Revolution, which had turned absolutism into republicanism without completely abandoning the state's claims to the economy as in England. Snippet number 36. This shows that in their criticism of socialist absolutism, the anarchists could not even claim to state half the truth. In complete naivety, the Orwellian language of liberalism is taken by the word without being the slightest way critical of the more than clear text of its classics, e.g. with regard to the working poor, and shed light on their social historical background. Similar to the social democratic ideology, the problem of the capitalist mode of production in a socialist shorthand, i.e. the mere expression of social groups in the form of the monopolization of wealth, while the beautiful machine of Adam Smith, the fetishistic forms of the utilization of value and their business criteria remain utterly invisible. Obviously, anarchism was just as little able to resume the impulses of the old social revolts and to criticize the capitalist social machine on a higher level of theoretical awareness. Anarchism and social democracy both emerged from the liberal Sunday schools and were originally nourished ideally from the same table. They merely reproduced the contradiction between absolutism and liberalism and the inner contradiction of liberalism itself. As social democrats had accused the liberals of the betrayal of their bourgeois democratic ideals, the anarchists in turn accused the social democrats of betrayal of the heritage of liberal principles without ever leaving the sphere of influence of the modern commodity-producing system and its repressive religion of work. The Social Democrats only renewed the absolutist claim of a comprehensive state dirigisme under the aegis of their own apparatuses on the basis of ideally anticipated market-based democracy, while the anarchists, on the other hand, propagated an economic anti-monopoly that upheld the idea of the abstract economic individual. Snippet number 37. Of course, this character of social democratic state socialism had not completely been hidden from contemporaries, in particular the anarchist wing of the workers' movement, which remained marginalized in Germany and England, but was able to achieve influence in the Romanesque countries, repeatedly criticized socialist fixation on the modern state apparatus. Erich Mühsam, 1878 to 1934, who was an anarchist poet murdered by the Nazis, shaped the apt name of Bismarckism for statist believers in German social democracy. And the German anarchist theorist Rudolf Rocker called his summary of the labor movements of the era from the Empire to the end of the Second World War absolutist thoughts in socialism, Rocker in 1950. However, as much as the anarchists sensed the truth here, they were no less than social democracy the children of this era and the ideological descendants of liberalism and its edifying Sunday schools. Rocker leaves no doubt about it when he, with a grain of salt on behalf of anarchist ideology in general, expresses the importance and the inner relationship of the great social theories of modernity. Modern socialism was basically just a natural continuation of the great liberal currents of the 17th and 18th centuries. Liberalism had put the first fatal blow to the princely absolutism and directed social life on new tracks. Its intellectual supports that recognized the lever of all cultural redesign in the highest level of personal freedom and wanted to restrict the state's activity to the closest boundaries had opened up to humanity completely new views on its future development, which should absolutely overcome all striving for power and had to lead to a knowledgeable administration of social things, if their economic insight had only developed in lockstep with their political and social knowledge. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Under the ever-growing influence of a monopolization of all natural wealth and wealth produced by social labor, which was taking place at an ever-increasing pace, a new system of economic bondage developed which had an ever more disastrous effect on the original aspirations of liberalism and the real principles of political and social democracy. The socialist movements could have put up a dam against this development of things. It could have become the executor of the liberal development of ideas by fighting against economic monopolies and striving to limit the social production to serving the needs of all. It would have provided a positive basis through this economic supplementation of the political and social flow of ideas of liberalism. It could have condensed into a powerful component in people's consciousness. But the vast majority of socialists fought with unbelievable blindness for the basic ideas of freedom in the liberalistic view of society. And in this way, the belief in the omnipotence of the state, which had suffered a severe blow from the liberal currents of thought of the 18th and 19th centuries, was revived and strengthened systematically. It is significant that the representatives of authoritarian socialism in their struggle against liberalism often borrowed their weapons from the armory of absolutism without most of them being aware of this. Many of them, especially the representatives of the German school, who later acquired such a dominating influence over the entire socialist movement, had studied with Hegel and Fichte and other representatives of the absolutist idea of the state. That's Rudolf Rocker. Snippet number 38. Of course, however, the socialist state, which is intended as a long-term goal, should be a supposedly completely different one. A state of workers, a workers' state, or a social future state, as it was called in the program of the German social democracy. In the background, Karl Marx grumbled around these formulations because they tasted to him a little too much like his former rival Lassalle's, and because in his theoretical secret program, which had become historically unrealizable, there the actual problem of a radical criticism of modern fetishism slumbered. Namely, to reverse engineer the state apparatus, which had originally flourished out from absolutism, to the form of freely associated individuals. But on the other hand, the liberal legacy of the labor movement introduced by Marx inevitably included the Leviathanic element, and under the pressure of the increasingly state interventionist zeitgeist, to which the social democratic ideology of the labor movement was easy to assimilate to, Marx was only able to present his basic objection as theoretical nagging. Pious and compulsed towards the philosophical patriarchs and the mysteries of their theory, but without real understanding, social democracy took over the abolition of the state as an empty formula in its program, however, only for a distant and unreal future, while for all the practical actions, reforms and ideas of a social transformation, the state apparatus seemed as a quasi-natural reference system. Just as on the other hand seemed the general form of products and wage work as the corresponding natural condition of economic and social reproduction, which were already internalized. Snippet number 39. Both sides fail to realize that the schizophrenic splitting of modern society into the three individual competition monsters on the one hand, and the all-encompassing state monster of the Leviathan on the other is the inevitable result of a totalized system of commodity relations in which money becomes an end in itself. It was therefore also hidden from them that the problem of this social formation would not only remain present beyond the struggle against the absolutist dynasties and their historical offshoots on the soil of commodity-producing democracies, but it would even present itself in its purest form and become more acute. Anarchists and social democrats were still arguing about the concepts of their liberal origins related to the bourgeois revolution of 1848 and did not even notice how far industrialized capitalist society had already grown and how the systemic character of this mode of production was beyond the fading contradiction of the monarchical and democratic or republican regimes. It is by no means surprising that the working class, disciplined by force or brainwashing and increasingly self-disciplining over generations, was no longer able to leave the categorical prison of capitalist socialization as a social movement, but rather a logical consequence of its history. Thus, the epoch of the workers' movement, which is identical to the epoch of industrialization, produced only abridged and stunted ideas of emancipation that could no longer be anything other than the socialist derivatives of capitalist forms. If the anarchist ideology of a free society of commodity-producing individuals was largely degraded to a marginal phenomenon and the ideology of socialist absolutism dominated the workers' movement, this corresponded completely to the capitalist zeitgeist. While the liberal conservative thinkers and doers had already reacted to the requirements of industrialization with a moderate revival of state interventionist ideas, social democracy occupied the same Leviathan pole in an overdetermined version that favored the modern, democratically developed state apparatus as total entrepreneur. Snippet number 40. The fact that international competition between large national entities on the world market, unlike domestic economic competition, was unable to develop a legal and administrative framework made it an increasingly dangerous affair. Just as it is in the concept of modern economics that exchange on the market implies the competition of many capitalist companies and that the state can never become the real total entrepreneur, so it is in the concept of the modern state. Political sovereignty over a specific area implies the existence of other competing states in other areas, and thus a world state repeatedly conjured up in bad utopias is a logical impossibility. For this reason, interstate traffic on all levels, especially on the economic level, could never be regulated in general, but had to be repeatedly renegotiated and defined in bilateral or multilateral agreements on a case-by-case basis. The so-called international law has always remained only a feeble rudiment without ultimate binding force. Snippet number 41. Battleships and predatory nationalism. Only the forms and ideological disguises differed. While liberal free trade imperialism was mostly content with trading strongholds on the coasts of colonized countries, the striving soon turned to nationwide colonial states, despite the poor British experience with North America. The conquest of India by Great Britain, 1856, already pointed to this direction. What still remained to be conquered in the period of what was in a sense official imperialism was the African continent. Not only England and France got into each other's hair again, for example in the so-called Fashoda crisis of 1898, named after a city in the Sudan where English and French colonial troops clashed. The German Empire, as a colonial late entrant and the youngest aspirant to the capitalist world power, was also heavily involved in Africa and partly in East Asia. Although there had already been a Prussian attempt to colonize the Gold Coast under the great Elector Friedrich Wilhelm, 1640 to 1688, this remained an episode. At the end of the 19th century, the new German imperialism was striving for its own colonial empire. In 1884, Togo and Cameroon were declared German protected areas, and in the same year, German Southwest Africa became a protectorate. In 1891, the Wilhelmine Empire took over German East Africa. Hottentot and Herero uprisings are brutally massacred by German colonial troops. The mustachioed protagonists were particularly proud of this for a long time, no less than the victory against France in 1870-71. In the Pacific region, the Wilhelmine Empire took over only a few small colonial territories. In 1885, German New Guinea was created as a protected area. In 1897, Klaochu in eastern China was occupied. In 1899, a group of islands in the South Seas, Caroline Islands, Mariana Islands, etc., were bought by Spain. In 1900, part of Samoa was also claimed as a protected area. Snippet 42. The imperial rivalry of the great European powers provoked a new arms race that was to far surpass all previous military efforts. Because the forced armament now took place at the technological level of industrial capitalism, which produced new or improved destruction techniques and weapon systems. In 1867, the Swedish chemist Alfred Nobel, 1833 to 1896, invented the notorious dynamite, a new explosive of unprecedented potency. The Nobel Corporation became the first large international armaments company with explosives factories in different countries. Driven by pangs of conscience, the big industrialist and inventor of these new destructive powers, Nobel, donated the international prize named after him. Nothing could better characterize the objectified cynicism of modernizing capitalist civilization than the deeply symbolic fact that the most prestigious international science award, and even the Peace Prize, regarded with reverence around the world, is donated by the world's largest explosives corporation and named after an armaments industrialist. Needless to say, this prize is usually reserved for conformist scientists. Extremely shady or hypocritical figures are also allowed to wave the palm branch of the Nobel Peace Prize again and again. Snippet number 43. Against the background of general nationalism, naval armor soon developed its own mythology. The new naval paintings preferred to depict heavy battleships and armored cruisers in the kitschy dawn, and the militaristic phrase-mongering machine ran at full speed. In the German Empire, in England, France and Italy, enthusiasm for the fleet caused quite a stir. From a strange mixture of interests in the heavy armament industry and expansionist euphoria as a hysterical mass phenomenon, propagandistic naval associations were founded everywhere, and a real naval movement developed. According to the Tirpitz Plan of 1896, named after its author, Grand Admiral von Tirpitz, the declared goal of Wilhelmine naval armament was to oust Great Britain from its position as the dominant sea and world power. Deist, 1976. The question is, of course, whether the crazy effort in the truest sense of the word was actually worth it. The bottom line, and from a macroeconomic point of view, this question must be answered with a clear no. From start to finish, the ill-fated colonialism and world power ambitions have collectively cost the powers involved much more than what they were ultimately able to recoup. The Marxist theory of imperialism, which in all its variants axiomatically presupposed the success of colonial exploitation for the whole of capitalism, never wanted to admit this. The silent background assumption was always that everything that the capitalists and the capitalist state do must also be good for capitalism. This was, of course, because the Marxists had blindly adopted the categories of bourgeois rationality from liberalism, ignoring everything in Marxist theory that went beyond that. Marxism not only conceived its entire social criticism in terms of capitalistically totalized commodity production, and its forms of acquisition, without even perceiving the fetishistic character of the system. In doing so, he also adopted the original liberal idea of the rational calculation of interests, both for himself and for the other side. The irrational character of this mode of production, on the one hand, was not understood, or only in a superficial sense, as a lack of ability to control market economy processes, while Marx, well ahead of his time, approached the paranoid character of the system with its fetish concept. The Marxist theorists of the workers' movement were no longer able to see through the rational calculation of interests as the mere internal rationality of an absurd objectification. And in this abbreviated way they also perceived imperialism. In fact, the colonial expansion as well as the maritime armament policy can only be understood as an expression, continuation and prolongation of the same independent and delusional structure that had already produced abstract labor as such and its breeding institutions in the sense of Bentham. The imperial state as an ideal general capitalist not only continued the rationalism of economic competition in foreign policy terms, but was also unable to raise the particular rational calculation of interests to an overall social level. The madness of the basic logic had to reappear on the level of competition between imperial powers and backfire on them. In principle, and in the long term, capitalism has gained nothing from colonialism and imperialism. But what can a fetishistic and blindly processing system context want to gain in the first place? From the very beginning, the language of the subjective representatives and idolaters of the beautiful machine was that of flickering madness. The self-destructive quality of imperial competition on the threshold of the 20th century is hardly surprising, since it corresponded to the logic of a fundamentally self-destructive form of society. Snippet number 44. The biologization of world society. Imperialism and international capitalist competition for the division of the world, the military-industrial complex and naval movements, colonial claims and cultural propaganda of superiority could not remain without consequences for the social consciousness of capitalism on the threshold of the 20th century. In a peculiar mixture of fear of world competition and the threatening abroad, nationalistic triumphalism and cultural messianism, an aggressive new delusional ideology was brewing throughout the capitalist world. If the earliest liberalism, since Hobbes had naturalized social relations ideologically and since Adam Smith had presented them as the mechanistic pseudo-physics of the market machine, and if Malthus had taken the step towards biologizing the crisis with his population law, the brains of imperial competition now hatched a far more comprehensive biologistic worldview that went far beyond that. The liberal program of a naturalization of the social was raised from a metaphorical to a literal meaning, which defined the entire system of human culture and society as an immediate part, itself again ideologized biology, and was intended to generate an enormous resonant vibration in mass consciousness. This biologism, which to this day not only continues to have an effect, but which constantly springs up from the competitive environment, has had a decisive influence on modern thinking and forever revealed its deeply irrational and social pathological potency. Snippet number 45. By no means involuntarily, the pacemaker of the new biologism was one of the greatest modern natural scientists who overthrew the worldview almost as much as Newton. It was the British gentry and failed candidate for priesthood Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, who supplemented and expanded the mechanistic view of the physical world and human society with a biological explanation. In the process, something happened that is typical and symptomatic of modern natural science in general. A really great discovery completely merged with an irrational ideological impulse and the unreflected interests of the capitalist fetish system in order to finally charge itself with enormous destructive power. Darwin's family were wealthy Whigs, liberals of the worst kind, who were at the same time interested in science, as documented by his biographers Desmond Moore in 1995. Darwin's grandfather Erasmus, a doctor, poet and tinkerer who, among other things, constructed a speaking machine that could recite the Lord's Prayer and the Ten Commandments, who had already speculated at the end of the 18th century about a possible transmutation in species and a doctrine of descent whose elaboration was left to his grandson, to whom he left a relevant, free-spirited credo in verse. Erzeugt ohne Eltern entsteht von allein, im Nebel der Vorzeit organisches Sein, and the Google translation of it, generated without parents, arises from itself, in the fog of antiquity, organic being. Snippet number 46. It might enrage conservative political thinking when the axe was laid to the ultimate roots of religious consciousness. After all, capitalist folk pedagogy, with its training in the disciplinary secondary virtues, had always appealed to the popular religious imagination and liked to see the people in a state of naive humility. In this respect, contemporary liberal conservative elites could have also had their doubts about Darwinism. On the other hand, since the Age of Enlightenment, there's always been a free-thinking milieu within liberalism, which was initially in the minority, but which grew rapidly in the course of the natural scientification to which Darwin's grandfather had belonged. Primarily under the sign of the successful natural sciences and their disenchantment of the world, one could no longer, secretly or openly, take religion seriously. In truth, however, this liberal free-thinking was anything but liberating, because it had long since replaced the Christian God with the deification of the beautiful machine that is the grinding movement of capital and its end in itself. Snippet number 47. Even the dissidents of liberalism, like Marx and Engels, remained completely blind to this context. Marx saw in Darwinism primarily the scientific achievement of the discovery and downright admired him, whose materialistic theory of evolution of nature seemed to him to support his own materialistic theory of evolution of society. He also casually poked fun at Darwin's recognition of contemporary English society in the animal kingdom, but that seemed insignificant to him and did not dampen his enthusiasm. After the publication of the second edition of Capital, 1873, he sent the master a dedication copy, admittedly without receiving more than a polite rejection. For Darwin had both feet on the ground of orthodox liberalism and even felt guilty about his blasphemous scientific ambitions. The conflict in Darwin's soul reflected only the fact that the contradiction between scientific freethinking and conservative clerical sentiment was little more than a family feud within liberalism and its ruling elites. Snippet number 48. The free spirits either wanted to reserve the scientific abolition of religion for the elites, while the people should continue to be fed Christian humility for disciplinary reasons. To a certain extent, this attitude reversed the Enlightenment idea of priest fraud, according to which religion was in any case only an instrument of domination in the hands of what were in fact materialistic elites, or to the extent that the freethinkers wanted to include the people and retrain them in scientific materialistic terms. They were Democrats in the worst sense of that term since Bentham. The replacement of religion by science was supposed to be the crude form of external patronage of the masses by the more refined form of a self-disciplining of the masses, now according to supposedly scientific and even biological laws. Only in this respect did the free spirits represent an avant-garde whose influence reached as far as the liberal workers' associations. And it was precisely in this sense that Darwinism finally unfolded its devastating impact. Not only the free-spirited vanguards of democratic liberalism, but the liberal conservative leaders of capitalist society itself were eventually forced to acknowledge the ideological gift that this art scholar, who took a suspiciously tender interest in the brightly colored hindquarters of certain monkeys, even if he was branded persona non grata by the clergy. But this scholarship became a pillar of late Victorian liberalism. How else can one explain the fact that an earl and two dukes, representing Gladstone's government, carried the coffin at his funeral in Westminster Abbey? Snippet number 49. While Mandeville, Smith, Kant and others had still attested social superiority to the new capitalist Herrenmenschen and the moral inferiority or aberration to the criminal delinquents or those who refused to work, social moral characteristics that were positive or negative according to the capitalist criteria fell under the sign of social Darwinism, subject to biological determination. On the one hand, this meant that the victors in the miserable economic competition could define themselves as biologically superior human beings, almost as superhumans, determined by nature itself, a term not coincidentally invented by Nietzsche at the same time. On the other hand, however, the work-shy and delinquents were basically incorrigible in an equally biologically predestined way and could not be reached at all by moralizing pedagogy. They could only be somehow eliminated from the story. But while Malthus wanted to let the equally blind and helpful nature of the law of population rage for the purpose of eliminating those whom he saw as merely morally inferior, social Darwinism now demanded a conscious scientific selection mechanism of society for the elimination of the biologically inferior. Snippet number 50. Socialism of the higher vertebrates. At this point, the question of the contribution of socialism and the labor movement to the biologization of social theory and social conflicts must be asked. After the former Sunday school of liberalism had so readily adopted the capitalist concepts of abstract work and the nation or national economy, and had at least partially supported the concepts of militarism, colonialism, and imperialism in a socially embellished form, it would have been truly a miracle if the socialist theories and parties had not also been caught up in the social, biological, and anti-Semitic mainstream. The decisive commonality of socialism and racism anti-Semitism was the positively connoted concept of work, to the extent that the socialist workers' movement replaced the self-understanding of the old social revolts, which had referred to traditional rights to leisure, idleness, with the performance category of work itself, made this into the positive core of its identity, and thus took over the bourgeois campaign pursued by liberalism since the beginning of the modern era. Idleness is the beginning of all vices. In this way, it also had to become susceptible to resentment against underperformers, infidels in the matter of the religion of work, and supposed non-workers. Thus, the playing off of one of capitalist category against the other, work against money, which was allowed to a certain extent because the bourgeois universe was not questioned. And it was precisely this weak point that had to become the gateway for biologism, racism, and anti-Semitism. This can be seen on several levels. First of all, work was staged against the supposed non-work, against the unemployed income of the capitalists who appropriated surplus value. But of course it was easy to prove that the so-called capitalists also worked themselves, albeit in different functional references, business planning, accounting and so on, and thus could definitely be defined as part of abstract labor as well. In this respect, the private capitalist, however collaborating, or even the manager himself being only employed, could not easily be subsumed under the category of non-work. Since abstract labor could not be deciphered as any component of capital, it made sense to narrow down the concept of non-work either to trade, which does not produce anything, and it is said to be just parasitically shifting itself between producers and consumers, or to the, as Friedrich Engels put it, coupon cutters, the pure money capitalists who apparently really only draw unemployment income in the form of interest without them lifting a finger themselves. Now this line of argument is not consistent either because, of course, trade is completely unavoidable in a commodity producing system, even under state control. And because, of course, there is a lot of work involved, this sector is by no means characterized by non-work. It is the same in the case of pure money loan capital, which is concentrated in the banking system, and in the banks too, of course, there's work going on, especially by the acting chief bankers themselves. Even the pure speculator, on closer inspection, has to be active in many ways, to be vigilant, to process information and so on. But up to this logical point, the positive work consciousness was not allowed to think, if the inner absurdity of the form of capital itself should not come to light. All that remained was to refer to the unproductive character of work, of trade and banks and so on, which does not represent a social or moral category, but a purely economic one. And again, as an antithesis within capital itself, these activities are unproductive in that they do not create value, but only socially mediate objects and quantities of value in the money form. From a national economic point of view, they are therefore always pure cost factors and deductions from social value creations, but they are nonetheless necessary from a capitalist point of view, insofar as the workers' movement morally devalued unproductive work of trade and banks and so on, and morally upgraded the capitalist productive activity in industrial commodity production. It made the capitalist logic all the more its own. The immense activity in the transformation of the natural substance of the production of goods appeared as a positive productive activity and as a good concrete side, although it could only ever be a matter of the concrete form of the abstract capitalist world machine itself. And the capitalist mediating function of commerce or banking as a negative unproductive activity and as a bad abstract side because it was directly related to money. This abbreviated moralizing critique of capitalism within the unresolved capitalist categories themselves fitted only too well with the behavior ascribed to the Jews, as if one could have avoided an anti-Semitic bias. Even the early socialist ideologues and publicists who emerged from liberalism not only had an affinity with modern anti-Semitism, but actually belonged to its historical pace-setters. After Auschwitz, as with the non-socialist parties and ideologies, there was retouching, blanking out, falsification and silence in order to cover up the tracks. The hushed-up connection can be found again in a book by the Jerusalem historian Edmund Silberner that had unveiled this dirty laundry of socialism more than 30 years ago under the, in some sense, apocryphal title, Socialists on the Jewish Question. Silberner is obviously an Israeli patriot and representative of a Jewish ethnic identity, but he does not proceed in a denunciatory, but essentially in a factual and documenting manner, without wanting to per se attach anything to the left. Snippet number 51. When it came to anti-Semitism, Edmund Silberner found what he was looking for among the utopian early socialists of the first half of the 19th century, above all Charles Fourier, 1772 to 1837, was always a favorite among the utopian radical left. A representative of small, self-sufficient communities, Fourier was nevertheless at the same time a French nationalist with dull xenophobia, and because he believed that the capitalist exploitation was primarily caused by trade and usury, he fell into a blatantly anti-Semitic worldview as early as 1808 in his essay Théorie des quatre mouvements through the corresponding attributions. Fourier writes, "Fortunately, the Jews are not yet too widespread in France, for, surrendered to usury, this nation would have seized most of the wealth and influence that goes with it. All of France would have been just one huge synagogue. Because if the Jews owned even a quarter of the fortune, they would have had the greatest influence thanks to their indissoluble secret society," quoted from Silberner in 1962. Fourier therefore even rallied against civil rights for Jews and remained an open anti-Semite throughout his life. Although shortly before his death in 1835 he made the quasi, pre- or early Zionist suggestion that the Jews should found their own state in Palestine, financed by Rothschild. However, it must not be forgotten that even the Nazis toyed with the idea of resettling the Jews to Madagascar or somewhere else at first. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809 to 1865, one of the founders of anarchism, is no better off than Fourier. Proudhon reduced the concept of capitalism to the interest-bearing capital of pure moneylenders, whose condition of possibility he saw in the character of money as a privileged commodity that consequently had to be deprivileged. Proudhon therefore wanted to introduce so-called labor money, which would be based on the direct calculation of labor quantities and would make it impossible for money capitalists to earn unemployed interest. This theory imagines capitalism to be located only in circulation and completely overlooks the cybernetic character of the capitalist mode of production, which is characterized precisely by the fact that it productively feeds money back to itself. Proudhon, like the entire labor movement, could not recognize the abstract labor of the commodity-producing system as the core of capital itself, but wanted to get rid of its logical self-contradiction in a paradoxical way by supposedly directly equating the form of money with labor without the necessary and itself antagonistic transformation in the form of work and money in the process of capital valorization. Snippet number 52. Proudhon's theory too only criticizes capitalism to the extent that the anti-Semitic reinterpretation of the internal contradictions of this form of society allows it. And he promptly fell back again and again into the inflammatory language of the madness of the native Jewish moneyman and world conspirator, as in his essay Césarisme et Christianisme. He writes, "The Jew is by nature an anti-producer, neither farmer nor tradesman, not even a real merchant. He's an intermediary, always false and parasitic, using counterfeiting, fraudulent imitation, and horse deception in business as a philosophy. He only knows boom and bust, transport risk, uncertain harvest prospects, uncertainty of supply and demand. His economic policy is entirely negative, entirely usurious. The principle of evil, Satan, Ahriman, embodied in the race of Shem." The anti-Semitic language of Chamberlain, Treitschke, and the open gazebo had long been the language of the most important early socialist ideologues. Hatred exclusively against so-called interest slavery from a socially heterogeneous point of view, which represents a Protestant ethos of honest work that is rampant to this day among Philistine wage earners, sections of industrial management, indebted homesteaders, small community producers, and the clap-clap capitalists, with its dull outbursts against banking power, usury money, and the speculators. It occupied an overarching ideological field of nationalistic color in all social groups, parties, and tendencies that were accessible to the offspring of the healthy popular feeling, the down-to-earth work, and a national capitalism, or national capitalism with state socialist attributes. The anti-Semitic agitation oscillated in this diffuse field between liberalism, nationalism, and socialism, and thus also reflected deep into the labor movement and through various racist societies of occult provenance, such as the so-called Theosophists and the Anthroposophists, with their guru Rudolf Steiner 1861 to 1925, or the money reform sect of the German Argentine merchant Silvio Gesell 1862 to 1930, which manifested around a widely ramified network of subterranean references, the common anti-Semitic interest, critical intersection between the ideological blocks from which National Socialism was ultimately to spring up. Snippet number 53. Marx's theory and the Marxist mainstream of the workers' movement after 1848 no longer only wanted to criticize interest-bearing loan and commercial capital, but capitalism as a mode of production as a whole. But since the positive concept of abstract labor was to be retained, and only the private capitalist industrial regime was to be replaced by a state bureaucratic regime, attitudes toward the anti-Semitic syndrome necessarily remained ambivalent. Even with Marx himself, although he theoretically, in contrast to the Marxism of the labor movement, has a contradictory and sometimes critical relationship to the category of work, and although in the third volume of its main work he describes the fixation of interest-bearing capital as popular prejudice and an expression of the capital fetish, the polemical language repeatedly phrased towards an identification of money in general or bargainers or usury with the Jewish nature. For example, in the context of his argument about the historical transformation of money into capital, he says that every capitalist knows that all commodities, no matter how shabby they look and how bad they smell, are in faith and truth money, inwardly circumcised Jews. Marx in 1890. In particular, Marx's early work on the Jewish question was and is repeatedly, also by Helmut Silberner, classified as anti-Semitic because it even contains a rather crass identification of Jew and money. He writes, "From its own entrails, bourgeois society continually produces the Jew. Money is Israel's zealous god, before whom no other god may stand. Money humiliates all the gods of man and turns them into commodities. Money is the general self-constituted value of all things. It has therefore robbed the whole world, the human world as well as nature, of its peculiar value. Money is the alien essence of man's work and existence, and this alien essence dominates him and he adores it. The God of the Jews has secularized. He has become the God of the world. Change is the real God of the Jew. His God is only the illusory change, though. As soon as society succeeds in abolishing the empirical nature of Judaism, the haggling and its presuppositions, the Jew has become impossible because his consciousness no longer has an object. Because the subjective basis of the Judaism humanizes the practical need because the conflict between the individual, sensual existence and the existence of the human species has been eliminated. The social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of society from Judaism, Marx in 1844. An anti-Semitic imbalance is undoubtedly visible here. Nevertheless, Marx's position in contrast to that of Fourier and Proudhon, or even that of Chamberlain and company, does not assimilate in two ways. On the one hand, biographically justified because Marx himself came from an old family of rabbis and hardly any of his numerous German and French opponents or critics failed to denounce him as a Jew at every suitable or inappropriate opportunity. If the quasi-anti-Semitic demarcation from Marx's own origins flowed into Marx's polemical language, then we recognize the enormous pressure to conform and the denunciation from the direction of the anti-Semitic German and European intelligentsia, which drove Jewish people into self-denying and self-destructive attitudes. There can be no Jewish anti-Semitism in the strict sense, because that would mean confusing perpetrators and victims, even on the linguistic and cultural level. That doesn't mean that such statements shouldn't be criticized in terms of content, because they naturally fueled anti-Semitism in society. Snippet number 54. On the other hand, there's also a crucial difference in content, which at first glance may easily disappear behind the quasi-anti-Semitic choice of words. For in contrast to the Chamberlains and Treitschkes, as well as to the Fouriers and Proudhons, Marx uses the Jew as a metaphor for the rule of money, but he does not trace it back to him. In fact, it's exactly the opposite. Bourgeois society produces the Jew, not the Jew produces bourgeois society, or more precisely, what's bad about it. Thus, the social emancipation of the Jews consists in society's abolition of the form of money rule or the capitalist world machine, and in this way liberating the Jews from having to serve as a metaphor or synonym for this alienating rule. So society only becomes human when it liberates itself from the rule of money. It can only emancipate itself from the Jew or the qualities ascribed to him by emancipating the Jew himself. In other words, only with the abolition of the modern commodity-producing system does anti-Semitism become irrelevant. Snippet number 55. The blunt statement of Chamberlain and the tendency of Fourier and Proudhon, on the other hand, is the modern commodity-producing system would be wonderful if it weren't for the Jews. It does not need to be abolished at all, but only the Jewish essence must disappear from it, either in the form of the interest, slavery and trade fraud identified with it by the non-workers, or through the expulsion and murder of the Jews as negative race persons. If Silberner and others do not recognize this serious difference and unhesitatingly ascribe Marx's treatise on the Jewish question to anti-Semitism, at least on the same wavelength as Fourier and Proudhon, this is because the idea of a real abolition of the capitalist world machine is completely beyond their imagination. But anyone who considers the commodity-producing system and its absurd restrictions to be natural and irrevocable is perpetuating modern anti-Semitism without knowing or wanting to. Snippet number 56. The story of the Second Industrial Revolution, the original catastrophe of the 20th century, which would be World War I. Starts off with a poem. Mein Kamerad Franzos, dich traf ich gut, du musst nicht böse sein, dass ich dich schoss, ich bin dein Bruder, ja, bin dein Genoss, wir sind erlöst durch eines Gottes Blut. Es muss so sein, es wächst wie Gras und Baum, der Menschheit strebend folgt sich hin zum Licht, zwei gleiche Bäume stehen zusammen nicht, der eine frisst des anderen Licht und Raum. My comrade Frenchman, I hate you well. You don't have to be angry that I shot you. I am your brother. Yes, I am your comrade. We are redeemed by the blood of a God. It has to be like that. It grows like grass and tree. Two identical trees do not stand together. One devours, the other lightened space. No wonder that in view of this Darwinian poetry of edification and murder, official German studies were able to certify that worker poetry had finally passed the final exam and freed itself from any partisan and professional constriction, quoted from Fries in 1994. Of course, what then came rather quickly was the shock of reality. While Lerche was still publishing his war poetry, he wrote privately and with every sign of disillusionment to a friend. Dear Petzold, I couldn't have imagined it like that. Nobody can, because something like this is so new that it was never part of being at war. Courage, bravery, skill, everything is superfluous. Those who have the numbers nerves feel the least of it, and everything else is of little consequence, quoted from Fries in 1994. Not only does the schizoid structure of a hysterized consciousness speak out of this completely different language which is suddenly heard, but also an honest surprise. Of course, death was expected on the battlefield, but a personal and heroic death, but not an anonymous and industrial one, the wretchedness of which was almost unbelievable. After all, one wanted to escape the stupidity of capitalism and the misery of factory and office life through the war experience, and now had to learn that it was only being continued with other bloody means. So it turned out that no one was really prepared for the industrialization of war. The consciousness lagged behind the self-created capitalist realities. The technical execution and the factory discipline were already internalized, but still in a certain corporate sense, still permeated by pre-modern imaginations, concepts of honor, and personal patterns of behavior. The Industrial War was a kind of culture shock to this consciousness, and Wilhelm Lamsus had also anticipated this experience in his prophetic vision of 1912. Once it was the rider's death and the honest soldier's death, now it is a machine death. We are transported from life to death by technicians, by machinists. Just as soon as buttons and pins are made on a large scale, so are the cripples and the corpses made with machines. Machines are drawn out on us. We are just running up against the machines. And the machine triumphs in our flesh. And the machine drinks the blood from our veins, drinks it out by the bucketful. So en masse, so cold-blooded, so expertly one only eradicates vermin. In this war, we are nothing more than vermin. Come and see, you generals of the explosion, that man has given up on himself and has developed into a corrupt military machine. Quoted from Lamzus. Snippet number 57. There are well-known tones that we hear about the food and its quality. Of course, what capitalism had always achieved in peacetime, it did even more so in wartime, namely with an uninterrupted and enormous increase in the productive forces for large masses of people to reduce even the most elementary needs to a pathetic level. At Remarque, a young soldier complains, Turkish bread in the morning, turnip greens at lunchtime, turnip cutlets and turnip salad in the evening. Remarque, 1928. An experienced old hand replies, bread made from turnips? You were lucky there. They also made it from sawdust. Even an Ernst Jünger shudders. In the evening, the field kitchen came shaking and brought a drink, probably made from frozen turnips. Jünger, 1990. It was no better at home, as can be seen from countless documents, such as a letter from a woman from Hamburg in 1917. You go to bed hungry and you get up hungry. Only the eternal turnips, without potatoes, without meat, everything boiled in water. Quoted from Ulrich, 1994. A letter from an Australian who had spent the war stuck in Leipzig states also in 1917. We've endured a strange week. Practically nothing to eat. There seems to be no more potatoes. Each got half a pound of so-called potato flakes. They seem to me to be dried potato skins. It's beyond my comprehension how the poor are getting along here. Any other people on this earth would rise up against the government that has led them into such misery. In other words, after almost 100 years of industrialization, the welfare-enhancing market economy, in its glorious special quality as a war machine, felt compelled and legitimate to once again take away the potato-eating standard that had just been mercifully restored in large parts of capitalist humanity, but especially in Germany, be replaced by a standard for potato skins, pork turnips and sawdust. Snippet number 58, Henry Ford and the birth of automobile society. In order to be able to clear this hurdle, capitalism not only had to overcome the remnants of older cultural and social patterns, but also a particular obstacle of its own inner structure. In principle, all production can be divided into the production of means of production, machines, tools, buildings, and so on, and the production of commodities. Marx called these two sectors Department 1 and Department 2. The logic of capital now tends innately to favor Department 1 of the means of production, or capital goods, and conversely to relatively constrain the production of consumer goods. The name capitalism already says that investment and not consumption is the real goal. Logically, the reversal of the medium of money as an end in itself corresponds to the reversal of the tool in the broader sense as its own goal, which only sees consumption as the necessary evil to be tolerated. That man ends up acting absurdly as the tool of his own tool is only the culmination of this fetishistic perversion. Snippet number 59. Private mass consumption, on the other hand, was limited to the use of a mere service. The task confronting the system in the blind logic of its development was thus to merge into one of the two moments of investment and mass consumption. In a way, instead of selling the ticket for the mobility service, capital had to sell the equipment itself. Every capitalist individual his own little private locomotive. This absurd consequence had already taken shape with the invention of the automobile with the internal combustion engine. The US economist George Katona was one of the first in the early 1960s to recognize the economic importance of this consumer investment and postulated, consumers also invest, Katona 1965. From this point of view, he criticized the old basic economic assumption of a fundamental separation of consumption and investment in the name of capitalist progress, not least with a view to the automobile. Snippet number 60. Whereas most manufacturers choose to change the product rather than their methods of production, we are pursuing the opposite path, to require that the more effort to be expended on any work than what was absolutely necessary is to waste. In this production process, it is also my aim to get the maximum wages, that is to say, to distribute the maximum purchasing power. Since this procedure also contributes to the minimum of costs, we are able to bring our product into line with purchasing power. That's Henry Ford. That's actually a Google translation of a German translation of an English original text. So what Ford has in mind is the old logic of cost cutting, but with a new means and to such an extent that the lag between productive potential and mass purchasing power can be overcome without impairing capital's self-serving logic of accumulation. In other words, costs had to be reduced so dramatically that not only was it possible to offer products cheaper and thus eliminate competitors, but at the same time it was even possible to raise wages and reduce working hours, while still promoting abstract plus-making, profiting. This feat, which was initially considered to be impossible, could only be achieved if the attention of the business rationality was directed to a previously neglected area, the organization of work itself and the flow rates within its course. On this crucial point, Ford meets Taylor, who at about the same time developed this very field into scientific management or so-called ergonomics. In the foreword to the German translation of Taylor's main work, The Principles of Scientific Management, 1911, published shortly before World War I, the editor summarizes the problem in a way that is as precise as it is revealing. Ever since big industry was out of its infancy, the striving of the governing bodies and engineers had been directed chiefly to the perfection of the machine. The operation of the machine has been carefully considered beforehand. The question of how workers would solve their task but leave their answer to themselves. The Taylor system is simply a way to the most economical possible utilization of human power. Taylor categorically denies that today, in the majority of cases, the work done is equivalent to the wages paid. There can be no question of injustice or hardship if more work is required for the same wage rate than hitherto, where the manager is unaware of how long the worker really needed to work. Rösler in 1913. Here it is said in blunt terms what Ford also meant by the apparently harmless and reasonable postulate that more force than absolutely necessary should not be used for any work. In plain language, that means that no more time than absolutely necessary should be spent on any action. This means nothing other than an almost monstrous compression of the work far beyond the previous degree of compression by the machine system. While the first industrial revolution replaced the hand tools with a mechanical unit that executed the foreign end in itself of capital on the producer's end and drove them out of all comforts, the second industrial revolution now began in the form of work science with illumination of the entire space of activity between the machine unit and the producer with a glaring interrogation lamp of enlightened reason, in order to capture even the last pores and niches of the production process, to create the transparent worker, to calculate for him every deviation of his objectively possible performance, in a word, to finally turn him into a robot. The philanthropic miracle of simultaneously making products cheaper, raising wages and reducing working hours can therefore be explained solely by the fact that the workers are actually drained of significantly more vital energy than they receive in return in the form of gracious consumer benefits. Snippet number 61. Taylor himself leaves no doubt about the main and state motive of its scientific management. Instead of striving to do as much as possible, he, the worker, will in most cases begin with the resolution to do as little as he can do without attracting attention, by far less than he would be able to do without special effort. In many cases, no more than 1/3 or at most 1/2 of an honest day's work. the tacit or open agreement of the workers to dodge work, intentionally working so slowly that a really honest daily output is not achieved, is almost universal in industrial enterprises. There's no doubt that the average person, whatever his occupation, tends to work at a slow and leisurely pace, and only under the pressure of circumstances will he accelerate his speed. Taylor in 1913. Taylor keeps coming back to this problem. He's almost obsessed with it, develops detective acumen, and devises methods to constantly observe the workers and watch them closely at every move. A truly Panthamian project. The New Ergonomist reports on the spying on young women in a ball-bearing factory. A very inconspicuously conducted investigation showed that a large part of the 10.5 hours during which the girls were believed to be at work was actually spent doing nothing. As this investigation showed, up to now the girls have spent a large part of their time half idle, chatting and working at the same time. That's Charles Taylor. In order to get to grips with this shirking and to collect precise data, Taylor introduces the beautiful concepts of time and movement studies. With the stopwatch, which has since become notorious, all activities are broken down into sub-processes and checked carefully in order to reveal the ignorance of the employers with regard to the minimum time required to perform, and to break the weakness of character of the wage workers through scientific objectivity. Taylor even makes fun of his involuntary test subjects' personal idiosyncrasies. E.g., I made time studies on a naturally energetic worker who would commute to and from work at the pace of about 3 or 4 miles an hour, and even frequently ran home at the end of the day. On entering the factory, however, he immediately slowed his pace to about 1 mile an hour. If he had a loaded wheelbarrow to push in front of him, he would walk rather quickly, even uphill, in order to finish the work as quickly as possible. Then, on returning with the empty wheelbarrow, he immediately resumed his slow pace of 1 mile an hour at most and took every opportunity to linger so that at any moment it seemed as if he was going to sit down. Of course, it doesn't work that way. Anyone who works in a capitalist corporation is no longer allowed to run home after work, but can at most crawl, otherwise it wasn't an honest day's work. Snippet number 62. The famous Hollywood director Frank Capra, a son of poor Sicilian immigrants of the first generation, vividly describes in his memoirs the childhood trauma of having to watch his mother's dehumanization on the assembly line, long before the times of Henry Ford. I looked up to Mama through the eyes of a child. There she stood all day on her blistered feet, and I knew that they would never heal. Stood all day in the foul-smelling olive oil factory steam, 10 hours a day for $10 a week, and with flying hands stuck labels on cans which she mechanically picked up from an endless conveyor belt. Cans, cans, cans. With the witch's cackle of rattling chain glistening with moisture from the effort. She nodded, nodded, and nodded, a robot chained to the rhythm of a monster, not daring to push her straggly hair back from her forehead, for fear of breaking the spell of this deadly monotony. Capra in 1971. Snippet 63. In a way, both Taylor and Ford were aware of the magnitude of their actions. This is shown not least in the missionary character of their career, whose constant amateur philosophical self-justification beyond pure business and pure professional rationality identified these protagonists as capitalist pioneers of a new stage of development, even a new capitalistically integrated way of life. In a striking parallel to Bentham, Taylor expressly emphasized that its scientific management was not limited to the science of shoveling and other activities in a narrow industrial context. Rather, it is about that the same fundamental ideas are applicable with equal rights and with equal success to all areas of human activity. to the administration and management of the household and the farm, the management of handicraft and factories, the management and administration of churches, charities, universities, even the various departments of state government, Taylor. Entirely along these lines and independently of Taylor, Henry Ford, who acted with much greater emphasis as a philanthropic social reformer and musician of the future, expressed himself in particular. My main concern is to demonstrate clearly that the ideas we are applying are workable everywhere. They have nothing specifically to do with automobiles, but belong, as it were, to a general code. I am firmly convinced that this code is the natural one, and I want to prove it so absolutely that our ideas must be accepted not as new ideas, but as a natural code. Snippet number 64. Bührer had already recognized the regulation of paper formats as the basis of all organization of intellectual work. When this thought is pointed like a pistol at one's chest, one tends to laugh out loud that two such heterogeneous things as the ideal of intellectual work and the simple reality of a sheet of paper should be so closely related. But if you think about the fact that all intellectual work, very few exceptions, must appear in the form of a document or printed matter, and all that organization of intellectual work begins with a purely mechanical arrangement of such documents, you will soon see that this is correcter thought. Oswald in 1912. Of course, the technical standardization of certain elementary and everyday functions can sometimes prevent annoying friction and make life easier. The well-known DIN formats, Deutsche Industrienorm, go back to Oswald's association. But it depends on the context and the purpose. It is easy to see that it goes far beyond a few technical simplifications for Oswald and his comrades in arms. This becomes even clearer when the point of view of so-called monism is added, which here differs from its philosophical historical significance, e.g. in Spinoza, where it simply means the unity of God and world, and later the substantial unity in general, e.g. materialism. Entirely detached from this, it mutated into an obsessively technical demand on man and society. Monism means a unified doctrine, and the word monism represents in a nutshell the working principle of all science. Science is unification of thinking. Oswald. Unification here is the magic word and the key concept that reveals its totalitarian character. It's less about technical simplifications and more about a kind of taylorization of thinking, about a functionalist reduction of science within the framework of a functionalist reduction of man in general. And the culmination of this undertaking is that energetic thinking in which Oswald, with his energetic imperative paraphrasing Kant's abstract ethics, reformulates the categorical imperative of the Second Industrial Revolution. Everything that happens in the world can be described as a transformation of energy from existing forms to other forms. Now, by no means are all energies equally ready or suitable for this transformation. This free energy is not subject to consumption. Yes, it also wears out automatically if it's not used. The free energy is therefore the capital from which all living beings of all kinds feed. Thus, the procurement and appropriate use of free energy is the content of every life activity, like it is found in all living beings from the lowest bacterium to the highest human. For the human being who sets himself the task of behaving as appropriately as possible towards nature as a whole, and also towards his fellow human beings, a general rule follows this behavior. This rule directs him to use the free energy as expediently, that is, insert it as completely as possible into the intended functional forms, and to constantly control and, if necessary, improve all the facilities in such a way that the amount of functional energy obtained from a given amount of free energy in raw form becomes as large as possible. One can sum up this general tendency, or rather this general task of all human effort and action, in a short expression which I have proposed to call the energetic imperative, following the Kantian categorical imperative, which is, do not waste energy, make use of it, transform it into value. Snippet number 65. The famous Bauhaus in Weimar and Dessau, most recently in Berlin, Steglitz, played a similarly ambiguous role in the history of the Second Industrial Revolution, especially in the field of architecture and industrial design. This school of art and architecture accompanied the history of the Weimar Republic from 1919 to 1933, finally radiating out to the whole world, not least to the USA. The Bauhaus style is generally regarded as the germ cell of modern design in Wick, 1994, and became a myth of modernism in the 20th century, and a tragic case that divergence between art and life in the process of modernization had been lamented since the early 19th century, and time again there have been attempts to abolish this division. However, the causative principle always remained hidden, namely the logic of the capitalist world machine and its urge to subject life to the dictatorship of its own abstract form, so that aesthetics could only continue to exist as a split-off, luxurious residue. Only two paths remained open for attempts to reintegrate art and life without in-depth criticism of the modern commodity-producing system. Either a backward-looking, romantic, and rather anti-technology utopia of manual laboriousness, or, conversely, a negative dissolution of art into the capitalist form of technology. And nothing else is the transformation of aesthetics into design. The artistic elements in the life world become, so to speak, stylistic elements of the technical and material incarnation of money capital in its process of social upheaval. Snippet number 66. Post-war inflation peaks among major Western powers, as measured by Wholesale Price Index 1913. 1913 is 100%. Inflation among the war losers was much more dramatic. Germany, immoderate as always, set an absolute world record that has not been matched to this day. Within a few months, between 1922 and 1923, almost 2,000 printing presses flooded the country with a deluge of paper money. Prices rose to grotesque proportions. The expression hyperinflation was coined for this exuberant currency devaluation, a process that also afflicted the other war losers, and especially Eastern Europe, in somewhat smaller but still highly potentiated dimensions. By the end of this process, prices had increased 14,000 times in Austria, 23,000 times in Hungary, 2.5 million times in Poland, 4 billion times in Russia, and 1 trillion times in Germany compared to the pre-war base. That's Altcroft in 1978. The result was, of course, a complete disruption of the monetary system. The profound irrationality of capitalism erupted in its sacred basic form and made the fetishism of the social system visible to the point of ridicule. As in a crazy fairy tale, suddenly all millionaires and billionaires became ruined. A roll cost thousands, eventually millions and billions of marks. At the peak of inflation, money was handed out and carried by the wheelbarrow. This catastrophe of the money form drove authorities, companies and private individuals to correspondingly crazy behavior in order to escape the consequences of their own independent and out-of-control society. Grotesque apparitions accompanied the rising tide of paper money. Workers, employees and civil servants also began to flee to property. Since real estate, blocks of shares and jewels were unaffordable for them, they were content with durable food and commodities. After the wages were paid, the work process was interrupted in most companies. Packed with wads of banknotes, the staff rushed to the surrounding shops to buy some goods before the next price hike would make the wages worthless. As in wartime, long queues formed in front of the shops. Retailers tried to protect themselves against the dwindling purchasing power of paper money by aligning their sales prices with the respective exchange rate between the mark and the US dollar. When this dollar exchange rate changed several times a day in the fall of 1923, the prices in the shops and restaurants were adjusted accordingly frequently. This is why it could happen that a cup of coffee, the price of which had been 5,000 marks when you ordered it, already cost 8,000 marks when the waiter brought the bill. In rural areas, people returned to primitive bartering kind. The Guild of Hairdressers in Oxenfurt am Main decided on e.g. charging 2 eggs for a shave and 4 eggs for a haircut. The parish office in Pignitz, Franconia, charged a fee of 10 eggs for a simple burial without a blessing. For a first-class funeral with a eulogy and a sermon, the bereaved would have to pay the pastor 40 eggs. Eventually, bartering in kind also found its way into the big city. A visit to the cinema now cost 2 briquettes, and the doctor or lawyer would rather accept a bottle of wine or a pound of butter as payment than a wad of paper money. Bleich in 1985. In the Western European victorious countries, where inflation was not nearly as extreme as in Germany, Austria and Eastern Europe, the money crisis cut deeply into everyday life. Above all in France, which only experienced the peak of the inflationary crisis, and even more the fall of the franc in its external value against the dollar in 1925 and 26, the disruption of the monetary system made itself felt and noticeable in the mass consciousness, as one contemporary observer remarked. Every grocer pondered the effect of the exchange rate on coffee, every stenographer tried to open a savings account in a gold standard country. It is scarcely possible to exaggerate the extent to which the masses concerned themselves with such questions. The dollar price was the talk of every corner pub, and one could hardly make a purchase without somehow discussing the exchange rate. Quoted from Alcroft, 1978. The standard of living of the masses, which was mostly close to the subsistence level under the previous rule of capitalism, and depressed even lower by the war, largely remained in a state of misery. In Germany in particular, the self-destruction of money threatened to lead to open catastrophic starvation in the big cities if capitalist production conditions continued to apply, because the peasants increasingly refused to deliver food in exchange for worthless money, and on the other hand, the exchange in kind between city and country could only function to a limited extent, for example in the form of a piano for the delivery of winter potatoes, because the standard of living for the broad masses did of course not go beyond the well-known potato standard, especially during the financial crisis. Snippet number 67. The general need grew immeasurably. The value of the market reached a new low that could no longer be surpassed. We received billions in wages, with which we could hardly buy the bare essentials for everyday needs. A loaf of bread cost 1.5 trillion marks. The exasperation in the working class assumed threatening forms. The looting of grocery stores was reported from all cities in the Ruhr area. This week, the collieries were finally closed. Unemployed, I had never guessed before what that means. I must have thought that unemployment was a very unpleasant evil, but in the end, a tolerable one. We did receive support, but what kind of support? The payout took place once a week in certain restaurants. We, as inmates of the singles home, since we had lunch and dinner delivered, received 2.5 trillion for a week. A loaf of bread cost 1.5 trillion. For the remaining trillions, we could just about buy spreads, jam or something similar. That would have been bearable if the food in the home for singles had filled them up. At noon, there was no meat, just a heap of half-rotten potatoes with a bad sweetish aftertaste and some cabbage. In the evening, a watery soup that we poured down like water, without the slightest feeling of being full. 4 or 5 days of this diet and we felt a constant feeling of hunger, a burning in our bowels. We awaited the day of unemployment benefits with longing. I immediately rushed to a baker's to buy bread. Arriving at the home for singles, everyone ate greedily. There were the ones who ate all their bread at once and later had to throw it up. Others spent all their money on alcohol to escape the misery for a few hours. I used to eat half a loaf of bread in order to consciously enjoy being full at least one day a week. Quoted from Adelshaus of Faust Betziner, 1985. The welfare-enhancing effect of the marvelous market economy in full action once again, from the potato skin standard to the rotten potato standard. And these were by no means exceptional states of a socially marginal and miserable population, which would be scandalous enough, but a mass fate. Above all, however, it no longer only hit the lower strata of capitalist human material in the factories and the slums, but also the lower and middle bourgeois strata. The destruction of a large part of the bourgeois' financial assets led to an unprecedented mass ruin of the middle classes and milieus that had been state-supporting. A bank balance of 60,000 marks, the interest income of which had enabled a comfortable life in retirement in 1913, was not even enough in August 1923 to buy a daily newspaper. Rentiers, people living on rents, who were no longer able to work, could no longer find employment, saw themselves forced to sell personal belongings, such as furniture, household effects, paintings, jewelry, porcelain, or the family silver to the nearest Rafke, the grabber. The money press mercilessly pressed these once wealthy and highly regarded citizens down to the level of welfare recipients, who had to queue in front of the city's emergency kitchen if they wanted a hot meal, Bleich in 1985. Snippet number 68. If, for example, the West German philosopher Hans Joachim Lieber defined Stalinism as a system that shows the denunciation, merciless persecution, deportation, and mass extermination of those who think differently, Lieber in 1993, as a structural feature, then a rough look at the history of modernization over the last 200 years should be enough to raise the question of whether this structural feature has not always characterized the actions of liberalism or liberal conservatism and all of its regimes against movements on behalf of emancipation and against social rejection, anti-workerism. That certainly cannot be the difference between Western liberal traditions and the dictatorships of the 20th century. Even the earliest attempts at a theoretical reappraisal of the dictatorial epoch in the history of the Second Industrial Revolution operated with a similarly apologetic construct as shown in an analysis by Richard Löwenthal published in 1946 under the pseudonym Paul Sehring. German National Socialism in particular unfolded a destructive explosive force, a berserker frenzy in the denial of recognized values of the European tradition, the roots of which we must look for in another dimension of historical and social events. The humanistic tradition at the core, which in Christian liberal or socialist forms of any kind of civilized community in Europe is, like any achievement of human civilization, again and again threatened by the onset of chaos, at Sehring in 1946. It is noteworthy that this excommunication of the Nazi dictatorship from the European tradition is formulated here by a leftist, in the same way as conservatives and liberals then tried again and again to remove the disgusting brown stain from the enlightened democratic total capitalist work of art. Recent history is thus to be interpreted as a fundamental conflict, human war and final struggle between good and evil, between liberal Western democracy and those dictatorships, a reading that leaves no room for an alternative approach and critical analysis that could discover a different relationship between these historical phenomena. This construct is so overtly projective and Manichaean as to be suspiciously reminiscent of the structure of Nazi ideology itself. In fact, emanating from liberalism, the anti-Semitic center of the mythification and biologization with which capitalist self-contradictions and the potential for crisis have been irrationally reinterpreted since the 19th century, was overlaid with all sorts of images and dream visions of the foreign and other. The threat of the internalized system of anonymous competition on all levels sought its imaginative expression in numerous disguises, even if, or precisely because, the underlying social syndrome could no longer be consciously and rationally penetrated by critical reflection. One of the many manifestations of this mythical otherness in popular literature was, and still is, the alien invasion, invented as an imperialist fairy tale by science fiction, which has been emerging since the late 19th century. Snippet number 69. The projection of one's own social contradiction into extraterrestrial monstrosities is only the bizarre variant of the same mechanism that also appears in terrestrial, especially anti-Semitic projections. It would never occur to anyone involved that what he sees is due to a look in the mirror. Bourgeois consciousness usually tries to downplay this dangerous projection of social contradictions onto foreign beings by means of fuzzy moralizing. Everyone should simply be nice to one another, the Nazi to the Jew, the communist to the liberal democrat, the human being to the extraterrestrial, and vice versa. Because the repression of the hardcore market economy democratic ideology must remain limited. The return of what has been repressed takes on a form that is as perverse as it is legitimating. The entire socio-economic context which brought about the paranoid projection in the first place is codified as the actual and the quintessentially good. Insofar as similarities, points of contact, and intersections between dictatorship, market economy, and democracy are concerned, they simply cannot be completely overlooked. They are instrumentalized as an excuse for partial historical legitimacy of the dictatorship. Significantly, however, this only applies to the Nazi dictatorship, particularly in Germany, since the historian dispute of the 1980s, while the Bolshevik Stalinist Soviet Union came off much worse. Snippet number 70. This apologetic construct was developed by Ernst Nolte in a downright virtuosic manner. First of all, he expressly committed himself in principle to Western liberal democracy, to bourgeois capitalist progress, and to the westernization of the world. Thus he takes up the relevant basic statement with half the approval that the real and modernizing revolution is that of liberal capitalism or economic freedom, which began 200 years ago in England and which was first completed in America, Nolte in 1987. And he vehemently opposes bringing the Nazi dictatorship into a negative inner connection with capitalism and post-war democracy. Anyone who criticizes the Third Reich because he wants to hit the Federal Republic of the capitalist system must appear as a fool that he is. To this extent, Nolte's ideological starting point does not differ from that of its opponents, such as the democratic state philosopher Jürgen Habermas, who says in the same spirit, "The unreserved opening of the Federal Republic to the political culture of the West is the great intellectual achievement of our post-war period, of which my generation in particular could be proud." Habermas in 1987. Also, the further argumentation of Nolte, who ascribes any radical social counter-movement and the socialist communist ideas in their entirety to an ultimately archaic, dictatorial, utopian, in many respects Asian and completely unacceptable reaction to the victims of modernization, which unfortunately are now unavoidable, is not so far removed from the Western capitalist liberal democratic consensus. Nolte's speciality, however, is that he wants to relativize and historicize the Nazi dictatorship with an openness that has not been seen before, at least in serious scientific circles. By granting it, in contrast to Eastern state communism, certain positive affinities to the Western world, and at least one positive function in its defense against actual evil, namely communism. And the question can no longer be avoided whether a certain historical right, ! Should not be ascribed to National Socialism, at least insofar as it is opposed to comprehensive claims of the Soviet Union with great, albeit presumably far excessive, energy. If ever there was a science promoting impetus, it is this. Nolte 1993. The consequence is then, of course, that Auschwitz and the Holocaust must also be put into perspective. Everything else, according to Nolte, follows from this interpretation, so that the so-called extermination of the Jews of the Third Reich was a reaction, or a distorted copy, and not a first act, or the original. Nolte in 1987. Hitler and the Nazi crimes recede behind the communist threat. Did the National Socialists, did Hitler perhaps only perform an Asian act because they regarded themselves and their kind as potential or actual victims of an Asian act? Wasn't the Gulag Archipelago more original than Auschwitz? Wasn't the class murder of the Bolsheviks the logical and factual predecessor of the race murder of the National Socialists? Nolte in 1987. Snippet number 71. Auschwitz almost disappears as the appreciative concept of excessive energy with which the Nazi dictatorship meritoriously and almost as an outpost of Western democracy opposed the comprehensive claims of the Soviet Union. The democratic indignation at this perfidious line of argument, which in any case was only subdued and was known as a scientific discussion among honorable historians, had to remain ambiguous for its part. For the question is whether the liberal democratic criticism of Nolte was really primarily aimed at relativizing the Nazi crimes as such, or whether they flared up because this relativization itself positively claimed an overarching Western capitalist and liberal democratic point of view from which National Socialism was to be at least partially incorporated into the market economy democratic family or its gallery of ancestors, while communism was to remain outside forever. The discomfort with Nolte's line of argument could be due to the fact that he involuntarily and in a Manichaean way disavows Western capitalist democracy by presupposing it as the absolutely good of modernity. But at the same time, he insinuates that elements of this affinity towards the good can be perceived in the form of appearance of the bad, namely the Nazi dictatorship. The absolute recognition of Western democracy thus reverses into a relative recognition of the Nazi dictatorship. The resolution of this ghostly debate cannot consist in returning to a cleansing of market economy democracy from all suspicious similarities with the dictatorships of the 20th century in order to receive the complete excommunication of evil. Rather, when looking at the entire history of modernization, it makes sense to reverse the perspective and proceed in exactly the opposite way as Nolte did. Namely, not to understand capitalism, liberalism, and market economy democracy as an overarching positive, but on the contrary, as a world of that negative and repressive compulsory socialization simply embellished with Orwellian vocabulary through the monstrous beautiful machine of exploitation of value, and consequently also to represent the common elements of market economy democracies and dictatorships of the 20th century, rooted in the capitalist mode of production, not as an excusing fact, but as a special manifestation of the actual modernizing revolution of liberal capitalism itself, realized under certain conditions. From a negative, critical perspective, Auschwitz in particular can only be understood as the ultimate consequence of liberal ideology in the tradition of Hobbes, Mandeville and Descartes, Bentham and Malthus, which cannot be surpassed, while in contrast to Nolte, a certain relativization would be more appropriate with regard to the regime of catch-up modernization in the Soviet Union. Snippet number 72. To this day, Western democratic thinking is incapable of adopting this dialectical historical perspective, which reflects non-simultaneity on the same basis, and in particular the Soviet and Chinese revolutionary regimes, and subsequently also the national revolutionary regimes of the former colonies, as a modified state economic revival of the early capitalist enforcement regimes. This idea also appears in a fantastic form before the corresponding historical reality in Alfred Kubin's visionary novel The Other Side from 1909. It not only foresees dictatorships, world wars and bombed out cities. Against Patera, the dictator of a dreamed-up kingdom in virtual Central Asia, an adversary arises in the form of billionaire and emperor of cured meat Hercules Bell from Philadelphia, called the American for short, who invades the dream state for the purpose of liberation. His proclamation is adorned with relevant symbolism. A goddess of freedom with a diadem holds a tablet, on the back of which the words freedom, equality, fraternity, society, science, and law could be read. Kubin in 1909. In nightmarish sequences, however, it is revealed that Patera and Bell are one and the same person, grown together into a multiform monster that can be read as a metaphor for modernization emerging from the unconscious. Even if I could not understand or resolve these contradictions, after all, what did I care? All fear was gone. This horrible vision that made me grasp Patera's dual nature closed the abyss of my doubts and fears. Patera and the American clawed into each other, forming a shapeless mass. The American had grown into Patera completely, a hulking, unmistakable body rolled in all directions. This amorphous being possessed a protean nature, millions of small, changing faces formed on its surface, chattered, sang, shouted at each other, and withdrew again. The Patera phenomenon remains unresolved. The American today still lives, and all the world knows him. Kubin in 1909. Snippet number 73. From a truly historical perspective, the 2 world wars and the multitude of revolutions, large and small, that followed them had only the effect of aligning the backward civilizations of the peripheral provinces with the most progressive, real or virtual, historical positions in Europe. If the Sovietization of Russia or the coming to power of communism in China mean more or something different than the democratization of Imperial Germany with the immediate stage of Hitlerism or the release of Togo into independence, even the self-determination of the Papuans, then only because the Sino-Soviet actualization of Robespierre's Bonapartism, which drives post-Napoleonic Europe to hasten the elimination of the more or less anachronistic remnants of its pre-revolutionary past. Gurdjieff in 1947. Snippet number 74. The classic bourgeoisie, the old bourgeoisie, had perished with the First World War, but not capitalism, which only now, in the transition to its full development, turned out to be that automatic subject marks that it has always been according to its inner logic. Remnants of the old notable bourgeoisie were only able to survive longer, and in some cases to this day, in the flat country, but no longer as the supporting management layer of society, but only as a kind of honorary board member of the Volunteer Fire Brigade. Ernst Jünger deciphered the true character of capitalist freedom in the new, all-encompassing work society of the incipient Fordism as the submission of the rulers to the compulsion of the blind social machine. But as with the experience of the industrial battle of materials, not as a denunciation of an enormous impertinence, but as a passive acceptance of an overwhelming event that would now also prevail in civil normality. Every claim to freedom within the world of work is therefore only possible insofar as it appears as a claim to work. This means that the degree of freedom of the individual corresponds exactly to the degree he is a worker, Ernst Jünger. Snippet number 75. The identity of liberalism and dictatorship is already contained in Hobbes' doctrine, and with the first liberal democrat, Bentham, it becomes a program. If we remember the goal of this program, the inner unity of democracy and dictatorship becomes completely clear. The economic terror of capitalism should be internalized until finally the human material would be ready to enforce a democratic execution of this terror on itself. As long as this noble goal has not yet been achieved, the upper-class liberal and original democrat, Bentham, considered all means of coercion to be legitimate, including torture. While Bentham postulated the identity of democracy and dictatorship under the conditions of the capitalist world machine in its early stages with naive openness, in Western thought after 1945, this identity could be blurred from both sides of the same coin to the same extent as Bentham's project came closer to its realization, and thus it became possible to ideologically play off an Orwellian concept of freedom against the more primitive, state authoritarian and dictatorial mode of enforcement within the same kind of social machine. The threat of open and bloody repression remains, and liberalism has never left any doubt about it. Institutionally, and in all Western liberal democratic states, in the event of greater insubordination of the human material, it is subject to some concept of legally stipulated internal emergency or state emergency. But that with the advanced internalization of the capitalist system's constraints and demands, the human material can even be equipped with a certain degree of self-administration, participation in the modalities of its own repression, and thus be exposed to what Marx called the silent compulsion of the circumstances. This cynical fact constitutes the quality of liberal capitalist democracy in relation to state capitalist dictatorships. At such an advanced stage, the violence takes place above all in national economic nation-states' representation of interests to the outside world, and in this field all Western democracies, with the USA as its supreme leader, have never behaved any differently than the wildest dictatorial butchers, lawbreakers, and autocratic arbitrary rulers, especially towards the so-called underdeveloped countries. Though the wonderful democracies did not want to get their hands dirty in the course of larger measures, e.g. the Vietnam War, they've never been bothered by supporting the worst kind of white dictatorships, to nurture them, install them as governors themselves. Double standards were and are measured depending on the mood and interests. Today, for example, with regard to the autonomy efforts of the Albanians in Kosovo on the one hand and the Kurds in Turkey on the other. What is democratically legitimate is negotiated among the world police themselves, that is, within the democratic community of states. So is the question what is to be considered a dictatorship and what is terrorism as well. In addition to the presumed definition of what constitutes aggression and what constitutes legitimate self-defense or a rescue of human rights, the world democracy of advanced capitalist countries can legitimize themselves above all by exploiting the historical non-simultaneity for itself and external violence of the more primitive, capitalistically backwards dictatorships, while it not only embellishes its own violence ideologically, but its main crimes also arise beyond the direct use of violence from the silent dictatorship of the world market and its blind competitive relationships. But precisely for this reason, they are not perceived as crimes at all. Today, just as little as at the beginning of the capitalist industrialization. Although the world machine of capital, masked as a peaceful market economy in its objectified effects, has demanded and continues to demand more human and also child sacrifices than all the repression and wars of the modern dictatorships put together. It's just that the latter's victims are counted as such, while the former do not even appear as victims in neutrally presented statistics. Because the connection between perpetrator and victim is only immediate and directly understandable when external violence is used. While economic violence disappears in its social mediation and appears in liberal ideology as a natural law, the perpetrators and executors of the invisible hand can even pose themselves as political moralists who don't even profess to be asking the world for compassion and help for the victims of their own actions in its blind total result. Snippet number 76. The basic economic principle is work. The basic moral principle is man's right to his work. In my opinion, a man cannot help but be constantly at work. During the day, you would have to think of her and dream of her at night, because there's something big about our day's work. Something really big. Work is the cornerstone on which the world rests. It is the root of our self-respect, and the employer is obliged to work an even larger day's work than his people. The entrepreneur who takes his duty to the world seriously must also be a capable worker. Henry Ford in 1923. Snippet number 77. But even if it could no longer play the leading role, social democracy at least made a contribution to the mutation of democracy into crisis dictatorship, faithfully continuing its nationalist war policy. It was written all over its face from the start that this democracy did not represent some better Germany, but carried terror itself. The bantam democratic formation of the masses not only had its origins in the blood and mud puddles of the World War, it was also based on murder in its official post-war constitution, directly under social democratic leadership. The corpses of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, who represent the dead of the society rescue of 1918 and 19, were walled into the foundation stone of this democracy like an archaic human sacrifice. And that was no historical accident, but revealed the true character of democracy. Rosa Luxemburg in particular embodied everything that the capitalist consciousness in general and the consciousness of the crisis in particular hated to the core. The Jewish, foreign, Polish, the feminine in a form that was not even pet-like, a theorist, and the left radicalism with its vague memory of the future of an unthinkable liberation from the system of abstract labor. Rosa Luxemburg was certainly caught up in the bourgeois categories of the labor movement Marxism. Of course, she could not simply jump out of a long history of domesticating oppositional thinking, but with its theory of an objective inner limit of the capitalist system and the necessary self-activity of the masses, it came closest to all contemporary positions to the radical critique of the beautiful machine, together with its political administration of people. That is why, with compelling consequence, it was the first act of democracy, mighty as it always was and is, to smash the skull of this 49-year-old woman with a rifle butt. Snippet number 78. When there is imminent danger, at times means outside the legal process have to be taken. This is by no means exaggerated polemic. Although the Spartacus group around Rosa Luxemburg did not represent any mass movement, their thinking, which reached the limits of the bourgeois universe, appeared as a tremendous peril and thus had to be eliminated at all costs. A few hundred armed workers were stylized into the Spartacus uprising. Basically, it was about showing people, literally hammering into people who had been reduced to material from the start, where the insurmountable borders of the democratic cage, drawn in blood, lie. The Social Democrat Gustav Noske, 1868 to 1946, Reich Defense Minister of the New Republic, outed himself in this sense with the famous sentence, "One must become the bloodhound. I don't shy away from responsibility," quoted by Strübel in 1996. This mutation from shackled functionaries to capitalism's fighting dogs and bloodhounds was foreseeable. The 1st Garde Kavallerie Schützendivision under the command of Captain Waldemar Pabst did the dirty work on behalf of Noske and the Social Democratic government. When the corpses were displayed, the whole young democracy rejoiced. In a way, it was an anticipation of the molting of Weimar democracy into a Nazi dictatorship. The liberal and highly intellectual Vossische Zeitung, Thomas Mann published its essays there, cheerfully announced that a kind of people's court had been carried out on the two terrorist leaders, quoted from Strübel. The Vorwärts, the central organ of the SPD, also expressed satisfaction. For our people, and especially for the working class, the suppression of the Spartacus uprising means an act of salvation that we were obliged to accomplish before history. Snippet number 79. Friedrich Ebert, 1871 to 1925, former Sadler journeyman and social democratic leader, who was elected chosen man and president of the Democratic Reich shortly after the murder, triumphantly told the Leipzig SPD functionary Albert Konsowski, "Albert, 2 more victories like the one over Liebknecht and Luxemburg and we have conquered." Of course, the perpetrators were acquitted of the charge of murder. Captain Pabst, who was destined to live a long and peaceful life, was still boasting in the 1960s as a respectable citizen of the new democracy in various statements about his society-saving act. I had it rectified. It was not only in the interest of our Germany, but the victory of communism in Germany would have brought the entire Christian West to collapse as early as 1919. Putting an end to this danger certainly weighed much more than getting rid of 2 political seducers. We must finally come to terms with our past. Nobody needs to be ashamed of what they've done. I gave the man the order. You did it properly. The people did a great job for the fatherland. The people did a great job for Germany. Only one of the gentlemen really understood what had to be done for our German fatherland, Noske. He shook my hand. Gustav Noske, 1868 to 1946, SPD member of the Reichstag, expert for military, navy and colonial questions. Snippet number 80. The Union chairman, Theodor Leibhardt, 1867 to 1947, had already offered the Union funds to the Nazis on May 2nd, 1933. The SA came and took them without being asked. The Union buildings were occupied and the organizations dissolved. That did not prevent the Social Democrats from once again serving the Nazi dictatorship in parliament. While they voted against the Enabling Act, das Ermächtigungsgesetz, May 17, 1933, the Social Democratic Reichstag faction welcomed Hitler's foreign policy statement. The SPD deputy William Högener, 1887 to 1980, later remembered with still pompous words. Now came the vote. Our neighbors to the right, the Catholic parties, looked to us with expectation. We rose with them and agreed to the declaration of the German Reichstag. A storm of applause broke out from the other MPs. Even our implacable opponent, Adolf Hitler, seemed moved by that moment. He got up and applauded us. Then the German nationalists began to sing the Deutschlandlied. Most of our ranks sang along. Some had tears running down their cheeks. Quoted from Schara. One should never forget the occasions on which social democracy repeatedly becomes sentimental. A month later, the SPD was also banned. The crisis dictatorship of the Nazis was designed in such a way that, in the course of a proto-Fordist coordination of society, it could not tolerate any kind of pluralism at any level. All other parties, social and cultural organizations, were also eventually dissolved and replaced by unified Nazi sub-entities, membership of which was largely drawn, sometimes by coercion, but more voluntarily, from the formerly independent organizations. This also applied to the National Socialist German Labour Front, which took the place of the trade unions. The inner urge of capitalism to get out of the world economic crisis with all its might and to rip through Fordist full capitalization took on the form of a crisis and conformity dictatorship, Gleichschaltungsdiktatur, under the particularly aggravated German conditions, which, in its own momentum, no longer even considered to fall back on the potential social democratic bloodhounds. Snippet number 81. One only has to be very clear about how social democracy reacted to the imaginary threat posed by Rosa Luxemburg and her small group in 1918 and 19, and how it reacted to the real threat posed by the Nazis in 1933 in order to understand the character of democracy at all. It's not about mere symbolism of national madness, nor just about the balance of power. Rather, this behavior makes it clear that the innermost essence of democracy itself is terroristic, which is immediately manifested in the crisis. When in doubt, Rosa Luxemburg is always killed and Noske or Hitler democratically empowered. Before Hitler, as historical pioneers and most ardent advocates of democracy, the social democratic thinkers had basically been laying on their bellies since 1848, anticipating nationalism and belief in the state, quite apart from the fact that they had supplied him with the National Socialist keywords. Democracy itself was the womb from which they crept. Snippet number 82. Thus, in the Soviet version of the working state, the terror at work intensified under the double pressure that the state capitalist bailiffs not only had to push through the Fordist mobilization, but also had to deal with a largely peasant and pre-capitalist socialized population that had not even undergone earlier stages of domestication. The historical lack of simultaneity produced the horrible system of the Gulag, a socially organized network of concentration and forced labor camps that seized millions of convicts. Human labor was used in its crudest form to the point of death, especially for the infrastructure projects of turbo-industrialization. The construct of the Moscow subway alone consumed tens of thousands of labor slaves. It was inevitable that the Western ideologues would later regard the Gulag system of terror as the actual invention of the concentration camp. In this respect, too, the Nazi dictatorships can then be played down as a mere copycat in order to blame the historical evil on the demonized Asian culture and make the Nazi version of the concentration camp appear as a mere industrial accident in Western history. In reality, the situation is exactly the opposite. The concentration camp is an originally Western invention that was imported by the Soviet development dictatorship, so to speak. The concentration camp was originally a product of the Western colonial system in the late 19th century, as the Polish historian Andrzej Kamiński has shown. The term concentration camp was probably coined by the Spanish general Valerio Veyla y Nicolao when he put down an uprising in Cuba in 1896, and ordered that within a maximum of 8 days all peasants who do not wish to be treated as insurgents should be concentrated in fortified camps. These camps were called campos de concentración. 4 years later, it was the United States that set up concentration camps on the islands of Mindanao to fight insurgents after seizing the Philippines from Spain. As is well known, such concentration camps were used at the same time by the British colonial power in the South African Boer War as a system of terror that cost the lives of tens of thousands of civilians. It is significant that this military invention of state terrorism against colonial insurgency and guerrilla movements served decades later as a civil society form of the implementation of the Second Industrial Revolution, with a broad spectrum ranging from voluntary labor camps to extermination concentration camps. But the real history of the concentration camp goes back further than the mere name. At a higher level of development and on a larger scale, what was already haunting the fantasies of Marquis de Sade in the 18th century was repeated. The 100 Days of Sodom, Pasolini, describes a kind of sexual concentration and extermination camp that had its real counterpart in the insane asylums, poorhouses and workhouses, youth prisons, and colonial slave barracks of early capitalism, as the liberal Democrat Bentham lovingly tried to paint them, including guard systems and identification tattoos. Ultimately, the concentration camp refers, on both a micro and macro scale, to the compulsive nature of capitalism in general, whose entire factory and labor system has never been anything other than military despotism translated into everyday life. Snippet number 83. Digging holes and building pyramids, the Keynesian revolution. I conceive, therefore, that a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investment would prove the only means of securing an approximation to full employment, though this need not exclude all manner of compromises and of devices by which public authority will cooperate with private initiative. But beyond this, no obvious case is made out for a system of state socialism which would embrace most of the economic life of the community. It's not the ownership of the instruments of production, which is important for the state to assume if the state is able to determine the aggregate amount of resources devoted to augmenting the instruments and the basic rate of reward to those who own them. It will have accomplished all that is necessary. Our criticism of the accepted classical theory of economics has consisted not so much in finding logical flaws in its analysis, as in pointing out that its tacit assumptions are seldom or never satisfied, with the result that it cannot solve the economic problems of the actual world. But if our central controls succeed in establishing an aggregate volume of output corresponding to full employment as nearly as it is practicable, the classical theory comes into its own again from this point forwards. Thus, apart from the necessity of central controls to bring out an adjustment between the propensity to consume and the inducement to invest, there's no more reason to socialize economic life than there was before. The central control necessary to ensure full employment will, of course, involve a large extension of the traditional functions of government. But there will still remain a wide field for the exercise of private initiative and responsibility. Within this field, the traditional advantages of individualism will still hold good. Keynes, from the general theory of employment, interest and money. Just as Keynes offered only a flimsy cast of Marx's theory of crisis, tolerable for bourgeois nerves, his recipe was based on a merely watered-down version of state socialist ideology, which need not have stood in the way of a temporary pragmatic effectiveness. No wonder that this Keynesian revolution within the limits of the law and on the basis of the capitalist categories was to become the model for post-war social democracy. In economic theory, Keynes was exactly the type of revolutionary who stormed the train station by buying a platform ticket. Against theory conservative critics, he preemptively defended his boldness by pointing out that the correction he had made to Say's dogma, Say's law, was the only feasible means of avoiding the destruction of the existing economic forms in their entirety. Of course, it must be taken into account that the consequence of a possible destruction of these private capitalist forms could already only be thought of as full state capitalism on the model of the Soviet Union. While the bourgeois consciousness found the completely intolerable thought of emancipation from the capitalist fetish forms wasn't even present in dreams anymore. Snippet number 84. If, for whatever reason, the rate of interest cannot fall as fast as the marginal efficiency of capital would fall with the rate of accumulation, corresponding to what the community would choose to save at a rate of interest equal to the marginal efficiency of capital in conditions of full employment, then even a diversion of the desire to hold wealth towards assets, which will in fact yield no economic fruits whatever, will increase economic well-being. Insofar as millionaires find their satisfaction in building mighty mansions to contain their bodies when alive, and pyramids to shelter them after death, or, repenting of their sins, erect cathedrals and endow monasteries of foreign missions, the day when abundance of capital will interfere with abundance of output may be postponed. To dig holes in the ground, paid for out of savings, will increase not only employment, but the real national dividend of useful goods and services. Keynes thus not only admits, half accidentally and unintentionally, that at bottom it can only be a question of a postponement of the absolute limit of capitalist production. Equally involuntarily, he reveals the absurdity of the inherent logic of the capital relation. Just as Mandeville wanted to persuade people that even the most obscene palaces and waste goods of the rich are objectively necessary in order to be able to employ the poor, the new theoretical revolutionary does not hesitate to dish out this arch-liberal cheek again. Of course, under the conditions of the Second Industrial Revolution, mere luxury goods were no longer good enough for the top 10,000. Only large-scale state projects for the formation of labor armies for the whole of society could force the extension of capitalist life and a breakthrough to Fordism. Snippet number 85. In terms of its destructive power, World War II, or the actual breakthrough of the Second Industrial Revolution, far surpassed World War I, the original major catastrophe of the 20th century. The full motorization, prophesied by Hitler, could actually only be launched in the military form he had dreamed of. And again, the industrial war shone on the now Fordist level through an acceleration of technical innovations, radar and jet aircraft, rockets as a preliminary stage to space travel, and last but not least, nuclear energy and atomic bombs appeared as technological spearheads of a genuinely capitalist horror form of development of productive forces. This renewed triumph of the beautiful machine cost the lives of a total of 55 million people, and large parts of Europe and Asia were devastated. But it is strange the repeated and enormous costs of modernization, which exceeded all previous terror and horror of capitalism in quantity and quality, no longer evoked an intellectual echo of the sort of the deep shock the great catastrophe of the First World War had produced. The second bloody birth of the Fordist world proceeded intellectually and culturally in an eerily silent manner. It was as if the human material, demoralized to the core, was running almost indifferently and already robotically cold through a wall of fire into the commercial, finally despiritual dullness of the desolate consumer paradise to come. A contemporary line of verse by Karl Kraus suggests forebodingly, "The word fell asleep as the world awoke." The system of totalitarian world market democracies. Until 1950, no one would ever have thought that after the era of world catastrophes, capitalism would rise like a phoenix from the ashes. It had required the force of 2 world wars to assert itself, to use Gottel or Lilienfeld's direction, so that the global prosperity of the Second Industrial Revolution, so rapidly stimulated by the speculative boom that burst in the 1920s, could finally get off the ground. Unexpectedly for most, the world machine suddenly seemed to be producing something like a golden age, quite contrary to its previous course. In Germany, where the case had been a particularly deep one, the magic word of the economic miracle even caught on. A suspicious formation of concepts that already indicates that it was an extraordinary phenomenon, actually abnormal for the prevailing system and therefore also temporary. All capitalist centers experience this post-war prosperity to a greater or lesser extent. This also seemed to open up a positive perspective for the rest of the world, and how miracles are such a thing, the attention of world consciousness focused on this historically tiny period of time, in order to forget as thoroughly as possible 200 or 300 years of catastrophic modernization history, including its victims and suffering, and to spread the cheap belief that capitalism has finally arrived at itself, namely at its real and true welfare-enhancing effect. Only a little bit of the modalities of the system need to be tinkered with according to the basic conviction that the economic miracle had installed. And that finally really would have been a miracle. The child-eating and blood-drinking world machine of capital would suddenly have been transformed into a kind of peaceful coffee machine, without any serious new conflicts, without social upheaval, and without people having to emancipate themselves from the system of unreasonable demands. Snippet number 86. Thus, for a long time there was no longer any terms available for naming this falsehood, and now fewer than ever. Only in the institutions of poetic language was what was wrong surfaced and acted as a provocation to those uncomprehending. Something that has no color, something that smells of nothing, something tough, was what the young poet Hans Magnus Enzensberger called this unnameable thing at the time, in order to, in the poem Landessprache, not to make visible consumption as such, but in its uncanny social form, the vague threat that simmered beneath its glittering surface. What is it I'm doing here, in this country my elders brought me to, innocently? Native but unconsoled, I am absent here, resident in cozy misery, in this nice and satisfied pit. What do I have here? What am I doing here? In these bowls of battle, this land of plenty, where it goes up but not forward, where weariness bites into the embroidered hunger cloth, where in the gourmet food stores the poverty, pale as chalk, with a choked voice from the whipped cream, rattles and calls, it's going up. Where there is a profit margin far from the poor rich, the rich poor are smashing their cinema seats in excitement. It's going up from case to case, where the balance of payment sings Hosanna and all that is right, and shouts it's not enough, that there is free time spurting on and stepping on the gas. Here let us build huts on this Aryan scrap heap, on this croaking parking lot, where from the ruins sprouted ruins. Brand new, ruins in stock, ruins on installments, ruins on call, ruins to be revoked. Brand new ruins. One could not have more aptly described the capitalist end in itself. The character of this dependent and shabby wealth. The temporary consumer paradise for the majority of the global minority in the capitalist centers was in fact a historical ruin, the ruin of social emancipation. Human self-determination and free objectives, suffocated in the foul abundance that was bought at a heavy price, through which social poverty always shone through. The successful Fordist mobilization meant nothing other than that the capitalist system could close the circle of its social totality, at least as far as that was at all possible. Snippet number 87. In the United States, which mutated as the first superpower into the guarantor of the free world market and into the world policeman, the wartime economic factor was preserved in even a purely military sense. As early as the 1960s, critical voices spoke of a permanent war economy. If one considers that the state economic regulation mechanism which Keynes knew how to generalize theoretically, had its roots in the economy of the two world wars, then one can confidently apply this term to the entire post-war era. Permanent war economy was in this respect the characteristic of the enforced Second Industrial Revolution in a double sense, on the one hand indirectly as the Keynesian machine of general state-induced form of regulation, on the other hand directly as the US military potential unrivaled in the West, which formed the background for a renewed expression of the world market after its collapse and extensive stagnation in the first half of the century. Under the umbrella of the Pax Americana, the capitalist economies that had fallen back to positions of autarky rather moved to a new level of international integration. That too was an essential condition for the victory of the Second Industrial Revolution, which had previously been lacking in the interwar period. Snippet number 88. All capitalist centers experience this post-war prosperity to a greater or lesser extent. Also for the rest of the world, this seemed to open up a positive perspective. And as miracles have it about them, the attention of the world consciousness focused on this historically tiny period of time in order to forget as thoroughly as possible 200 or 300 years of catastrophic modernization history, including its victims and suffering, and to spread the cheap belief that capitalism has finally arrived at itself, namely at its real and true welfare-enhancing effect. Only the modalities of the system need to be tinkered with a little bit, democratically, according to the basic conviction that the economic miracle left behind. And that really would have been a miracle. The child-eating and blood-drinking world machine of capital would suddenly have turned into a kind of peaceful coffee maker, without any serious new conflicts, without social upheaval, and without people having to emancipate themselves from the system of unreasonable demands. Snippet number 89. And this also applies to that Orwellian language, the newspeak, which has basically been the language of liberalism for more than 200 years, and whose name itself has all the attributes of this ambiguous, schizophrenic language. If it says, in the name of Big Brother, freedom is slavery, then you only have to turn this core sentence around to get to the arch-liberal maxim. Slavery is freedom. Namely the unconditional and joyful submission to the natural laws of the market-based social physics, which since Hegel was philosophically legitimized in that totalitarian phrase, freedom is insight into necessity. Snippet number 90. The faceless masses of the first half of the century, politically mobilized by dictatorships or transitional forms of democracy, only appear to stand in contrast to the commercial cult of the individual as a consumer in post-war democracies. Rather, for one thing, the masses mobilized in their rallies can be understood as the training for the other, the isolated consumer individual. It is the dialectic of faceless masses and the no less faceless abstract individuality, as Theodor W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer remarked 1944 in their Dialectic of Enlightenment. Everyone is only that which can replace any other. Fungible, a specimen, he himself as an individual is the absolutely replaceable, the pure nothing. Snippet number 91. State political totalitarianism was only a specific manifestation of this much more general development, also with regard to mobilization. At the height of Fordism, the capitalist economic snowball system could only be waltzing on by mobilizing all its reserves. The murder of history, which was only to be reformulated explicitly and positively much later in their postmodern version, was based on the unity of totalization and mobilization of capitalist mass production as an overarching moment. Hannah Arendt, on the other hand, expresses with surprising clarity what this law of motion really means and which line of development it continues to take, whereby she again says much more than what she knows herself. Behind the claim to world domination, which all totalitarian movements make, there's always the claim to produce a human race that actively embodies laws that it would otherwise endure only passively, but full of resistance and never entirely, The law of motion boils down to a law of eliminating what is harmful or superfluous in favor of the smooth running of a process from which, like the phoenix, a kind of humanity is supposed to arise from its ashes. The peace in the graveyard, which according to classical theory, tyranny lays over the country, is denied to the totalitarian country as peace in general. It is true that its inhabitants are deprived of all spontaneous action or even being active, yet they are kept in constant motion as exponents of the gigantic superhuman process of nature or history racing through them. The essence of totalitarian rule is terror, but it is not arbitrary and not carried out according to the rules of the hunger for power of an individual as in tyranny, but in accordance with extra-human processes and their natural and historical laws. Terror in this sense is the law, so to speak, which can no longer be violated. This terrorist stabilization is intended to serve as the liberation of moving history or nature. Discussing freedom with supporters of totalitarian movements is extraordinarily unproductive because they are not only not interested in human freedom, that is, the freedom of human action, but also they consider it dangerous for the liberation of natural or historical processes. The so-called freedom of history and nature, which takes place according to observable rules, can in fact only appear to man in the guise of necessity. That's Hannah Arendt. Snippet number 92. It's almost laughable how the merciless self-condemnation comes from the mouth of an honorable liberal philosopher in her righteous anger at political totalitarianism without her being the least aware of it. Because what they vehemently denounce as the core of totalitarian ideology and lawfulness of movement is nothing other than what has been the essence of liberal enlightened theory for several hundred years and at the same time the actual objectification of capitalist pseudo-natural lawfulness. It was precisely the theoreticians of liberalism who had declared the capitalist system of impositions a law of nature from the very beginning, and who had always claimed to execute the laws of nature and history on people. And it was none other than the crème de la crème of bourgeois economics and Enlightenment philosophy that, since the 18th century, in the form of Mandeville, Smith, Bentham, Malthus, and so on, had a law of eliminating what is harmful or superfluous in favor of the smooth running of a movement, postulated and associated with brutal fantasies of mauling, repression, and even extermination. Like all theories of totalitarianism, Hannah Arendt is not only blinded by contemporary direct experience, but also by the fixation on the political space and on democratic constitutional objects without the totalitarian claims of the capitalist economy ever becoming an issue. Precisely because this law of motion, which in truth and in the long run is the overarching and dominant one, actually seems to fall into the field of nature. At least nothing to the contrary has been handed down about Hannah Arendt. In this way, she eludes the actual content of her knowledge, for it has always been the capitalist end in itself, quite independently of the specific historical manifestation of state totalitarianism, which deprives the inhabitants of the social space in which it rules of all spontaneous action. All activity in this space is formatted axiomatically by the economic imperative of abstract profitability and the subjecting of people to the dictates of so-called labor markets. In the fetishistic economy of capital, individuals alienated from themselves are kept in constant motion as exponents of the gigantic superhuman progression of structural breaks in a blind growth dynamic that rushes through them and is presented to them by liberal ideologists as the objective process of nature and history. Snippet number 93. Every free, self-determined setting of purpose is negated from the outset by this overpowering claim of false economic objectifications. But up until the middle of the 20th century, the system had not yet formed a complete social context. The overwhelming political mobilization of the masses as mere objects of a superhuman pseudo-nature, which Hannah Arendt had in mind, was only the political implementation of the economic imperative to enact a Fordist full capitalism. The essence of totalitarian rule is terror, indeed, but in the overall historical process, political terror proves to be merely a vehicle for what found its Fordist fulfillment in democratic post-war history as the terror of the economy. It is truly extraordinarily unproductive to discuss human freedom with liberal Democrats, bourgeois enlighteners and other totalitarians, since all of them have always already yoked freedom of action to the necessity of irrational economic constraints, which they understand as the liberation of natural or historical processes. The liberal philosopher Hannah Arendt unconsciously pronounced an intellectual death sentence on capitalist liberalism or liberal capitalism, which was thus exposed as the matrix of totalitarian mobilization. To the extent that Marxism is also affected, especially in its legitimacy-inducing ideological variant for the catch-up modernization of the Eastern or Southern development dictatorships, it is precisely those elements that it has taken over from liberalism. Hannah Arendt completely overlooks the fact that Marx's theory can be read much more coherently the other way around, namely as a radical critique of pseudo-natural laws, which Marx presents as a fetishistic context of delusion and not flatly as lawfulness to be executed. Snippet number 94. The Fordist objectivity of automobilization and its consequences is not limited to the immediate form of the existence of the vehicle and its driver, but encompasses the entire social and natural space. From social, ecological, aesthetic, and urban planning point of view, this mobilization is proving to be total. Cities and landscapes are cut up by highways, social and aesthetic spaces are literally eaten up by the terror of automobile use. It is not for nothing that the term land use was used in this context. There's no place untouched by it. Nobody can escape the dictates of flowing traffic. The settlement areas and living conditions were forced to be subordinated to the manufacture of automobiles and adapted, as recent studies using the examples of the Federal Republic of Germany show. During the Reconstruction phase, modern town and traffic planners followed the example of America and demanded urban freeways, city rings, and multi-story car parks. Wide street spaces were supposed to guarantee the functionality of the city and symbolized a new urban planning standard in the age of high-rise buildings, wide spaces, and loosened-up urban structures. The cities of Hanover and Kassel, for example, were exemplary for promoting motorized individual transport in this way. In the 1950s and 60s, the policy of providing cars with enough spaces in the city and thus making driving a car more comfortable was continued. Road widening, redesign of urban traffic junctions, and area theft of cyclists' paths and footpaths were the consequences of traffic planning that was heavily focused on technology and cars. Additional space for cars was needed, trams were shut down, subways were rebuilt and expanded, bicycle paths and footpaths had to give way, trees were sacrificed, everything so that more cars could drive on the streets. That's Burewitz Koch-Kramer, but only from 1992. Snippet number 95. The deep intrusion into social and personal life the automobilization brought about was insidious and behind people's backs. As if by themselves, all conditions were brought into a state that made the car, beyond its cult objectivity, an everyday necessity. Automobile capitalism not only ensnared the world with its acoustic horn and blew its exhaust clouds into the atmosphere, it also enforced silent constraints in all areas of life, which inevitably led to a further increase in the number of traffic jams. Since the automobile became part of the possessions of broad sections of the population, a completely new urban settlement structure has emerged. Up until the age of the car, urban development was characterized by high building density and a high mix of living, working, and shopping uses. This form of settlement was doomed to disappear after broad sections of the population became motorized. Car-friendly outskirts and suburbs emerged, in the planning of which no special consideration had been given to building density, utility services, and job opportunities, since all the residents were now automobile. This change in the settlement structure created new constraints and meant that more and more people actually had to use the car. For those living on the outskirts or in the suburbs, the distances to work, shopping, and leisure facilities and the conditions for walking and cycling are usually less attractive. Equipment deficiencies must therefore be compensated for by more motorized mobility. A suburban resident covers more than 3.5 times as many kilometers by car for so-called supply runs than a citizen of a well-equipped old building quarter in the urban core area. The car-friendly conversion of the city since the 1930s, especially after the destructions of World War II, has probably rightly been described as vandalism by road builders. That's Burowitz, Koch, Kremer, but only 1992. Snippet number 96. The dictatorship of the car, which seems to have reached its climax today, 1997, is noticeable in the Fordist society, even in intimate relationships. Like all capitalist developments, this too has established itself in social consciousness as a pseudo-natural relationship. Already in the first stage of post-war history, the omnipresence of cars, whose detached, particular anti-aesthetics obstructed every view, had become a matter of course. And like the Fordist rationalizations of the 1920s, the total automobilization of the post-war period appeared across the political and ideological camps as a purely positive fact of an allegedly enormous improvement in living standards, which amounted only to a standardization of human behavior. Only in bashful complaints did it gain validity, which, similar to the new paradigm of rationalization in the 1920s, were characterized above all by a rather helpless conservative reasoning, e.g. by like The Last Pedestrian, Mutesius' 1960s claim against the overwhelming power of a through-and-through automatized world. Social democracy, meanwhile, finally liberated from its wooden Marxism, mutated in accordance with the conditioned mass consciousness into the first and downright fanatical motorists' party, and nowhere as enthusiastically and consistently as in Germany. It was the social democratic mayor of Munich and later SPD chairman Hans-Jochen Vogel who expressly propagated the car-friendly city. It remained an issue of heart for social democracy, putting the world under asphalt and concrete, turning the landscape into a cluster of motorway junctions. Social democracy on all its levels can claim to be the vandal party of the road builders. After half a century of total automobile manufacture, even the youngest social democratic federal chancellor Schröder happily admits to being an automan. Snippet number 97. While the revolution in transportation and speed is global in scope, the physicality of the projectile man varies according to his cultural heritage. For example, in the United States, the logistics of driving are democratic, and the aim of the Great Consumer Festival is to keep the nation's human material moving, the youth driving by the thousands, dealing with mechanics, with the laws of power transmission and traffic, getting used to motor endurance, unconsciously increase the military capacity of the United States. That's Virilio in 1978. Virilio, an architect by training, has no concept of the fetishism of the capitalist end in itself, and like so many critics remains in his argument at the level of the technological manifestation. Nevertheless, in his description of empty mobilization and the speed for its own sake, he formulates the yawning emptiness of money capital that is linked back to itself. Carried away by the tremendous force of speed, we move nowhere. We are satisfied with the abandonment of the living in favor of the empty of speed. Virilio in 1992. This emphasized emptiness, this track without a track, this period without period. What are they but metaphors for the abstract, decentralized, dehumanized flow of the beautiful machine and its commercial functional space? Beyond all self-confident human purposes, the capitalist world machine in its Fordist mobilization unfolds its own dialectic to the last consequence, in which dead things are ghastly animated and people are reified. As an architectural mixture between the cabin of the vehicle and the service station building, the hotel room today illustrates the development of human living conditions better than any other domestic environment. No longer rooms, but boxes of 9 or even 6 square meters, sometimes, as in the case of a hotel chain named Cocoon, located near Roissy Airport, there are no windows at all. The cells being ventilated solely by an internal air conditioning network. The parking lot system obviously served as a model here, because the human storage of a traveler no longer differs so much from that of the luggage he has brought with him. Verillo in 1992. The mechanical progress of an end in itself that is socially constituted but paradoxically inhuman and extra-human has mobilized human beings as pure objects, thrown them as projectiles, so to speak, onto a trajectory in which, socially paralyzed, they are brought to high speed or, as Verillo put it, be satellited. The tremendous sadness and monotony of this wasted life, which the aimlessly mobilized man leads as a mass producer and a mass consumer of capital, sounds from a song by the group Kraftwerk that wasn't even written with critical intention in the 1970s. We're driving on the Autobahn, we're driving on the Autobahn. Before us lies a wide valley, the sun shines in glittery. The roadway is a grey ribbon, white stripes, green border. Now let's turn on the radio. And the speaker then sounds, we're driving. We're driving on the Autobahn. We drive on the Autobahn. Snippet number 98. At the beginning of the post-war boom, Ernst Jünger, who had meanwhile become contemplative, registered his continuation of work with other means quite aptly in his Hourglass book. When one observes the poor people who today seek rest and who are in great need of it, one would like to wish them to think about two things which belong closely together, namely work and the clock. They would then avoid vacations that only continue work. If on a Saturday noon they aim for the most distant destinations with automobiles and motorbikes, they devote themselves to hustling amusements, then return late on Sunday, filling the cities with noise, then they have continued this week's work in other, perhaps still more consuming forms. They did not break the spell of the machines. They didn't detach themselves from the rhythm of the clocks. In this way, they always remain in a space defined by the two figures of the wheel and the moving belt. The wheel that turns restlessly, the numbered moving belt that has no end. The wheel can appear as a clock dial or as the wheel of traffic and pleasure machines. The belt as a road, as a film, as an endless clock face. This spell has become very strong, especially at night, when you are racing down the pale streets. All of these phenomena are not self-constrained and cannot be enjoyed ad hoc, but represent sections and sections of the enormous circling movement. This movement is the outwardly projected consciousness of time and space of the people who engendered it and enjoy, in a rush of power, it is work par excellence. Sport also has a working character, in that it subjects the free movement of play to the spell of the clock and records. He therefore has no rest, but continues to work. This is also evident in the fact that it is followed by measurement methods on the one hand and financial transactions on the other. Of the forms of mobilization, those that are recognized and welcomed as such are especially particularly effective. The comfort character of our facilities is like that of a thin polish. He means for cars, furniture, nails. Jünger in 1954. Snippet number 99. In the early 1960s, Hans Magnus Enzensberger criticized the concept of the culture industry as trivializing because it was tailored to a too narrow segment of the so-called cultural life, and it expanded the meaning of the phenomenon to include a more comprehensive conceptualization of the consciousness industry, Enzensberger 1964. And he demanded to react to this development, which he considered almost a bit in the manner of Ernst Jünger, to be inevitable with cunning and deceit, so to speak. It's an irreversible process. It follows from this. Any criticism of the consciousness industry that demands its abolition is helpless and pointless. It boils down to the suicidal proposition to undo, liquidate industrialization altogether. Busy with the multiplication of consciousness, the consciousness industry multiplies its own contradictions. Any criticism is useless or dangerous which does not recognize this ambiguity. It's not a matter of powerlessly rejecting the consciousness industry, but of getting involved in its dangerous game. Enzensberger 1964. Certainly, the term culture industry would fall short if it were strictly related to the cultural sphere in the narrower sense. But that's not how it is meant by Adorno and Horkheimer. Rather, it is about the broader concept of culture, which also includes everyday life, and a broad spectrum of leisure capitalism related to it. In this sense, the concept of the culture industry would be synonymous with both that of mass culture and that of the consciousness industry. Everyday and mass capitalist consciousness, reality control, dream control, and emotional control function in multiple ways through the interaction of production and leisure capitalism, through direct and indirect mechanisms of consciousness formatting, not only through specific consciousness models and emotional products of the relevant industries. As the development of the consciousness industry since then has shown, the universal access can hardly be undermined by the attitude of individual intellectual partisan activities. But the alternative of reactionary cultural pessimism and critical participation is wrong anyway. Because the problem is the capitalist form of society in general, which in the historic breakthrough of Fordism has extended the totalitarian claim of the beautiful machine as leisure capitalism into the remaining periods of life's decline beyond capitalist production, even into the emotional sphere. Critique and resistance cannot be applied isolatedly in these extreme phenomena. To the extent that capitalism has inflated itself into the general world relationship, the slogan also applies to its criticism, all or nothing. The chance of resistance lies less in smuggling individual critical content into the culture or consciousness industry. Rather, it is the fact that capitalism, despite its Fordist intensification, was unable to completely close to a totality, which also leaves a gap in mass consciousness to this day. Just as the split-off areas of reproduction, defined as feminine, could not be completely absorbed by Fordist industries and services, neither could mass consciousness be made completely congruent with the formatting by the culture industry. But what was lacking was the theoretical awareness and the social dynamism to apply criticism to these gaps, since socialists and communists, trade unionists and left-wing intellectuals alike not only themselves derive from liberal enlightenment reason gone mad, but also they've always supported the current form of the totalitarian capitalist mode of production in every respect. What automobile production was to social democracy, the Fordist consciousness industry was to the intelligentsia. As at earlier stages of development, social democracy, trade unions and left-wing social criticism were themselves willingly or unwillingly among the pace-setters of the capitalist totalization process when the second industrial revolution broke through. Snippet number 100, the totalitarian democracy. The dominant consciousness, as it has risen in the Fordist development since 1945, is of course the least insightful one with regard to the totalitarian character of sacred democracy itself. That fixation on the political sphere of capitalist society, as represented by Hannah Arendt and the other totalitarian theorists, allows only the comparison between democratic and state totalitarian forms within the political sphere as a criterion, whereby these differences are not presented as respective transitional stages of an identical historical process, but as mere contradictory models. From this point of view, freedom of opinion, freedom of assembly, and free elections seem to be the exact opposite of dictatorship and a guarantee for the freedom of the people to decide about their own fate. The illusion is by no means new. Even the social democrats of the 19th century imagined that through democratic procedures based on the principle of one man, one vote, women's suffrage was only added in the 20th century, capitalism, which was understood in an abbreviated way anyway, could be voted down, so to speak. And the bourgeois conservative opponents took their word for it, so that the struggle for the right to vote and democracy dominated social debates in the political sphere, and obscured the actual character of the capitalist world machine. But when the World War brought the breakthrough of democracy in the great human slaughterhouse of all places, it quickly became apparent that democratic politics was just a function of totalitarian capitalism and could not be anything else. The old duplicity of liberalism, which its trailblazers had not yet linked to democracy, could now unfold all the better in mass democracy, open political decision-making as a merciless submission to economic imperatives, free debate as a hopeless narrowing of thinking to the capitalist categories of chances and risks. The doublethink could not have completed the totalitarian integration more ingeniously than in the democracies of the Free West. The state totalitarian pace-setters of the World War era also knew this in their own way. In any case, they were democratic insofar as, in contrast to the liberal conservative regimes of the 18th and 19th centuries, they quite consciously included the working majority of the people into their political mobilization, because they had recognized that the new stage of capitalist development was no longer possible without a paradoxical, responsible participation of the atomized masses in their own combustion as material for higher purposes. It was in this spirit that Ludendorff interpreted the now more mass democratically charged concept of the people, which was employed not only by the Nazis, but also by the state capitalist Soviet Union and later Eastern People's Democracies, and has been applied by the free Western democracies to this day. Ludendorff elucidates that the democratization of the masses and the state is entirely in line with totalitarian claims. Snippet number 101. I still wore that phrase on the eagle of my helmet, with God for king and fatherland. It did not contain the word people, so it was not exhaustive. Today, in the total war, the people, and with it the world itself, has moved to the forefront. In the end, it's not the state that fights in total war, but the people. And the people, the emphasis is on total war, its leadership has to reckon with the people. Total politics, ! Has to put the power of the people at its disposal and to preserve the people. Again, beyond the immediate military context of the reasoning about total war, Bentham's insight shimmers through here that in no other form of government can the human material of the process of exploitation be kept on a leash so unquestioningly and so inexpensively as in democracy. There's a simple reason for this, which is in the contradiction between the two capitalist social poles of economy and politics, market and state, and which finds its purest expression in democracy. On the one hand, the abstract claim is raised that society should confidently come to an agreement about its common affairs and make rational decisions about them, democracy. On the other hand, however, the society is avowedly about the mechanical self-regulation of an independent system whose mute functional laws have been sedimented into pseudo-natural facts, market economy, aka capitalism. In truth, therefore, social life is ultimately not controlled at all by discussion and conscious joint decision-making by the democratic members of society, because the democratic procedures of free expression of opinion, formation of political will, and free elections are not upstream of the effects of the social physics of anonymous markets, but downstream. All decisions made by democratic institutions do not therefore represent autonomous disposal of the sensible use of common resources, but are always already preformed by the automatic nature of the economic system, which as such cannot be democratically negotiated because it is assigned an inevitable nature. This a priori justifies even the craziest and most obvious absurd mobilization of material and human resources. Snippet number 102. Behind the three powers of the state political sphere, namely legislature, executive, and judiciary, as every democratic social study book following Charles II Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, gracefully calls them, there's always been a silent fourth power, the structural violence of the totalitarian market system, i.e. the sphere of regulation and realization of the valorization of capital, which is executed in the operational functional spaces of abstract labor, and only becomes social indirectly via universal buying and selling. Since Rousseau, this economic idol, which mocks all democratic procedures, has operated in political theory under the name of common good. Because society is paradoxically viewed as exclusively political, and the dominant mode of production, as such, falls under the quasi-extra-social nature. The democratically postulated popular sovereignty logically cannot extend to the fourth estate of capital valorization and its market mechanism. This absurd overall social relationship not only develops as an objectified structure and blind material law, but also an associated subject form of the members of society, in which the objective, materialized relationship of dependence of the state on the market, politics on the economy, is reproduced. Before the members of society act as political democratic subjects, before they even begin to think, they are always already presupposed as workers and subjects of competition in anonymous markets. Outside this axiomatic definition, their political and legal status would also become meaningless. What a wonderful Benthamian trap from which there is no escape unless the societal axioms are broken, which by definition cannot be a subject of democratic discourse. The perfidious character of the democratic procedure is so difficult to see through, not at least because people have long since internalized their status as workers in an independent, self-serving system, and can no longer imagine any other, more reasonable form of society. This axiomatic status is further reinforced by the fact that the objectified system process in no way appears as a one-dimensional and linear process that can only be observed and executed. Quite on the contrary, the system itself and its own categories constantly poses alternatives, different possibilities and forms of progression, which can then be dealt with democratically and politically. But these alternative paths must always run within the hermetically sealed capitalist framework. From the outset, therefore, only programmed pseudo-alternatives, such as those produced by the blind social, physical, natural processes, are democratically negotiated. In principle, democratic decisions follow the pattern of a multiple choice procedure. Only one option from a given, narrowly limited catalog can be ticked, so to speak. Again and again, it is about the free choice between plague and cholera. An alternative that lies beyond the given spectrum of possibilities, that is, a rejection of the entire constellation, which would also have to call the procedure itself into question, is structurally impossible. If the social democracy of the 19th century provided the prototype for this democratic political self-regulation, the state totalitarian mobilization of the masses, it was Ludendorff's total politics that really got this mass democratic integration going. The reversal of the capitalist totalitarianism from total politics to total market in the post-war democracies then stabilized the stage of development of the Second Industrial Revolution in a political sense as well. The masses no longer had to be directly politically mobilized to take part in marches and organize large-scale rallies to practice the democratic process, but as passive voters, they could remain fixated on a role as spectators in the political theater. For the average citizen, the democratic procedure was thus reduced to a secondary multiple-choice procedure, namely the ticking off of political names at large time intervals. In post-war history, the parties became more and more similar to the point that their programs and procedures became indistinguishable, a state that the two-party system in the US, the supreme power, had long since achieved. Snippet number 103. The Germanist Ralph Schnell, born in 1943, recorded German scenes of this kind, which could also be documented in abundance in literature of all sorts. Anti-Semitism, memories shoot through the mind. Scenes of a youth in Germany in the 50s and 60s, cultural configurations against the traumatic background of an incomprehensible past. The history teacher, lower leg amputated, glass eye in the right, who was in the 10th class of the humanistic high school in Oldenburg in the 50s and 60s. understood National Socialism, and on the occasion of the deportation of the Jews in the Third Reich, stated in parentheses, "The Jews, they are a burden too." Pause, silence, shock, the quick glance over tables and benches, the family conversation at the lunch table of the lower middle class household, which, as so often, revolved around the question, how could this have happened? The usual gestures of apologetic rhetoric. What should you have done? After all, the Autobahnen. 6 million? Never. And suddenly, en passant, the story about an uncle who, as a half-Jew, went into the concentration camp, but nothing could be done about it. An older acquaintance who, irritated by a mustache a first-year student grew, half disgusted, half comically desperate, exclaimed, "You look like a Jew." The mother who warns the high school graduate not to read so many works by the Jew Bertolt Brecht, and who, if not convinced, is at least appeased when her son, not knowing whose cause he was following, tries to make her understand that this Bertolt Brecht was not a Jew at all, just a communist. Schnell in 1998. Scenes like this can easily be lifted from one's personal memory shaft across the country. As a child, I puzzled for a long time as to why I shouldn't show Jewish haste. When I asked what that was, the answer was all the more puzzling. That's just how they say it. In 1966, on the eve of the student revolt, when I was still living at home with the extended family, I received a visit from a young academic couple from the enemy country, GDR. Unforgettable the moment when my patient grandmother, who was cooking for us, took me into the hallway and hissed in a voice choked with fear, Robert, these are Jews. The Jews are our misfortune." My God-fearing grandmother was not aware that she had just quoted the honorable German historian Heinrich von Treitschke, whose name still adorns a street sign in our city in 1999. There, the dog tongue of the German nation licked into the family idyll in which the elections were never anything but social democratic. It might seem almost negligible that the SPD headquarters in the same city are still quite innocently called Karl-Bröger House, or that the Bayreuth Festival continued unabated as an event for dignitaries, as if nothing had happened. In the GDR too, National Socialism was only dealt with in the superficial sense of the party communist anti-fascism, while the völkisch anti-Semitic syndrome remained underexposed as in West Germany. The Prussian goose step of the National People's Army in the name of national heritage could hardly gloss over it. The demons of the history of modernization were never exercised because they belonged to capitalism in all its forms and variants, and thus belonged to democracy as bloody poltergeists. The epoch of prosperity was a time of hibernating demons one could hear breathing. Snippet number 104. Official society took up the debate of the limits and the destructive ecological consequences of growth only in order to be able to better suppress the problem. The similitude of the ecological catastrophes in the West and the East was of course not attributed to the common and identical work abstraction of the commodity-producing system and its irrational constraints, but was talked to pieces, partly in a mode of cultural criticism and shallow morality, partly in the non-binding propaganda of an alleged reconciliation of economy and ecology. All partial insights were without consequences, because the beautiful machine by definition pursues its blind course. There was no undeniable pressure to act for the world system as a whole, because many of the destructive processes do not have an immediate effect that extends beyond an individual's lifetime, and practically for a long time run as localizable partial catastrophes, suffered always only by a distinct population, which then had just had bad luck. The ethics and intellectual business supported by the Fordist institutions has meanwhile processed the ecological crisis into a moral facelifting of capitalism. Snippet number 105. For a historical moment, the core of Marx's radical critique of the commodity form and abstract labor came to light, which had been pushed aside by the labor movement Marxism and even more so by the state capitalist regimes of catch-up modernization. But this time too, Karl Marx was not picked up. Of course, the student revolt still formulated its new ideas largely in terms of the old labor Marxism and somehow attempted to connect with the unresolved metaphysics of the labor movement. At the same time, however, she also took up the critical theory of Adorno and Horkheimer, who had already gone a step further, and whose texts from the 1940s suddenly became a hotly debated subject. The substantive and conceptual difficulties could perhaps have been overcome in a process of self-assurance if the movement of 1968 failed completely in the sense of social emancipation. It was mainly because it did not follow the line of criticism of abstract labor, commodity fetish, and business rationality further to the end in order to create a negative, annulling concept of the capitalist end in itself context. Instead, it went down the wrong path of politics and quickly fell victim to the same democratic illusions as the old workers' movement. When Rudi Dutschke propagated the long march through the institutions, he meant it subversively. But in the sense of democratic politics, this could only result in the march home into the system. Habermas was severely criticized by the student movement for his obvious social democratic reformism, but on this crucial point, he and his peers knew how to inoculate the revolt by formulating the formula, repeated before and after. There's an indissoluble tension between capitalism and democracy, namely, two opposite principles of social integration compete with both for priority. The two imperatives clash above all in the political public sphere. Habermas in 1981. This, of course, was precisely the age-old, stale 19th century idea with which early social democracy had entangled itself in the capitalist world. Habermas also knew his Bantam only badly, so did the student movement, otherwise they would have seen through the inner identity of democracy and capitalism, and would not have gotten stuck with the empty formula of democratization, which repeatedly turned into the senseless tautology of the democratization of democracy. In the context of 1968, there even was a fleeting and spooky encounter with Bantam, but the character of his construct could not be grasped, because the New Left or the student revolt remained trapped in the ideological illusions of the bourgeois world, no less than the left of the old labor movement. Number 106. On the other hand, it was the even older idea of direct democracy going back to Rousseau, which was revived in the 68 as active in the political sphere. Just as economic democracy reappeared in the ideas of the alternative movement of the 1980s on a more or less business administrative level, working without a boss, and has since been processed for capitalist management concepts, elements of direct democracy or grassroots democracy have appeared in various countries with the parties of the Greens, rotation principle and so on. The idea of direct democracy also completely ignores the capitalist constitution of the subjects in the forms of abstract labor, goods and money. Ultimately, this is why the concepts of the Paris Commune of 1871 and the councils in Russia and Germany after the First World War failed, which were also based on this idea. However, before the subjects come to an understanding with another, supposedly directly qua politics, they are always already indirectly related to each other negatively as carriers of labor power and as competitive subjects qua blindly assumed economic form and are determined by systemic imperatives over which they have no power. Conservative ideologues of parliamentarism have not unjustly accused the advocates of direct democracy of the fact that the plebiscitary element inherent in this concept was particularly readily taken up by the various modern dictatorships, because the questions that are up for a plebiscite vote for direct democracy are always already pre-formulated by the blind developments, regularities and irrational contradictions of the commodity-producing system as an end in itself. The entire body politic can also only ever be exposed to alternatives that are conditioned by the system, just as with parliamentary filtering of the decision-making process. However, the plebiscite is particularly suitable for demagogic purposes and suggestive alternatives. In the early 1960s, the English historian J.L. Tellman, from the bourgeois parliamentary point of view, even coined the term totalitarian democracy, for the idea of direct plebiscitary forms of decision-making, although this would apply to any form of modern democracy. Talmon reduces the totalitarian moment to the plebiscitary approach, using the example of the ideas of François Babeuf, 1762 to 1797, in the French Revolution. Babeuf shows little love or confidence in parliamentary representation. In any case, he wants to subject the elected legislature to the strictest control by the electorate and to the veto power of the people. In other words, direct French democracy. Everything must be submitted to the consent of the people. Any MP can be recalled at any time by his electorate. Ultimately, the legislature would only have the right to introduce laws, not to pass them. According to Babeuf, all these laborious measures were necessary in order to be sure that none other than the will of the people would gain the upper hand. But such plebiscitary direct democracy is the precursor to dictatorship or hidden dictatorship. Talmon in 1961. That is correct insofar as the plebiscitary decision-making processes are not made by the encyclopedic subjects in the legal sense, but by people already conditioned to system imperatives who cannot decide, neither directly nor indirectly, and freely about their affairs, the use of resources, the reasonableness of measures, and so on. The all-around abstract formal juridification, which becomes only necessary because of the totalitarian commodity-producing system, is itself the problem, not the question of whether a legislature or a people directly executes this juridification. People who are already driven and hounded by the market a priori are hopelessly overwhelmed by a flood of, in many cases, actually absurd decision-making questions and systematically performed pseudo-alternatives. They therefore easily become the tools of professional manipulators, schemers, demagogues, and so on. But direct democracy manages to bring to light the contradictions of the democratic construct more openly and brutally than the parliamentary form of a proxy democracy. Snippet 107. Hannah Arendt's dictum of the crisis of working society not only became relevant for a large social audience for the first time, but also took on a threatening tone. In 1983, IG Metall published a study on mass technological unemployment, the title of which, "It's machines they want, not people," sounded feeble compared to the golden optimism of 1965. The theoretical reflection turned out to be correspondingly gloomy and hardened. As early as 1977, the philosopher Gunther Anders wrote about the antiquatedness of work. The majority of workers today don't yet fall into the category of automation servants, but the trend is unstoppable. By the year 2000, most workers are predicted to be automation workers. That doesn't mean, of course, that everyone willing to work also will work in automation, for there is an ironclad rule of inversion of proportion which states that as the number of automations increases, the number of workers required decreases. To put it another way, it is inevitable that a horde of unemployed will fall out of the automation as a kind of secondary product. In Japan, there are already unmanned factories, the lights-off factories. These will soon be found elsewhere, as will unmanned offices, since today's computers calculate million times faster than their designers. Won't humanity turn into a single colossal Lumpenproletariat? Because the unemployment that is now imminent will make that which prevailed 50 years ago seem harmless. If one considers that that was already one of the main causes of National Socialism, then one can lose the courage to imagine what the forthcoming one will bring about. It is not at all impossible that the then economically nonsensical Auschwitz gas furnaces will provide the models for coping with the fact that, compared to job opportunities, there are just too many people, Anders in 1987. Snippet 108. But if Anders at least calls the systemic brutality by its name, even if he misses the socio-economic conditional context, then 5 years later, at the 21st German Sociologists Conference, Ralf Dahrendorf does not make bones about his liberal heart. and introduces a kind of economic reasoning that manages to explain away the crisis of the working society in the classic manner of Anglo-Saxon economics, and at the same time indirectly suggests that an infamous solution, even if Ralph Dahrendorf, the great thinker of contemporary liberalism, does not really believe in it himself. Everyone is talking about unemployment, which is understandable. As late as the mid-1970s, the percentage of employable people in the OECD who were unemployed was 3, at the most 4%. Today, in 1982, the OECD average of non-employed persons is 10%. Friedrich von Hayek has argued that in a genuine market economy, there could be no unemployment. The price of labor would level off at a point that creates employment for everyone. As long as the dimension of real wages does not change, they explain unemployment, but are not suitable for combating it. The real wages we know today are the result of a long and momentous development, the development of citizenship rights. This applies in particular when we add measures to ensure safety at work and above all to ensure job security, i.e. when unemployment is based on the price of work. The increasing success of the employee is therefore the driving force of the working society, which ultimately leads to its abolition. It is often said that the reason for not clearly cyclical conditional unemployment would lie in technical development. In fact, it cannot be denied that jobs are being replaced by technical processes. However, contrary to the workers' view of society, technical progress is not a law of nature. The thesis that technology is destroying jobs does not go far enough. Technology has long since become a consequence rather than a cause for social developments. Part of the relation of production, not a productive force. Without rising real wages, technical development would remain largely theoretical. Technical innovations are introduced because they are cheaper, and they are not cheaper in themselves, but in comparison to human labor. Strictly speaking, so-called structural or technological unemployment is unemployment due to the price advantage of technology over work. Dahrendorf in 1983. It is the usual rebellistic rant of classical liberalism, which there again speaks out unashamedly. Regrettably, it is pointed out that the real cause of the misery is the too high level of real wages. To a certain extent, the liberal consciousness of dominance sneers. If there hadn't been the development with serious consequences of social rights, an increase in wage levels, improvements of occupational safety and health and so on, the old workers' movement and the welfare state would not have been so successful, in reality only with very moderate results. Then there, he goes on, would actually be no problem at all. But what had to come came. The labor became too expensive, and there you have it. So, logically, the economic extremist slogans would actually be the order of the day. Down with wages, away with social benefits, put a stop to the junk of social protection rights. That then, the liberal reasoning goes on in a honeyed voice, is of course by no means desirable, but you certainly don't want that. None of us want that. But then, unfortunately, you will have to bear whatever the consequences will be. Snippet 109. This bogus argument is absurd in two senses. Even from a purely systemic point of view, the radical reduction in the level of real wages and social benefits cannot offer a way out. The mass return of the working poor, which the liberal consciousness in truth and true to its tradition had longed for from the bottom of its heart, here would have to blow up the capitalist mode of production at the historically attained level of accumulation. Even then, for purely objective economic reasons, if there was no social resistance at all. At the beginning of the new crisis, Dahrendorf had apparently forgotten everything that the inner capitalist debate for a good century had generated in self-reflection, from Bismarck's concession of a few drops of social oil to the Fordist realization of the systemic necessity of investive mass consumption of cars, household machines, and so on. Dahrendorf repeats a typical fallacy that characterized the microeconomic pure Keynesian thinking in economics: what is good for the individual company on the business level for the purpose of asserting itself against the competition, cost reduction, as an invisible hand on the macroeconomic level, also have a positive impact on the level of overall social reproduction. The fact that a radical reduction in real wages at the 40th level of production can only have catastrophic macroeconomic effects and must correspondingly backfire on the business level is simply ignored. Suddenly, Dahrendorf acts as if he does not know how indispensable and inescapable the coherence of industrial mass production, of mass income in the form of money and the mass consumption of goods, which was laboriously brought about, had already become for the existence of capitalism itself. Conversely, however, the Keynesian argument centered on the macroeconomic flow variables had also become obsolete, because the inflation of the monetary system had long since caught up with the concept of deficit spending. Therefore, the mere insistence on this concept, as represented in particular by academic left Keynesianism to this day, could no longer offer a solution. Keynesianism had completely borne itself out. But that only means that from now on microeconomic and macroeconomic logic could no longer be able to coincide. While the microeconomic point of view called for the radical reduction in real wages and social benefits under the new conditions, the macroeconomic point of view, on the contrary, suggested a further increase in mass incomes so as not to jeopardize growth. In other words, the inner self-contradiction of capitalism had matured to a new system-breaking quality. Of course, neither Keynesians nor liberals like Dahrendorf wanted to draw precisely this conclusion. Thus, the increasingly defensive and declining Keynesian camp continued to advocate deficit spending, even though the concept had been hopelessly exhausted, while Dahrendorf implicitly returned to that old, consistently microeconomic conception that had already failed before Keynesianism and had brought it about in the first place. This already indicated the thrust of the capitalist intelligentsia and the dawning of the new systemic crisis, the flight forward back into the liberal past. Snippet number 110. But Dahrendorf's argument would be absurd even if this return to the radical macroeconomic point of view and thus a reduction in real wages could actually also work on a macroeconomic scale. One only has to consider the grotesque impertinence with which he makes his suggestion to the wage workers. With the rationalization potentials of the third industrial revolution, they are supposed to enter into a cost competition and thus into a kind of devaluation race between their own wages and the prices of the new control technologies. In other words, according to Dahrendorf, the only way to secure employment would be for wage workers to stop technical progress by voluntarily lowering their own standard of living even further. This then, of course, would not be a one-off measure, but a permanent downward spiral of wage reductions and technological development, since the competitive interests of the providers of rationalization technology demand their constant reduction in price. In this strange competition against technological progress, wages would have to fall further and further under the conditions of the third industrial revolution, until they would have reached zero or even become negative. Snippet number 111. This, in many ways, utterly insane and socially suicidal macroeconomic consequence appears to be the last word of an inherently insane system. Dahrendorf never dreamed of drawing the only reasonable conclusion. This would, of course, consist in not entering into a ludicrous competition against technical progress, but rather, in accordance with this progress, in suing for more leisure for all, with full participation of all in the fruits of the enormously increased productivity. However, this only reasonable conclusion is absolutely impossible on the basis of business rationality, so the liberal great thinker can only unfold flourishing nonsense and rely on such an advanced and general internalization of the capitalist system as an end in itself that even the obvious absurdity is swallowed as a serious theoretical argument. At the same time, Dahrendorf himself, at the end of his speech, almost a little surprised, describes the complete nonsense to which the rationalization of work under continued capitalist conditions leads. The struggle between those who work and those who don't have to work has led to total success. Those who didn't have to work before now have become those who are still allowed to work, while those who previously had to work no longer can work. The class struggle for employment has led to a complete reversal of the fronts. In Dahrendorf's context, the aporia of work is blamed on the too successful wage workers. But in truth, it is a question of the aporia of capitalism itself, and the wage workers can at most be blamed for having historically accepted the constraints of abstract labor and internalized the category of work. Dahrendorf, on the other hand, formulates the aporia in the sense that the capitalist conditions of existence are unchangeable and irrevocable. If the criteria of the work society, including all the associated economic forms, have to remain, but the work society itself begins to tip over, then elementary questions arise which Dahrendorf answers only affirmatively and in an audibly repressive tone. For example, along which leading track can people's lives be ordered if there is no disciplining through the organization of work? Or how can people's livelihoods be secured if these are no longer based on work performance? Good questions that are easy to answer. The discipline of the human material is as superfluous as capitalism itself. People can also manage their affairs without the external coercion of alienated apparatuses and deranged capitalist doers. Dahrendorf's question speaks of the old Bentham logic, which now leads itself ad absurdum. And nothing is easier than to secure the people's basis of existence with the new productive forces by using them beyond the logic of capitalism and by simply distributing the products independently of the work output of the individual. What else? For the liberal theorist, unsolvable questions only arise because he can neither imagine nor does he want to imagine any answers other than the capitalist answers that have become impossible. Snippet number 112. As the overcoming of the capitalist context of conditions was ruled out consistently in a mute agreement across all social camps, despite the absurdity which can no longer be overlooked, all that remained was a compulsively optimistic future prognosis for a new secular boom, repeated at more or less regular intervals, usually cleverly relativized by ominous references to the inscrutable complexity of modern society. The premise was simply that the third industrial revolution, like the two previous ones, would eventually lead to a widespread upsurge in growth and employment. The severe slumps of the 1970s and 1980s, like the associated mass unemployment, were only to be a temporary manifestation of the transformation crisis that characterized the earlier structural breaks. In this sense, since 1983, the World Bank, the Japanese MITI, Ministry of International Trade and Industry, the Basler Prognose AG, the Munich IFO Institute, and the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, as well as numerous management gurus in Europe and the US, have been saying a positive trend reversal for the 90s was ahead. In the mid-1980s, an anthology appeared in Germany with the typical encouragement title The Golden 90s Before Us, Janicke in 1985, which put the hope up for a debate for a long wave, a new long-term upswing. The long waves theorem, established by Schumpeter and Nikolai Kondratiev, does not coincide with the more comprehensive concept of industrial revolution because it is only an extended business cycle theory. A fundamental connection between new basic technologies and a long-term upswing is assumed, as was actually the case after a painful incubation period with mass casualties during the first two industrial revolutions, and never in the case of a general increase in welfare, but always as an expansion of the capitalist system. Applied to the third industrial revolution, the concept of the long waves meant that Schumpeter's creative destroyers of the new, mainly microelectronic entrepreneurship first plunged the 40s industries, which had meanwhile become old, crisis-ridden, the dark 80s, but would then themselves become the engine of growth and jobs with their emerging new industries, the golden 90s. Snippet number 113. Thus, the recognition of the failure of Keynesianism should have been tantamount to admitting a complete historical failure of the capitalist mode of production itself, but this admission would never cross the lips of the ideologues and functional elites of capitalism, so there could only be one thing: to take the path back to pure liberalism that Dahrendorf also envisaged at the 21st German Sociologists' Congress, against all experience and actually against our better knowledge, obeying the sheer hopelessness and yet interpreting it as a way out. The same almost pathological forgetfulness with regard to previous capitalist history that Dahrendorf displayed became a world phenomenon within a few years. In a triumphant procession, bourgeois society dug up the bones of the long-faded old economic liberalism of the 18th and early 19th centuries, in order to use this little heap of scientific misery to proclaim the great future of the market economy and a new sky-storming optimism. Optimism with clenched teeth, of course. The beginning of a fundamental crisis of abstract labor and thus of capitalism itself coincided with that ideological turn which has come to be called the neoliberal revolution or the neoclassical counter-revolution against Keynesianism. It is not for nothing that there is also talk of a radicalization of liberalism, because this doctrine, which has long been obsolete in theory and practice, could only return as a fundamentalist insult to human thinking. Snippet number 114. It is no coincidence that radical market neoliberalism first asserted itself politically in the Anglo-Saxon countries, because this way of thinking not only had its origins there, but was also more vividly and clearly present in the century of the rising capitalist state economy than in other countries. In the US, under the presidency of former Hollywood actor Ronald Reagan, 1982 to 1990, and in Great Britain under the conservative government of Margaret Thatcher, 1979 to 1990, the new capitalist fundamentalism almost became the state religion, in consequence then to rapidly spread from these leading powers of world capital to ultimately spanning the entire earth. Of course, the neoconservative, neoliberal revolution that was to replace the Keynesian social democratic era politically and institutionally had a theoretical and, to a certain extent, strategic background. Because classical economic liberalism, as it seemed to be dead, had kept its incorrigible faith community even during the epoch of the New Deal, the war economy, and finally the Fordist boom, and developed further in the shadow of Keynesianism. The progenitor of this neoliberalism was Friedrich August von Hayek, 1899 to 1992, probably the most consistent doctrinaire of all liberal theorists to date, who was already preparing the market radical counter-revolution of the 1940s even before Keynesianism had even established itself as a regulatory model. Like all reality-blind doctrinaires, who always pretend to fight all dogmatism all the more energetically in the abstract, the more monomaniac they represent their own dogma. Hayek, from the outset, leaves not the slightest doubt that for him the world is presented upside down, for it does not seem to him that the state economic regulatory apparatus, which was increasing in a secular process, was the inevitable reaction to the crisis-prone capitalist self-contradiction, but rather the opposite. At least the great crisis, collapses, and social upheavals are supposed to indicate a sinful deviation of mankind from the pure doctrine of original liberalism caused by too much wealth. Snippet number 115. Hayek writes, as a result to the endless demands, which seemed justified by the improvement in the material situation that had already been achieved, it reached a point that around the turn of the century, people increasingly turned away from believing in the basic ideas of liberalism. Man was only interested in the new demands, the quick satisfaction of which seemed to stand in the way of sticking to the old principles. The view became more and more widespread that renewed progress could not be expected along the old lines of development under the regime that had earlier made it possible, but only from a complete transformation of the social order. There was no longer talk of supplementing or improving the existing machine, but of throwing it out of the way and replacing it with another. With the decline in understanding of how the free market economy works, the knowledge of what depended on its existence was also increasingly lost. According to the views prevailing today, it is no longer a question of how we can derive the greatest benefit from the free forces of a free society. In fact, our time has set itself the task of renouncing these forces with their unexpected effects and replacing the impersonal and anonymous market mechanism with the collective and conscious steering of all the forces of society towards precisely defined goals. The extraordinary thing is that the same socialism that was not only early recognized as the gravest threat to freedom, but quite openly began as a reaction against the liberalism of the French Revolution, gained general acceptance under the flag of liberty. The slight change made to the meaning of the word freedom to lend the argument persuasiveness is significant. For the great apostles of political freedom, this word had meant liberation from despotism, liberation from the arbitrariness of others. The new freedom that was promised, on the other hand, was supposed to be the freedom from want, liberation from the compulsiveness of circumstances, which leave us all with only a limited choice of the goods of life. Albeit much more for some than for others. Hayek in 1945. Hardcore liberalism could of course not tolerate such a concept of freedom, that is, freedom from social hardship. Hayek openly demonizes the elementally reasonable claim that society should consciously, significantly, he put the word pejoratively in inverted commas, self-regulate rather than be regulated by an unconscious anonymous market mechanism. In its purest form so far, even beyond the classics of liberalism, the root cause of liberal anti-reason comes to light here. The claim that conscious sociability is considered a sin against the holy spirit of an asocial, blind social machine that has been declared natural law again and again. Yet Hayek is probably the first who does not disguise this unreasonable basic idea but expresses it in utter open-hearted fashion and with almost naive emphasis. Admittedly, only in order to legitimize this world declaration of war against conscious social existence by saying that he understands a conscious control of resources solely as a leviathan state planning by an authoritarian agency. In doing so, however, he can refer to the mode of making sense in all modern thought, including socialism and communism. Thus, Hayek declines the bleak, liberal dialectic of the strange contradiction between equality, aka social security on the one hand, and freedom, aka economic individualism or free competition on the other, in order to decide on, in an extremist way, the supposed pole of freedom. Snippet number 116. Hayek does not notice that he's only addressing the inner contradiction of liberalism itself, which had also entered socialist thinking as a rotten legacy and refers to the split and irrational structure of a closed commodity-producing system leading to the use of social resources for the common reproduction of life, which is not consciously decided and organized by society members, but which paradoxically prompts them with their own reproduction as the uncontrollable pseudo-natural law context of the so-called economy. With the well-known consequences that the actual social relationships split into an atomized, abstract individual action in the reference area of anonymous markets on the one hand, and into an apparatus of state-human administration on the other, which regulates the prerequisites, the damages, and side effects of this destructive form of reproduction, and which, via its blind system process, produces preformed alternatives which should then also be negotiated democratically. Snippet number 117. There's no trace of freedom on either side of this relationship, that is, of self-determination over one's affairs. In essence, the state remains the Leviathan monster, no matter how democratic the elections, an apparatus external to the individuals which regulates their lives according to the criteria of the capitalist system. They are not the state, but its administrative objects. On the other hand, the people in the state apparatus from the political command heights to the local office, are not the subjects of this human administration either, who would exercise their own will in it, but also only executive functionaries and state juridical workers. The apparatus as such, although made by people and driven by people, forms a Kafkaesque structure that surpasses any will and any free possibility of decision, since its work is tailored from the outset to the irrationally independent economy. Since the socialists could only imagine social consciousness in the form of Leviathan taking over from liberalism, the program of social consciousness had to turn into a state authoritarian bureaucratic preparation of the human material. It was not particularly difficult for Hayek to denounce this paradox of state capitalism as presented in a strong version by the regimes of catch-up modernization and in a weak version by the Western Keynesian regulation as the forced organization of society and the road to servitude. That was the title of his book from 1945. Snippet 118. But the other side of the split capitalist structure, the economy of anonymous markets, leads to servitude just as much. The individuals of the economically free will are already a priori bound to the blind market laws, and even more defined as mere workers. Since their absurd freedom consists in blending their lives under the yoke of labor markets, they are nothing more than the forced laborers of the beautiful machine, who are not allowed to question the meaning and purpose of the whole event, at least of all with regard to their own well-being. Günther Anders expressed this elementary fact of business slavery very clearly. The wage worker is not only unfree because he is excluded from ownership of his means of production or products, but because he does not overlook the whole of the production context in which he is integrated. And just as little does he know the end product and its circumstances. These remain to a certain extent transcendent, nor does he know the moral or immoral qualities of his product, nor its beneficiaries, users or victims. All of this, and with it his own work, takes place behind his back. That's what happened to me and the workforce. I worked at a California factory more than 35 years ago. The only thing we saw in front of us was the piece of product that we were assigned to work on, moving towards us and then immediately away from us. We no longer wished to know and see more. It was our curiosity that was being tampered with. We lacked any interest in what we are doing. Why should we have known or seen more? What could we have gained from it? Above all, we shouldn't be interested in what we're doing. We should work without reason. If any of us had asked the foreman or anyone else about what we were doing, he would have been dismissed as an oddball at best. That's none of your damn business. And a few years later, in the McCarthy period, he would have been seen as a security risk. Anders in 1987. Snippet 119. Could there be a worse form of bondage than having to sacrifice most of your waking hours of the day, week, year, life for an expenditure of one's own energy over the content and social relatedness of which no self-determination can be exercised? If the abstract free capitalist man is, on the state democratic side, merely the object of a comprehensive human administration, on the market or business side, he is nothing but the working soldier, subject to orders and obedience of a quasi-military combat unit in total war of universal competition, which must operate according to regulations that degrade it to a dependent executive body. He has to hold out the bones for foreign purposes that have been thrust upon him. Thus, the free individual is nothing but a servant who is primarily allowed to politically and economically choose his own master. But these masters are themselves only servants of the beautiful machine on the business and the political democratic level, mere leading workers of that monstrous end in itself that also makes their actions dependent and unfree. Snippet number 120. Freedom would consist solely and exclusively in the fact that the people who come together to reproduce their lives not only do this voluntarily but also discuss and decide together on the content as well as on the procedure. This criterion, which could only appear briefly in the council ideas, but failed due to lack of criticism of abstract labor and the resulting capitalist forms of intercourse, remained unrealized in the dream of a fundamentally different form of socialization. Such freedom, which would be the exact opposite of liberal universal servitude under the dictates of labor markets, is in principle practically possible at all levels and aggregations of social reproduction, from the household to the transcontinental networking of production. Of course, this requires institutional mediation, which does not affect the criterion. Technically and organizationally, this would not be a problem at all, today less than ever, because communication technology has definitely kept up with the degree of networking and socialization, both in industry and in all other areas, for the consultation and decision of all members of society involved in the use of common resources. There's no need for any external authority, no bureaucracy, no world government, no all-knowing center, which is the fiction of every Leviathan state planning ideology. But precisely when the most modern means of communication and networking technologies are applied, the center can be everywhere at the same time. Let's remember the good vertical and the evil horizontal at Gottlob or Lilienfeld. Both the state administration of the people and the business organization are ultimately always vertically oriented. The very nature of the institution of the commodity-producing system stems from the social reorganization brought about by early modern military despotism. And because this vertical power structure is inscribed in the end in itself of the beautiful machine, neither political democracy nor an egalitarian, seemingly de-hierarchical management will change anything. It can only ever be the Bentham method, with which the vertical structure of domination and repression is shifted inside the individuals themselves. Social liberation presupposes the unleashing of the evil horizontal. Evil, of course, only from the point of view of the prevailing irrational purpose of capital, i.e. the direct communication of all participants before the purpose of their action is determined in order to achieve this purpose according to their needs. All that is required for this is a sufficiently large social fund of time that does not have to be devoted directly to production itself. At lower levels of the development of productive forces, a direct, communicative, horizontal socialization would thus be bought with a restriction of production. This does not mean that society without a vertical structure of power would have been logically impossible in the past. Because with a relatively high communicative effort, nobody would have had to starve, even under the conditions of low productive forces. And the development of knowledge of nature, technology, and so on would not have come to a standstill, contrary to bourgeois assumptions since Kant. At best, it would have proceeded more slowly, but also not as catastrophically as it did. We cannot therefore state it as an objective necessity, but merely as an empirical fact that human development to date, including capitalism, has taken place in independent social fetish forms and thus in vertical structures of domination, which irrationally and largely destructively monopolize the use of the growing social time fund. Snippet number 121. Hayek wanted more than just a dismantling of the Keynesian welfare and regulatory state before it was even properly constructed. He proclaimed a comprehensive abdication of the state, extending to functions that even the liberal classics had not questioned, or that liberalism had been forced to accept in the meantime. Last but not least, this included the demand to abolish the state monetary system and to replace national currencies with free competition between money issuers. Nonetheless, Hayek was by no means isolated during the Keynesian era, himself a student of the old liberal devourer of socialists Ludwig von Mises, 1881 to 1973 in Vienna, whose successor he was from 1927 to 31 as director of the Institute for Business Cycle Research. He also left his cent mark at the London School of Economics, 1931 to 1950, at the University of Chicago, 1950 to 62, and since 1962 at the University of Freiburg, all centers of that neoliberalism that was later to become the ideological orthodoxy in the world. In the spirit of Hayek, his students and their students spoke up with ever-increasing sharpness. So says the head of the Chicago School, Milton Friedman, born in 1912, in his book on Capitalism and Freedom. Few trends could so thoroughly undermine the very foundations of our free society as the acceptance by corporate officials of social responsibility, other than to make as much money for their stockholders as possible. Friedman in 1962. Snippet number 122. When the young economists of the 1940s had ultimately grown old and moved into leading positions, when finally the heyday of Keynesianism seemed to have come, it was actually almost over already. For quite at the same time, with the Nobel Prizes awarded to Hayek and Friedman, radicalized neoliberalism was by then in the process of being enthroned. This strange story shows that Keynesianism had always, and quite independently of the actual crisis situations, remained an unloved stepchild of the economist's profession, meaning of the political class and the capitalist functional elite, although it contained the only possible program to extend the life of capitalism despite its rumbling self-contradiction, and to totalize this mode of production in society as far as that is possible. This ingratitude testifies to a deep-seated ideological impulse and a fundamental fanatical attitude of capitalist society that goes back to Hobbes, Mandeville and company, the completely illogical belief of the masters that capital can accumulate indefinitely through the optimized use of human material, which basically had to be kept and cajoled at the status of working poor. That is precisely the macroeconomic, purely business-oriented and pseudo-individual way of looking at things, which, not without reason, also came to light in Dahrendorf's work and which is, so to speak, the natural view of capital. In practice, this is the only possible point of view, with the macroeconomic or overall societal point of view remaining merely virtual and theoretical, while at the same time demanding a moment of self-reflection from the economic elites, which is foreign to them and stands in contradiction to their actions. Snippet number 123. Friedman writes, if the quantity of goods and services that can be bought, that is, output, increased as far as the money supply, in principle, prices would remain stable. Inflation occurs when the money supply grows significantly faster than the total output. The faster the money supply per unit of output grows, the higher the inflation rate. No other tenet of economics is probably as well established as this one. The output is limited by the available physical and human resources and by the level of knowledge and ability to use those resources. Even in the best possible cases, the output can only increase slowly. Friedman in 1992. Really very simple. The evil of inflation arises from the fact that the quantity of money grows faster than the quantity of goods, and therefore the recipe is that the money supply must be adjusted restrictively to the real quantity of goods. Of course, this raises the small question, what is this real quantity of goods? Is it the amount, Friedman claims, that can be produced with the available physical resources and human knowledge and skills? In socio-political terms, this means, according to the perennial neoliberal sermon, only what has been provided in the form of goods and services within a certain period of time can be distributed. Here, liberalism feigns to be more naive than it is. Fourastier argued similarly naively with regard to the possible reduction in working hours through increase in productivity. But just as working time under the dictates of economic rationality is not a quantity of the natural potencies of productive forces, just as little is it the output of goods. Namely, by no means as many goods are produced and distributed according to needs as would be possible with the existing natural potencies, physical resources and knowledge. Instead, the output is determined solely by the criteria of money, that is, of the capitalist exploitation process. As Friedman himself so beautifully put it, the sole social responsibility of the entrepreneurs is to make as much profit as possible for the company's shareholders. Real in this sense is by no means the amount of goods that corresponds to the material and scientific technical resources, but only the amount of goods whose production meets the criterion of so-called profitability. The standard of profitability, in turn, is determined by all capitalists' global average rate of profit. This means that even goods produced at a profit become unprofitable when said profit falls below the standard of profitability. In this respect, the absurd case can arise that a highly unprofitable production in the capitalist sense destroys economic value instead of creating it. Although functional physical goods have been produced with physically available means, in any case, a market economy always produces well below its natural technical capacity. The means of production are not manufactured to the extent that is technically possible, nor are the manufactured capacities utilized to the same extent, even if there is an urgent social need for the products. But that is exactly the reason why masters of means of production are shut down during the crisis in the first place, while masters of people are driven to starvation at the same time. Under the impression of the world economic crisis, Keynes had feared that the scandal of this absurdity could lead to an uprising against capitalism, and not in order to put an end to this absurdity, but in order to save the system. He wanted to, so to speak, outsmart the dangerous capitalist restrictions on the natural productive forces through deficit spending. By means of government debt and low interest policies, the money supply was to be adjusted against the business capitalist logic, precisely to the real physical and natural capacity of the possible output of goods, thus ensuring sufficient consumption and employment. Snippet number 124. Milton Friedman and his followers could imagine that they had solved the problem in the opposite direction to Keynesianism. Just as Keynesianism wrongly wanted to accept a certain amount of natural inflation and keep it manageable, so monetarism, just as wrongly, wanted to accept the opposite, a corresponding amount of natural unemployment. This illusion is based on the fact that monetarism, like Keynesianism, reduces the problem to the monetary level, only with opposite conclusions, and in doing so believes that a timeless natural solution is possible. Monetary policy hygiene instead of Keynesian hydraulics. That's sn'bd in 1999. In both cases, it is completely ignored that it is the unstoppable and irreversibly increasing development of the productive forces in the historical process of the three industrial revolutions that causes the monetary system and the scientific technical potentials of production to diverge more and more blatantly, until finally these potentials, with a fetish form of money and with the reproduction of individuals via labor markets, become completely incompatible. It is only a matter of time before the monetarist doctrine is as disgraced as the Keynesian one. But for the Guild of Economists, as for the capitalist functional elite as a whole, it is impossible to touch the mute axioms of the modern commodity-producing system, in whose categories their entire thinking is caught, so that a meta-reflection about the forms and prerequisites of this configuration seems impossible. After all, this, together with the associated social practice, would cause the entire edifice of so-called economics that had been erected over 3 centuries to implode and to fundamentally call into question the social necessity of the functional elites, including the political class. Therefore, in order to ban the new major crisis on a planetary scale, people preferred to believe in radicalized neoliberalism, especially since it was associated to the pleasant idea of being able to rein in people who had been degraded to material. Snippet number 125. The tricky commodity labor power, since it is inextricably linked to living people, has to be produced anew every day through the way people live their lives. But what does its cost necessarily include? Only enough food to keep them from starving and getting back on the mat each day without fainting, or good meals with a claim to substance and taste? Just a roof over their head in the form of pool barracks, a bridge, a manhole cover, or something that at least remotely resembles an apartment? The moral, cultural minimum is obviously something that cannot be regulated solely by the law of supply and demand in labor markets. Here we have arrived again at the problem that in capitalism, on an ever-increasing level of development, there is a need for a construction of an anti-market intervention, be it the Keynesian welfare state regulation, or be it the trade union struggle for better wages and working conditions. There is a need for the construction of an anti-market intervention in order to deal with the growing disproportion of the development of productive power and, at least to some extent, to keep the irrational restrictions imposed by the laws of the market under control. Since this mentioned disparity finally gets entirely out of hand in the Third Industrial Revolution, the tendency represented by neoliberalism became overwhelming. According to the systemic logic, it was supposed to eliminate the anti-market factor of the unions in order to increase employment through the ominous equilibrium on the labor markets. What Friedman had theoretically planned, Reagan and Thatcher put into practice, and in their wake, more or less militantly, almost all governments of the world. Margaret Thatcher never minced her words. Unlike some of my fellow ministers, I have always believed that all things being equal, the rate of unemployment is directly proportional to the power of the unions. The unions had destroyed the jobs of many of their members by charging grossly inflated wages for underperformance, so that British products were no longer competitive. Thatcher in 1993. This idea, which turns the real connection upside down, can only have one program in mind, namely that downward spiral of wages, which Dahrendorf kindly recommends to the wage workers, if necessary to implement it administratively, if the suppliers of labor power are not willing to adjust to a balance in labor markets at an even lower level. This means nothing other than to eliminate without replacement that historical moral element in wages and, in the emergency of the Third Industrial Revolution, to push through the individual supply principle without regard to the social consequences. Thatcher came to power in the Conservative Party because she was willing to openly break with the previously unspoken historical consensus in precisely this sense. We had planted both feet on the socialist soil, according to which low wages, however one might define them, represented a problem which had to be solved not by the market, but by the government. Thatcher in 1995. Snippet number 126. This campaign against the unions and against the historically moral level of wages, this goes back to Karl Marx, was a resounding success. In the most important industrial countries and worldwide, wages have fallen in both relative and absolute terms since the beginning of the neoliberal counter-revolution. In 1998, in the FRG, the Free Republic of Germany, West Germany, the wage share, the share of wages and so-called national income, reached its lowest point since 1949. In the 1990s, real wages, that is real inflation-adjusted purchasing power of wages, fell below the level of the 1970s. Real unemployment, driven by microelectronics, continues to rise inexorably, and its tendency is even exacerbated by the permanent reduction in domestic economic purchasing power. Employment continues to fall while its structure shifts more and more to the direction of precarious, insecure, low-wage conditions. Each new wave of the crisis coming with further wage cuts. And the microeconomically radicalized functional elites of capitalism always have the same answer to each of these surges. Even more wage restraint, even more cheap wages, until the equilibrium of the labor markets has been reached by hook or by crook. An equilibrium which, however, will no longer be reached even at starvation levels. The crusade of neoliberalism boils down to sacrificing the standard of living and even the very existence of more and more people to the systemic stability at any price. The economic extremist grey eminence of the German liberals, Otto Graf Lambsdorff, leaves no doubt about this. Isn't there a danger that an overflowing welfare state, nourished by claims and demands that could easily be satisfied in years of strong growth, now threatens the foundations of that system? Lambsdorff in 1997. One only has to keep reminding oneself of the impertinence of this line of argument. Although the capacity of real material technical production has been increased by leaps and bounds due to the microelectronic productive power, the material standard of living of the masses is nevertheless said to be increasingly depressed through a combination of cheap wages and natural unemployment, for no other reason than not to endanger the system that produces this same nonsensical logic in the first place. As in the first half of the 19th century, the capitalist functional elites are again approaching that extreme point of view of anti-social militancy that places mere human existence under the reservation of systemic rationality, which is assumed to be the only one conceivable. At the height of the Third Industrial Revolution, however, this idea can no longer be translated into a practical form. Now, paradoxically, even system-immanent resistance would only be possible if the system is itself made available. The trade unions are at their wits' end. Its scope for action has always been related only to the historical expansion of the capitalist application of labor power, which gave labor markets an ascending long-term dominant moment of demand throughout the cyclical movement of capitalism. Provided the simultaneous acceptance of the system's fundamentals, only in this constellation was trade union solidarity and the ability to act possible. However, in the new constellation of permanent and steadily rising structural mass unemployment, the relationship is reversed. As the transcending moment through the cycle, supply becomes dominant in labor markets in the long run. A permanent oversupply of labor with an inherently structurally weak position of the providers inevitably undermines the trade unions as a fundamental factor. 127. The unions are not made for this structural crisis of the third industrial revolution. Their potential expires and there is nothing left for them to design but their own downfall. Collective bargaining agreements are crumbling all over the world, business associations are showing signs of dissolution, union members are leaving in droves. The general lack of solidarity and the savagery of social conditions form the breeding ground on which the individualization of the labor markets and thus the crisis takes place as if of its own accord. Since the 1980s, the crusade of neoliberalism has also had the support of academic sociology, which views the process of social erosion as a neutral, structural process of Ausdifferenzierung, differentiation driven to the end. The German sociologist Ulrich Beck renamed the tendency towards the savagery of capitalism into a risk society of fateful inevitability with which the atomized individuals will also have to come to terms with individually. He writes, "This strange social type of general isolation that arises here is certainly not the resurrection of the bourgeois individual after its death, but it is also not the false consciousness of the proletariat, individualistically deluding itself about its class position, that has now finally succumbed to the ideological siren sounds of capital. It is the director of his own curriculum vitae, condemned to freedom of choice, ! In the individualized society. The individual must learn, on pain of being permanently disadvantaged, to see himself as the center of action, as a planning office in relation to the possibilities and constraints of its life's course. What is required is an active model of everyday action, which has the ego as its center, assigns it opportunities for action, and opens up in this way to meaningfully control the emerging design constraints and decision-making options in relation to one's own life's course. This means that under the surface of intellectual mirror fencing, an ego-centered worldview develops for the purposes of one's own survival, which turns the relationship between ego and society upside down, so to speak, and makes it manageable for the purposes of shaping an individual's life course." Back in 1990. This gibberish of design constraints and decision-making options, a postmodern jargon that has spread from the newspaper feuilleton to sociological seminars, from management philosophy to the lateral thinkers of the trade union, the modernizers. It forms the drumming background music to the neoliberal crusade. Even the thought of a possible critique of the paranoid capitalist objectifications is immediately condemned as intellectual mirror fencing. What remains is the naked individuality of the capitalist social atom, the monad, which, in fact, can no longer have the illusion of the old bourgeois individual, who is the subject of his actions, the master of his or her fate. This abstract supply-side individual only browses the opportunities and risks of the crazy conditions that have become its second nature, in order to finally let itself be herded like cattle to the social slaughterhouse. Beck doesn't even notice how his poor individual, which has become the capitalist planning office of itself, represents the sociological counterpart to Milton Friedman's radicalized microeconomics and to Robert Lucas's theory of the rational expectations. He notices it so little that he seriously considers the already scrapped Fordist forms of regulation to be valid prerequisites for potential individualization. Beck continues, in the structure of the welfare state, individualism receives a historically new economic basis. On the labor market, more precisely on the organized labor market, buffered by collective agreements and social law with its educational and mobility requirements. That's Ulrich Beck. Snippet number 128. The neoliberal crusade for individual supply markets of labor power is thus no longer facing a formidable opponent, but institutional forms of interest that are in the midst of hopeless dissolution. A process that Ulrich Beck paradoxically presents as the extended scope for action for the individual. However, the individualization of competition leads to an almost uncanny transformation of the individual interests of wage workers. As the Commission for Future Questions of the Free States of Bavaria and Saxony, responsible member Ulrich Beck, half naively and half carelessly propagated as a positive model for an entrepreneurial society. While in the foreseeable future, the majority of the working population in this society will also be employed and earn a significant part of their livelihood through normal dependent employment, however, the models of the employee-centered industrial society will also have to dissolve for them if they are not to lose out on economic and social change. The following also applies to them. The model of the future is the individual as an entrepreneur of labor power, capable of making provisions for one's own living, Daseinsvorsorge. This insight must also be awakened. Personal initiative and personal responsibility, i.e. the entrepreneurial spirit in society, must be developed more strongly. Commission for Future Questions in 1997. It can give you chills when you think about the consequences of this mission statement, for this is obviously the last conceivable enhancement of the Bentham Project, which even Fordism had not yet dared to think about, the complete transfer of capitalism into the interior of the individual, so that the destructive, coercive form of society can no longer even be perceived as a shadow, but immediately merges with the natural existence of people. What is already hinted at in Beck's idea of the isolated ego as its own planning office is here sharpened to a diabolical vision of total human capital. Number 129. Protest and rebellion against the ever sharper and more senseless demands for behavior are to be made almost impossible to imagine. In that, the conflict, which until now has at least been rudimentarily expressible, is henceforth taking place only in the bodies of isolated individuals. This famous Commission for the Future in all seriousness demands, adopting the conversational tone of academia, that the general lack of solidarity should reach the point where individuals no longer even show solidarity with themselves, but also as dependent employees enforce entrepreneurial behavioral constraints, and to a certain extent also take business managerial actions on themselves. What is being demanded is a kind of auto-cannibalism on the part of the capitalist individual, a self-sacrifice in which the war of all against all predictably turns into blind auto-aggression. The frantic economic Freudian id of capitalism does not want to acknowledge the insurmountable defect of the beautiful machine. The monster should continue to run at really any price, and the logical impossibility translates into an unbridled escalation of irrationalism, in which the freaking out functional elites blatantly revert to a religious, mystifying language, as if at last to concede that capitalism is malignantly secularized religion and the black magic of self-enchantment. Snippet number 130. The neoliberal crusade against those insulted and humiliated by crisis capitalism is not only taking on ever more malicious forms, it also no longer limits itself to explicitly liberal and conservative governments. Social democracy, which under the pressure of the world crisis has returned to the ideological homeport of liberalism, is now also rallying under its banner. After the first skinning, which replaced the domesticated labor Marxism with the Keynesian doctrine, in the second round now, the Keynesian skin is also coming off from the socialists of almost every color. In a way, all political parties across the spectrum are now neoliberal and microeconomically radicalized. Not even the media rhetoric is very different. In times of need, the common identical core of the modern, irrational, coercive system comes to the fore. It doesn't matter who mouthed it. The word modernization has become a vague threat, and the term reform has become synonymous with anti-social coercive measures. That is why the changes in government that took place in the USA and Europe during the 1990s mean nothing. Just as President Clinton seamlessly continued the social cutthroat policies of his conservative predecessors, Tony Blair in Britain followed Margaret Thatcher's economic extremist course with New Labour, and the Red Greens in Germany continued the systematic social cuts of the liberal conservative Kohl regime. It is often the former critics of capitalism from the 1968 movement who now have the honor, self-confidently and in the Armani suits, putting people's lives under the condition that these are financially affordable. Natural law is just natural law. The party soldiers obey or they will be thrown out. In Britain, it didn't even matter that the Labour Party lost almost 30% of its membership in the process of pushing through Tony Blair's program. 131. Even the most miserable state handouts still appear as luxury and waste, just as they did in the capitalist spring of the Misters Mondeville and de Sade. With particularly harsh formulations, Mrs. Thatcher launched a hatred against welfare recipients and set a precedent everywhere. The terrible paradox of dependency culture is that it causes people with significant financial incentives to lead lives of indolence, neglect, and despair. We should reward the effort that brave people make, but the government must assist them in eliminating or at least reducing the temptations. Thatcher in 1995. In a grotesque distortion of the facts and in accordance with macroeconomic extremism, it is assumed here, exactly like the early capitalist terror ideologues, that mass unemployment and the sinking of large sections of the population into social assistance are not about a social and economic, actually only about an educational problem. The much too high level of the state-defined subsistence is to be lowered, to spare the principally work-shy welfare recipients the hedonistic temptations. They are still to be subjected to a regime of job opportunities, whose standards are also steadily sinking. The goal of this race to the bottom is clearly to administratively beat people into starvation jobs. In the US, Great Britain, and increasingly also in the Federal Republic of Germany, single mothers in particular are being turned into the enemy. At least since Ronald Reagan's presidency, a phantom image has been haunting the collective consciousness of US citizens, conservative politicians, columnists, and television entertainers repeatedly conjure up. The vision of the welfare queen and mother of several children, who drives up to the bank in a Cadillac, just to smilingly hand over her welfare checks. Reagan's obsession with the parasitic welfare queen made the quiet resentment against welfare recipients and against the lower class in general socially acceptable in the America of the 1980s. Whitman in 1995. In addition to the general reintroduction of tuition fees in order to subject the universities to a kind of social cleansing, a demand that the social democratic pioneer Peter Klotz also made for the FRG, one of the first measures taken by smart Tony Blair was to drastically cut social assistance for single parents. The womanizer Bill Clinton allowed himself the same feat with his legislation ending welfare altogether. Clinton's law holds the states to account. By the year 2002, they must have gotten the majority of their care recipients, mostly single mothers, to work in precisely defined stages, otherwise they face fines. It only works with radical cuts, says Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson. Drug addicts have to do the same as mothers as soon as their child is 12 weeks old, Der Spiegel 48 in 1997. 132. In addition to single parents, young people in particular are placed under the interrogation lamp of poverty management. They should not kindly accept the poverty level of social welfare due to the lack of capitalist employment and pursue uncontrolled interests such as making music, but rather, in any case, let their lives be wasted capitalistically and let them learn to accept the unacceptable as acceptable. Snippet number 133. Programs of this type are called welfare to work, or workfare for short, recently launched in Germany as Help to Gain Work. New Labour, in all seriousness, wants to preach Victorian work ethics to those who have fallen out of the system. In this sense, when the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Gordon Brown, took office, he literally called for a national crusade to reawaken the spirit of Thomas Carlyle. The British press is already talking about Labour's convict squad, but as there is nowhere near enough cheap forced jobs for the mass of the unemployed and those rejected by the system, there also is no longer any shying away from openly communicated, state-organized forced labour. The violent neoliberal attempt to square the circle, to keep society mercilessly under the grip of capitalism despite the inexorable consequences of the Third Industrial Revolution, is now spawning freak after freak of combined concepts. In the process, Milton Friedman's idea of liquidating the entire social security system, thus possibly devaluing acquired entitlements as well, in order to replace it with a newly defined subsistence level in the form of a guaranteed basic income, is gaining ground. However, this basic income should be set so extremely low that it does not undermine the work ethic, that is, far below the current social assistance. The collection of dignitaries of the Club of Rome, which is downright dripping with ethics, is also flirting with this, in whose latest report the authors Oriol Chiarini and Patrick Liedtke recommend a special variant of this organized concept of impoverishment. Her world is full employment, but not in the traditional sense. If you can't find anything in the free economy, you have to earn your state supporting charitable activities, even with unloved work, a tough regime. Those who are healthy but remain inactive will get nothing. The authors know that this is not possible without coercion, but we see no alternative here. In order to secure their livelihood with a state minimum income, the needy person has to do public work for a good half of the week. But even low earners in the primary labor markets can improve their income up to subsistence limit with work in the public interest in education, healthcare, and social services. The key role continues to fall to the first labor market. However, in the case of Chiarini and Liedtke, it comes very close to neoliberal dreams. Collective working hours have no place in their model. Working conditions should also be as flexible as possible. The state is only allowed to ensure that competition works. Heuser and Martens in 1998. Snippet number 134. The disciplinary state is now systematically knitting a latticework to replace the old social safety net of the disintegrating benevolent state. The first method, actually only visible to those affected, consists of converting the existing social services into instruments for the monitoring and to transform the control of the new dangerous classes. The second method of the politics of repressive containment of the poor is a massive and systematic recourse to the institution of prison. After a decline in the 1960s, the number of inmates in the United States has literally exploded, vacant in 1997. As early as 1996, more than 1.6 million people were incarcerated in the USA under largely inhumane conditions, a doubling in just under 10 years. Today, in 1999, the number is likely to approach the 2 million mark. Also a contribution to the improving of unemployment statistics. This means that the overall social convict rate in the supremacy of the democratic world has already exceeded that of the Stalinist Soviet Union during the Gulag days, as the Wirtschaftswoche number 52 in 1997 was able to state with admiration. Snippet 135. Even in the Californian orchard where food is grown for the world, the Children's Defense Fund found malnutrition among school children. In many states, lower-class children return from vacation emaciated. Teachers report dramatic cases of hunger. James Styra is a teacher in Oakland, in one of the poorest parts of the USA. Over the years, he has developed an eye for students who are conspicuous because they do not get enough to eat. He tells of a 12-year-old who is the size of a 6-year-old. I have a student whose mother died and his father works from 4 p.m. to midnight, baggage handling at the airport. I asked him, "Raphael, what do you do when you come home in the evening?" And he told me he likes potatoes for dinner. I then wanted to know how the potatoes are prepared, to which he said, "My father leaves me a potato to eat every evening." Asked him, "How do you cook them?" And then he said, "I don't cook them, I eat them raw." Köhler in 1992. And there we go again. The unavoidable potato standard. From almost 3 centuries of crisis, war and poverty in the welfare-enhancing market economy. The first democratic world power not only managed to starve millions of its own children, it has also managed, to the amusement of infantile military science men, to launch a toy car 1,000,000 kilometers to Mars and move some boulders there, which have been given proper names. If that isn't efficiency in resource management. Hunger has long since knocked on the door again in the Western and Central European democracies. While in Britain, the old 19th century deficiency diseases are returning among the children of the new underclass, the state is hardening on food aid as in the US. Margaret Thatcher emulated her old friend, the bloody economic liberal dictator Pinochet, in one special point, which she also prides herself on in her memoirs. Savings on school meals and school milk were the first things to do. Thatcher 1995. This was also one of Pinochet's first devout deeds after he had President-elect Allende assassinated in the government palace. Number 136. The very existence of old peoples and nursing homes shows that the utilization machine has given people less and less time in the course of its development. It unfolded the productive forces to such a degree so that not even the closest relatives can be cared for by familiar people, when, as exhausted human material, they lose control of their bodily functions. However, the system of total competition has long since loosened all close human ties. For many lone fighters struggling on the free market treadmill, even their own mother, once she has disappeared behind the wall of some institution, only has the status of a kind of distant relative of whom one gradually loses sight. That all of this could also be regulated in a completely different way no longer occurs to anyone. It would only be humane for those in need of care to be able to live their lives to the end amidst their loved ones, and for society to provide the means and the time fund for this to happen without anyone being completely distracted from all other interests and activities due to care work. But rather, he or she is torn out, isolates him or herself, and becomes impoverished at the same time. The word home, in its modern meaning of a detention center, has acquired an uncanny connotation which, however, points to the fact that there has long been no such thing as a home in the sense of any form of security in capitalism. But even on the way to dehumanization, the social disintegration of society is still drastically noticeable. While the well-off citizens can deport their relatives to be disposed of in luxury old people's institutions, the old people's homes for the impoverished masses take on a concentration camp-like character under the increasing cost pressure. It does not matter how this pressure comes about in the state institutions or those operated by statutory insurance carriers. The funds are simply cut. However, in the course of the general privatization, there are already a lot of compassionate entrepreneurs bustling about on the care market. In these companies, maintenance is then carried out in order to maximize profits from an economic point of view, as if it were the manufacture of car parts. The cost reduction forced accordingly to business rationality then leads to the same result as the savings models of the public sponsors. In 1997, the Board of Trustees of the Deutsche Altenhilfe warned that, according to model calculations, if there was a further cost containment, many homes would have to reduce their already far too scarce and of course miserably paid staff by up to 30%. The chain of scandals in public and private old people's homes is already unbroken. Helpless old people have to lie in their own feces and urine for hours, are put to bed in early afternoon, buckled up, provided with inferior food and so on. But even where everything is superficially okay, the quality of care inevitably drops, leisure activities are cancelled, fat and clean is the maxim, as if they were cattle in the barn. Even the separation of married couples seems to be possible through the care administration, as the tragedy in Nuremberg showed in the spring of 1999. The tragic end of a marriage in the St. Peter district, in which an 87-year-old man killed his wife, who was 3 years younger, at her request, and then failed in the subsequent suicide attempt, has shocked many people. One question in particular was discussed. Can elderly couples stay together if one needs care, or do they have to separate? After 50 years of marriage, the couple apparently did not want to accept a separation. A farewell letter to the daughter who lives in Switzerland explained the act of desperation. Theoretically, men and women can certainly find a place in one of Nuremberg's homes today, but hardly a shared room in the nursing ward. That's Nuremberg News of March 8 in 1999. Snippet number 137. Ever since Menenius Agrippa, caution is needed when officials of oligarchies compare society to a body. The creature whose salvation is at stake here is quite obviously capitalism, and the useless masses of people are the cancer cells of this patient. The casual conclusion can thus really only consist in adjusting the number of people on the planet by managing their reproductive capacity through the monstrous capitalist economy, and that would then, under the advancing conditions of the Third Industrial Revolution, perhaps still be rounded about the population as it was during the Middle Neolithic. The talk of the boat being full has long since become socially acceptable in many respects. In its series A Library of Economics, under the motto Unemployment, Financial Crisis, Gap Between Rich and Poor, Environmental Destruction, anyone looking for solutions must know the basic theories of the economy. The social liberal German weekly Die Zeit also introduced Malthus and wrote benevolently. For most developing countries, Malthus' theses are still irrelevant. They are still desperately struggling to find a way out of the population trap. The Malthusian apocalypse, a world in which there is only standing room left due to overpopulation, has not yet disappeared from the horizon. Even the industrialized countries have not finally escaped the population trap. Today, their prosperity and social stability are threatened indirectly through the flow of migrants from the developing countries. Neshover in 1999. The nonchalance with which the murderous, logic-defying Malthusian argument, population trap, is repeated here is breathtaking. The fact that the productive forces would easily suffice to reproduce even a large multitude of the people living today is no longer an issue anyway. But that it should be the flows of migrants from the global south that would also make the Malthus argument applicable to Western industrialized countries where the population has been declining for a long time and conservative ideologues are already conjuring up the extinction of their respective nation. That really takes the biscuit. Even a small child could recognize the glaring inconsistency of an argument that in all seriousness ascribes the enormous process of an economic freeing of labor power in the capitalist centers, the great spurts of poverty and the impudence of the democratic crisis management to the misery migrations from the periphery, which are in many cases only pushed back with the most brutal police state means. If such incomprehensible distortions are not answered by a general outcry, at least an intellectual expression of outrage, then that is in turn an indication of how little concern much of the discourse of the good society, and the crisis always the center of barbarism, has shown regarding to even the most primitive rules of logical thinking. Snippet number 138. When Carsten Wilmar, the president of the German Medical Association, coined the phrase socially acceptable early death in 1998 out of cynical lobby interests, then that truly hits the mark. In the case of the so-called terminally ill, the most useless of all eaters, the skids are greased ever more openly. In the Netherlands, 2,700 seriously ill people are killed by their own request each year. In Great Britain, a computer calculates whether it is worth keeping moribunds alive artificially. In Germany, doctors, lawyers, and ethicists are debating whether coma patients can be deprived of food. Die Zeit, 39, 1996. This murderous discourse can only superficially be legitimized with philanthropic arguments about a shortening of the suffering. It regularly reveals itself with a shimmering through of the cost aspects. A significant proportion of unbearable pain, for example, could certainly be eliminated, e.g. using strong opiates. Absurdly, these are not only banned from medical treatment for reasons of money, but also because they are addictive. In the case of the terminally ill, who in this way could have at least one last pleasure and at the same time pain relief, this is a grotesque projection of Protestant madness, as if these people could perhaps still affect some capitalist performance that would otherwise be endangered by opium, or to simply log off for a voluntary and inexpensive mercy death. The murder program is even more directly visible in the cost-cutting policies of geriatric care. It is well documented that even in the Federal Republic of Germany, a wild cancellation of necessary services with fatal consequences began. Der Spiegel, 1999. Popular is, for example, death through dehydration, because helpless old people no longer drink enough of their own accord. A study from Hamburg shows that hundreds of old people die in Germany because they are neglected and the health insurers deliberately refuse to help them. 11.2% of all deaths in the Hanseatic city, according to Klaus Püschel, head of the Institute for Forensic Medicine at the University Clinic Eppendorf, had pressure sores from lying too long. 400 Hamburg citizens die every year from so-called decubitus, those painful abscesses that result from incorrect care. Der Spiegel, 1999. Extrapolated for the Federal Republic of Germany, this results in 750,000 victims in care. The health and nursing care insurance companies block the assumption of costs for wheelchairs and special mattresses in order to spare their budgets, even if people have literally rotting legs because of it. The rest is statistics. According to the Health Inequalities Report, published in Great Britain in 1997, the life expectancy of the lower classes is falling steadily. Poor and rich are now separated by 5 years among men. A study by UNICEF 1994 shows that death rates in Eastern Europe since the start of the democratic market economy reform process has been as high as it is otherwise only in times of war. In Russia, male life expectancy has fallen to 58.3 years. In 1999, it was still 64.2 years. Snippet 139. The mirage of the service society. If leisure time and professional qualifications in general increase, people naturally also become more demanding, says Forestier. He therefore sees an enormous social field for intellectual and artistic activities emerging, which in turn will then make the new sectors of leisure industry and thus employment possible. Finally, the Harvard sociologist Daniel Bell became a classic of this transformation debate with his study on the post-industrial society, first published in 1973. After he categorically ruled out further major crises in capitalism in a brief and trite argument with Marx, Bell foresees a rather rosy future for the service sector. He writes, "Post-industrial society is based on services, so it is a game between people. In it, muscle power or energy counts less than information. The most important figure is the academic who, due to his education and training, brings with him the skills that are increasingly needed. If the standard of living in industrial society is measured by the quantity of goods, so the quality of life in post-industrial society is measured by services and amenities, health and education, recreation and the arts, which now seem desirable and within the reach of everyone. Travel, entertainment and sports are also gaining momentum because as people expand their horizons, they also reveal new needs and preferences. But then, little by little, a new consciousness emerges. The expectation that the individual has of the beautiful life promised by society brings the two areas crucial for such a life, health and education, into the center of interest. With the elimination of disease, increased lifespan and the drive to increase life expectancy, healthcare is becoming a crucial sector for modern society. At the same time, as the demands on technical and specialist skills increase with the entry into the post-industrial phase, comprehensive school and university education becomes a prerequisite for the advancement in society. Thus, we are witnessing the emergence of a new intelligence composed mainly of teachers, and finally the demand for more services. The need for a humane environment and an improved health service and school system, demands that the market only inadequately meets, leads to the expansion of public institutions, demands that need to be satisfied, especially in the industrial federal states and municipalities. Post-industrial society is accordingly a communal society in which the community, rather than the individual, forms the lowest social unit. That's Bell in 1973. Snippet number 140. In 1999, it all reads like sheer mockery. What Forestier and Bell had in mind, of course, were the structures of the 40s boom, which is simply extrapolated into the future, a typical blunder of capitalistically conditioned academic thought. From this point of view, with a further increase in productivity, the 40s industrial infrastructures, which supported the process of tertiarization at the time, could have expanded more and more in the direction of culture, health services, and so on. The phase of the third industrial revolution of automation and the rationalization of industrial labor power would then have produced a world of adult education centers and educational events, social workers and teachers, doctors and supply facilities of all kinds for the conveniences of a humanity largely released into leisurely happiness. Bell succumbs to an optical illusion because, like Forestier, he perceives structural change only superficially, sociologically, and blindly assumes the underlying economic relationship instead of critically analyzing it in its potential for crisis. What he believes to be a gradual replacement of the industrial society by a service sector society was in fact only a temporary side effect of the 40s industrial boom, which was bound to die out with it. The apparently inexorably rising world of leisure, education and health did not set its own new capitalist accumulation in motion, but rather was supposed by it as long as it has not yet come to an end. This can be shown in several ways. Indeed, the great global surge of tertiarization in the 1970s focused on health, education and social services, but it was precisely these sectors that were largely state or semi-state institutions. For Bell, the inadequacy of the market and the Keynesian world of permanent deficit spending are still so self-evident that he sees a tertiary future of extensive and diverse public institutions. Even a communal society beyond 40s individualism appears as practically already secured. In a few pages of a discussion about the limits of change, he even largely attributes the inflationary wave that was already rolling in, which was to finish off Keynesianism within a few years, to President Johnson's deceptive maneuvers. And like Ulrich Beck later, he believes he can dismiss the systemic question with the remark that it is highly improbable that these questions will grow into a class problem. The economic self-contradiction of capitalism, the common reference system of the beautiful machine for all social categories included in it, remains completely ignored. Bell's post-industrial paradigm shows the strangely ignorant division of labor in the academic social sciences, while the sociologists extrapolate social structures whose economic conditionality remains a bohemian village. The economists allow the crisis to disappear in mathematical model calculations until the reality of the crisis of both types throws a big spanner in the works of false optimism. With the end of Keynesian regulation, the dreams of a communal service society also came to an end. 40s consumer individualism does not recede behind the public sectors of an economy built around health and education, but rather radicalizes itself to the self-destructive supply competition of atomized economic subjects. While the Keynesian public service sectors are systematically dismantled, the more the crisis in state finances escalates. Increasingly reduced to the level of private solvency, the health and education sectors will never be able to absorb the falling industrial employment. Absurdly enough, however, Bell's classic paradigm of the service society, detached from its deeply Keynesian background, has been desperately retained in the post-Keynesian socio-economic discourse of hope. Now it's suddenly supposed to be the other, commercial sectors, that support real post-industrial capital accumulation, but it is precisely in central areas of commercial sectors such as trade and banks that microelectronic rationalization is beginning to take hold, just as it is in industry, and the remaining state communal sectors are not spared from cost-cutting policies, as recent studies using the example of the Federal Republic of Germany show. 141. According to experts in the service sector, 6.7 million jobs will be lost nationwide in the coming decade. Scientists from the University of Würzburg arrived at this horror scenario after months of research. We were shocked ourselves when we saw the numbers, said Professor Rainer Thome from the Chair of Business Informatics in an interview conducted by the Deutsche Presseagentur. The research results produced by Thome's research associated with Boris Krauss were originally presented at a specialist seminar. The common hope that the service sector will solve the current problems on the labor market is wrong, said Krauss. The reason for the dark employment situation over the past 10 years lies in the expected effects of modern information processing. Up until now, only a few jobs have been lost as a result of the conversion of many service activities to computers. Due to the cost pressure, however, there will be massive changes in the world of work in the near future. In their study, Thome and Krauss included 3/4 of all nearly 22 million jobs in the service sector. In retail, every second of the 3.4 million jobs examined will be replaced by automated cash registers, electronic payment options, and internet purchases. In public administration, there are 2.6 million jobs that would be saved through office automation. According to Krauss, the effects will be greatest in the banking industry. 80% of the banking business are non-advisory repeat processes that can be fully automated. As a result, 61% of the 772,000 jobs would be lost in the future. Jobs with normal clerical functions, where only pure information is brought together, are threatened, said Krauss. According to their own statements, the scientists do not have a solution. Deutsche Presseagentur in 1997. In fact, Deutsche Bank, the largest financial institution in Germany, already cut 20% of its staff between 1993 and 1996 alone, and there is still no end in sight. In the meantime, this process has also affected other sectors of the monetary and insurance systems. The Federal Association der Deutschen Volksbanken und Raiffeisenbanken announced that by 2008, 7,000 of the 17,000 branches that are still in existence are to be closed. That's Handelsblatt, May 27, 1999. And shopping in stores without salespeople has already passed its first test runs. In Japan, retailers are currently testing fully automated stores in some areas where there are no employees to be found. The store is divided into 4 areas. The goods are displayed in one area, ordered in a second, paid for in a third, and finally delivered in a fourth. Another such project started some years ago in the area of video rental. The system works in a similar way to current bank ATMs. The core is a fully automated machine that works like a forklift. That's Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, March 19, 1997. The same applies to other areas of the tertiary sector, such as tourism, restaurants, cinemas, and so on. And on the other hand, the so-called business-related services such as tax consultants and auditors, management consultants, architects, technical planners, car and machine rental companies, freight forwarders and logisticians, IT service providers, advertising agencies, waste management, and many more. On the one hand, there's a huge potential for microelectronic substitution of human labor in those areas. In principle, most person-oriented services can be technically reproduced and rationalized, Bender and Grassl 1997. On the other hand, the service sectors are also declining due to job cuts elsewhere and the reduction in purchasing power and consumer demand in society as a whole. Snippet 142. Because of low productivity and high population numbers, there are many underemployed, who usually seek employment in agriculture and as domestic servants. The proportion of service occupations, primarily in the form of personal services in the household, is quite high. Since the individual is often concerned with making a living, servants are cheap and there is a wide range. In England, for example, up until the middle of the Victorian era, domestic servants represented by far the largest occupational category in society. Even have-nots like Becky Sharp and Captain Rawdon Crawley in Thackeray's novel Vanity Fair kept servants. When writing these lines 26 years ago, Bell would probably never have dreamed that the debate about post-industrial society could one day get so carried away that it would seriously propagate a return to the social conditions of the 18th and 19th centuries. Reports on the treatment of au pair girls give a foretaste of the domestic existence of middle-class households in Germany. Lithuanian Danuta is brought to the country on a privately drawn-up au pair contract. The 2 children she was supposed to take care of turn out to be 2 dogs. Danuta is responsible for walking the dogs for a year. She's not allowed to go out in the evenings and on the weekends because her guest parents employ Danuta as a table waitress and cook. The Russian Ira, with a family with 2 children in Offenbach, has to sleep in the children's room between the changing table and the closet. There is no privacy. The Lithuanian Gedra works for a family in Kronberg near Frankfurt because the housewife thinks the young woman is eating too much. Food is rationed. A neighbor who notices that the girl is getting thinner and thinner feeds her. The 3 girls, Masha, Vika and Ala from Eastern Europe, who are staying with the family in the Rhein-Main area, report that when they got undressed to change, they would regularly hear a click in their room. As it turns out, the click came from a remote-controlled camera used by the landlord. Das Süddeutsche Zeitung, on November 5th, 1999. One can imagine the conditions that will prevail once the capitalist labor administration has succeeded in depriving the superfluous of all social rights and forcing them into a miserably paid existence as domestics. Still hesitant, as if waiting for an angry reaction, but increasingly boldly, the old bourgeois master consciousness scents postmodern morning air. Recently in New York, for example, the weather was bad, the shoes were dirty, a shoeshine boy was on hand. He transforms the kicks quickly and friendly into presentable business cards for their wearer. And he also doesn't show the slightest hint of embarrassment, since he bows deeply when out in the streets. The customer is more likely to be plagued by doubts. Is that okay? Of all things, having your shoes cleaned by a colored person? Serving always has its counterpart, being served. That also has to be learned. Housewives obviously also have difficulties. Untrained in the art of dealing with staff, they believe they have to prove that they are free from any kind of class distinctions by having coffee hours together with their cleaning ladies. Why actually? Why not admit that there are poorer and richer, dumber and smarter, disadvantaged and privileged people? Sommerhoff in 1997. Yes, actually, why not admit that so much stupidity deserves a beating? What a world of imagination, a caste of higher earners protected in heavily guarded luxury ghettos, heavily armed zero-tolerance police patrolling everywhere, the superfluous masses of people, partly in prison or in labor camps, partly serving as willing domestics. This is exactly what the final stage of democracy must look like. And all this only because capitalism can no longer mold the enormous productive forces of the Third Industrial Revolution into its own form. Snippet number 143. Finally, the casino capitalism at the end of the 20th century is the inevitable product of the Third Industrial Revolution. The finance capitalist fictionalization now takes place not only in a comprehensive and largely economically synchronized capitalist world system, but it must also simulate the ongoing accumulation of a capital stock that has been multiplied by the 40th growth spurt. Snippet number 144. This new quality is first reflected in the character of the labor market crisis, because the new structural mass unemployment on a global scale, which for the first time also affects the entire periphery, is not the result of a financial capitalist collapse, as it was after 1929, and to a very limited extent after 1873, but rather it builds up beforehand, parallel to the sham boom of the fictionalized accumulation of financial stocks. In other words, the gap between the productive powers and the laws of the market is widening as never before. On the one hand, the Third Industrial Revolution in the capitalist form creates a global surge of enormous mass poverty. On the other hand, the potential for production is increased to an unprecedented extent. The result is correspondingly huge global overcapacity in the real economy. There is increasing cutthroat competition and waves of bankruptcies. The profitability of additional real investments plummets in relation to the mass of money capital already accumulated because, according to capitalist criteria, far too much capacity has already been built up. So that the entire world system doesn't collapse, finance capitalist fictionalization must move an incomparably larger mass of fictitious capital in relation to the two previous speculative bubbles, analogous to the correspondingly greater increase in productivity through microelectronics. The already evident structural mass unemployment and mass poverty is an indicator of the fantastic extent to which fictitious capital is being inflated in order to be able to simulate an unchecked, ongoing accumulation process. The problem that comes to the fore with the Third Industrial Revolution is the hitherto hidden inner identity of capital and work. In the system-immanent, sociologically shortened perspective, only the external conflict of interests of these social categories was seen, but not their economic identity as the form and substance of the exploitation process. As long as the domesticated struggle for interests of the working class still had a historically excessive moment in terms of the further development of the system, and abstract work could be ideologized as the natural, superhistorical condition of humanity, it might have seemed as if work was able to emancipate itself from capital and could henceforth toil on for itself. That was the basic illusion of labor movement Marxism and the state capitalist systems of catch-up modernization. Now, on the historical frontier of capitalist development, where the systemic struggle for interests is paralyzed, it suddenly seems, in view of the unprecedented dimensions of finance capitalist simulation processes, that capital can, so to speak, continue to accumulate on its own, a hardly smaller illusion. Along with the masses of superfluous people, money will also become unemployed and thus desubstantialized. This is nothing new insofar as the war economies of the 20th century and the economic miracle of the post-war period, at least in its extension and exaggeration, were only possible through constantly expanding credit financing, i.e. through a monetary anticipation of the future, on future value creation and future income. This reflected the twofold and historically escalating logical self-contradiction of capitalism, namely, firstly, having to permanently accumulate abstract quanta of labor in the form of money as an end in itself, while at the same time labor is successively made superfluous, and secondly, with growing socialization, to generate even higher capitalistically unproductive business and overhead costs of the market economy, which constantly threaten to exceed the surplus value produced, and in any case, can no longer be offset by current income. Snippet number 145. The two moments of contradiction are indicated in that both the productive forces and the degree of socialization are less and less able to be confined to the money form, and both therefore, after a certain stage of development, had to manifest as crisis of money. As long as the industrial snowball system had not yet exhausted itself, the first self-contradiction appeared in the deflationary lags and structural breaks in industrial development, while the second self-contradiction was characterized above all by the inflationary crisis of the war and state economies. In both cases, the Third Industrial Revolution brought the dynamic movement that fueled the contradiction to a standstill. Now the substitution of human labor has finally progressed so far that industrial products really only represent work in homeopathic doses and have therefore actually become worthless in the sense of capitalist economy. The products in capitalism count not as a quantity of consumer goods, but as a representation of quanta of abstract work, represented in the form of money, which must constantly increase. This is precisely the end in itself of the valorization process. So it is not enough that large amounts of human labor power are still being used in production, still far more than in 1873 and 1929. Because the accumulation process, the accumulation of labor and thus money quantities, must always continue from a level already reached, and that it can no longer do because the microelectronic revolution is permanently rationalizing away more abstract work than is being reabsorbed by expanded production. The situation is analogous with the products. It is not enough that they are still being manufactured in large and on the material level even increasing numbers, because the value of each individual product has decreased more through rationalization and automation than the marketable production can be expanded. An increased product output no longer yields any real capital accumulation. In order to be able to represent an expansion of the real mass of value at all, Production would now have to be increased to an immense extent that is already purely physically impossible. Quite apart from the fact that, as the downside of the same process, neither demand nor purchasing power could be mobilized in this dimension. At the same time, the infrastructural complex has grown in all its aspects to such an extent that even with an actually expanded real added value, which in turn has become illusory, it can no longer be represented as a derived value, i.e., it can no longer be financed in real terms. All in all, this means that the further reproduction of society in the capitalist form no longer appears only temporarily as a finance capitalist fictionalization, but is only possible as a monetary simulation process. Snippet number 146. The good news of salvation through the capitalist casino has spread across the earth faster than the teaching of Christ, however bankrupt the real economy may be. The hope for luck in the game has risen to become the overarching zeitgeist. If you don't have enough money to go public, you're content with all kinds of sweepstakes. Even the socially excluded are affected. It is not only in Sao Paulo that you can see how cleaning ladies and day laborers at bus stops spend the hard-earned money in betting on shell games. The financial capitalist simulation itself is also simulated again. Whole school classes take part in stock market games organized by the business press or by banks and savings banks. The lonely trader via the internet blossomed into the adventurous mission statement of the 30-year-olds. I and the chart, nothing else, as relevant brokerage companies advertise. Last but not least, the densely woven global network of electronic banking, the associated institutions, the relevant media circus, and the mass culture of stock market fever have created that segment of employment, which basically originally carried the illusion of service capitalism, characteristically alongside the imagination of a world of domestics and forced laborers. The widespread individualization and desolidarization is also fueled by the fact that more and more people are surfing in this illusionary world. Solidarity in the old sense referred to common interests, social situations and conditions in the context of the capitalist real economy. In the era of global speculative simulation, on the other hand, there is no longer any definable social place. But on the one hand, only the relationship between in and out has a general potential for threat and fear, and on the other hand, a purely individual relationship to the overwhelming process of a permanent lottery economy, which does not ask about social belonging, which is slipping into the unreal anyway. This reversal of appearance and reality, in which, in an absurd way, everyone is the architect of his own fortune, constitutes a virtualized gambler democracy. The atomized entrepreneurs of their labor power are in reality the gamblers of their coupons, and it is only from this imagination that the ideological impertinence of the ins or would-be ins functions at all. Even the ugly type of the asocial winner who takes everything no longer refers to real economic assertiveness, but to a ruthless virtualism and a complete loss of reality, as is shown by a gentleman named Albert Dunlap in the US, the symbolic figure of the Mr. Shareholder value. The manager who snorts commands through his tight lips like he's at war is America's most notorious recapitalizer. No one fires as ruthlessly as he does, no one beats up companies so radically, no one goes to court with management so uninhibitedly. This company needed either me or Dr. Kevorkian, a notorious euthanasia practitioner in the US. Dunlap used to call out to his employees. He, 59 years old, made mayors cry, angered trade unionists, and made families despair. But so far, nobody has been able to stop the brute manager. He roams the country like a crusader of share capital. He loves German shepherds and hates managers who don't squeeze decent returns out of their company. America's business leaders now call such a harsh cure Dunlapping and have thus given new fuel to the debate on the cult of the stock market. Through Dunlapping, no new wealth is created, only redistributed, critics warn. Moreover, hardly any of Dunlap's operations would have survived as an independent company. They were bought, divided up, or otherwise used, albeit mostly for the benefit of the shareholders. The brute even sees himself as a benefactor, as a pioneer of a completely new kind of socialism. After all, shareholders are not only the rich, but millions of Americans who have invested their pension money in stocks or funds. I don't believe in social responsibility, says Dunlap, who, according to his sister, has almost completely renounced the family, didn't even show up to his parents' funeral. A company is not a social experiment, it's about profit. If you don't understand that, we have to let you go. Dunlap consequently cut whatever his companies donated to museums, theaters, or charities. He abolished foundations and forbade managers to devote themselves to social tasks during their working hours. That's Der Spiegel 12 from 1997. Snippet number 147. This shows that a large and rapidly growing part of the world market is in fact no longer an exchange between national economies that are coherent in themselves, but is part of an internal division of functions between directly global corporations. These companies, or rather corporate agglomerations, no longer operate internationally, and they are also not structured multinational, but belong to a hitherto unknown transnational dimension. Business administration, previously embedded in national economic regulatory space, breaks through this and acts directly on the regulation-free terrain of the world market, i.e. beyond the national economy, transnational. This process is nothing other than the consequence of macroeconomic radicalization. The macroeconomic point of view is not merely liquidated from the national economic field, but it liquidates the field itself. While the destruction of the national economic filter mechanisms increases structural mass unemployment and triggers a mass extinction of companies, the transnational giants gather for battle on the unfiltered world market, where the now unrestrained business rationality breaks ground. Business administration is de-embedded. The actual economic space is now outside or beyond bourgeois civilization and its institutions from which life is beginning to escape. This is precisely the new quality of globalization in relation to the earlier development of the world market, which since the 19th century has always had coherent national economic spaces as a prerequisite. A second level of finance capitalist globalization lays over this level of industrial business globalization, which gives the actual command, because the virtualization of capital accumulation due to a lack of additional profitable labor substance has turned the relationship between the flows of goods and the flows of finance upside down on a global scale. Global finance movements are no longer the monetary expression of a corresponding flow of goods and services, but exactly the other way around. The flows of real goods and thus the material reproduction of mankind are only an expression, even just a waste product of the independent ghost accumulation of speculative money capital. The capitalist end in itself comes to its own here in its purest form, but also in the form of unreality, which seems to dominate real life as long as a crash has not yet taken place in the Western centers. The simulative ghost accumulation of speculative capital not only regulates the flow of goods according to their ghost needs, it is also logically the center of globalization because it can be directly global in a wider sense than real commodity production. While goods and production facilities remain bulky, tangible things on the macro world and therefore cannot really be placeless, but rather remain in real places or have to be moved through them, the financial flows of electronic money resemble the subatomic particles of physics, so to speak. Their place can no longer be precisely determined. With the help of communications technology, vast and unreal masses of money are being moved at the speed of light and in real time to take advantage of micro-advantages in the world's 24-hour financial day. There can no longer be any question of investment in any conventional sense. This is precisely where the helpless dependence of the real economy on the transnational financial industrial complexes that have created a transnational industrial business administration in its image is shown. Snippet number 148. Of course, the old national economic institutions and above all the nation states do not simply disappear from the scene. They are being hollowed out, as are trade unions and business associations. Thus the currency, the respective national economic unit of money, has either completely disappeared in most countries of the world or has sunk to meaningless poor people's money, to the sub-currency of those who have fallen out, while the actual connection to the global economy, insofar as that still takes place at all, has long been running on foreign currency with elements of a world money function, like the dollar, the Deutsche Mark, yen. The monetary policy kamikaze experiments of the euro, in which a transnational artificial currency is placed over completely heterogeneous national economic spaces with very different productivity standards, legal systems and so on, is nothing other than a phenomenon of the dissolution of the national economy. This flight forward of currency policy in the interests of the European global players who save transaction costs for their flexible worldwide strategy by eliminating the different currency areas within the EU takes place on the back of the rest of the sub-global economy with its regional structures and employment relationships. But not only in monetary policy terms, but also in every other respect. Politics, which by definition is limited to the national framework, can only react powerlessly and with a nod to the increasing rude approach of the transnational microeconomy. 149. Increasingly, managers treat the elected government with outright disregard. A new attitude is spreading. The self-proclaimed global players of the world market look down on the increasingly helpless and powerless national heads of government. The globalization of the economy makes large companies less dependent on their home market and local rulers. Managers often see politics only as a service company. The nation states should attract mobile capital like innkeepers, according to the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. For entrepreneurs, writes Harvard professor Roswitha Scholz, the world is becoming one big shopping arcade. Representatives of all parties are annoyed. Even the Bavarian Prime Minister Edmund Stoiber publicly rallied against the double standards of managers who want to play golf in Germany and invest abroad. Some managers openly flaunt their newfound sense of power. The budget experts in the Bundestag, for example, were dismayed by the exuberant Daimler-Benz boss Jürgen Schrempp during a trip to Berlin at the end of April. By the turn of the millennium, his company would not pay a penny in income tax in Germany, he boasted at dinner. You won't get anything from us anymore. The deputies looked embarrassed at their plates. Even if the entrepreneurs invite the ministers, that is no guarantee for good treatment. Environment Minister Angela Merkel unsuspectingly went to a panel discussion and found herself on a tribunal. Instead of discussing ecological clauses in world trade, the head of the association, Michael Fuchs, debated the minister as a business-unfriendly location problem. She can forget about her protectionism in green robes, about the plans for waste management. We've never been talked down to in public like this before, complains one of the employees. You don't humiliate guests like that. The rude style takes getting used to. Der Spiegel, 26, 1996. Snippet number 150. This sketch from the mid-1990s still reveals a certain uneasiness, even a kind of democratic indignation about the transnational independence of capital. But such excitement is just as useless as it is inappropriate, because democracy was never anything other than an event that danced to the tune of the economic fourth estate, as it was set up from the start, in the subject form of its economic, capitalist citizen and system slaves of the labor markets. The transnational business economy of crisis capitalism only makes the situation obvious to everybody, and even restricts the democratic multiple choice procedure so drastically that it becomes almost meaningless. The political issues have become so pathetically thin and boring because politics, in anticipatory obedience to the politically disembedded transnational business administration, is unable to formulate any alternatives within the form that is pre-cut by the system. Politics no longer makes waves as so-called foreign policy. The social tension has spread to the media circus on the financial markets and their actors. All attempts to transform the function and sphere of the political beyond the national framework, and even to envisage corresponding global authorities as a counterpart to transnational business administration, have failed miserably. The role of the United Nations, which represents nothing but the outer sum of the nation-state world, has become smaller instead of larger along with it. Nothing has made such a terrible fool of itself in recent years as the ranting of a socially disarmed left-green intelligentsia of the 1968s about a so-called world domestic policy or the democratization of international economic institutions such as the World Bank or the IMF, the already cloudy reform project of a social ecological restructuring or industrial society after the red-green government took over in Germany. Not within a legislative period, and not even within months, but already after a few weeks dissolved into haze. From nuclear energy waste management to the legal requirements for environmental protection. Under the dictates of transnational business management, the self-destructive race in general social dumping, tax dumping and eco-dumping is so accelerating from month to month in national and regional location competition. Snippet number 151. A world domestic policy in whatever area would presuppose a world state, and this is nothing but a bad utopia, because by their very nature, states like capitalist corporations can only exist in the plural. A borderless state would be just as much a contradiction in terms as a business administration for society as a whole. However, bilateral and multilateral agreements between competing authorities can never produce a binding framework for everyone. A meta-authority for society as a whole, now global society. Just as macroeconomics and microeconomics became incompatible and diverged in the Third Industrial Revolution, the same applies, and with logical consequence, to business administration and politics. Politics is supposed to represent the whole and has sunk to a competing particular subject compared to the sphere of transnational business administration. Business administration represents the particular interests of the company and now acts on a higher level than the general interest, which cannot be understood any other way than capitalistically, that is, national economically. This paradoxical reversal shows particularly clearly that we are not dealing with a new structure of capitalism capable of reproduction, but with the breaking of the structural polarity that makes capitalism possible in the first place, i.e., market and state, economy and politics, microeconomy and macroeconomy, individual and society, and so on. The inherently schizophrenic bourgeois subject, constituted principally in the opposite form of the bourgeois, that's the business citizen, and the citoyen, the citizen of the state, finally fails to maintain the integrity of the contradictory Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde identity into a halfway viable, complete person. The totally abstract individual becomes socially incapable, and the transnational bourgeois can no longer be reconciled with the nation-state citoyen. The split personality of the capitalist rationality is manifested in a new quality from which there can be no way out in capitalist forms. The subjects of transnational business administration, largely decoupled from their citizenship, no longer represent capitalist progress. This last form of modernization is at the same time the self-dissolution and self-destruction of modernity, just as it already is dehumanization in many respects, i.e., it still falls behind archaic societies in terms of its civilizational standards. Globalization is therefore not something that anti-capitalist social criticism could once again claim and appropriate as some sort of legacy of progress. It is the denial of this old Marxist construct caught up in the bourgeois Enlightenment philosophy. In globalization, capitalism does not climb a new level of development, but leads to a sham beyond its life limits, much like that Waldemar in Edgar Allan Poe's story, who, dying, is hypnotized and thus kept on the borderline between life and death for a long time. Until, awakened from hypnotic sleep, he instantly crumbles into the formless mass of decomposed flesh. Snippet number 152. But even where there are still sluice gates between the dissolving world of coherent economic national state reproduction, the immense decivilized regions of collapse and the non-places of the globalized economic sphere, the new way of drawing borders is already more drastic than all the previous systems of political borders. For example, what is meant by cosmopolitan openness is made clear by the postmodern zeitgeist unraveler and trend researcher Matthias Horks in his Future Manifesto, which is intended to signal the breaking out of the culture of whining. What is the frame of reference for our concept of equality? Our comfortable national welfare? Or a planet on which dense flows of goods, ideas and traffic prevail, on which there is misery, but also vitality, creativity and a will to advance? At some point we will have to choose between a model of equality, which at best amounts to self-provincialization, and an open model, which will be more contradictory but also more honest, more just on a planetary scale. Whoever accepts globality must recognize that this increases the degree of inequality in society. If you let the poor in the country, they can also become criminals, become impoverished, or surpass us. Can our culture, our society, get involved in a utopia that goes hand in hand with the loss of security and the threat to old claims and things we take for granted? A certain amount of dynamic inequality is like a draft in the room with stale air, or an influx of fresh water in a stagnant pool. That's Kurz in 1999. The question that arises is which form of the new demarcation line is more disgusting, the chauvinistic, prosperity-oriented and dumbly xenophobic deportation nationalism of the reactionary silent majority, or the economic terror ideology of that new center of globalization winners. The poor from the collapse region, already devastated by the global market economy, should only be let in strict doses in order to force the social acceptance of increased degrees of inequality, yes, even with misery, as natural facts. And the people should be made to rush each other as competitors for their own existence. What is propagated here are the equal opportunities of a gladiator fight. It is the old difference between German or continental European collective racism and Anglo-Saxon individual racism that celebrates its happy rebirth in the context of globalization. In both cases, the premise and the results are the Malthusian doctrine that, according to the capitalist criteria, there are too many people and that an existential selection must be carried out, which always draws a new and impassable social cordon. Snippet number 153. Not all national economic and national state filters have been removed yet, but the pressure of deregulated transnational business administration is constantly increasing. The democratic politicians chatter on there being no alternative to their restrictive and anti-social measures only shows that they have long since lost their wits and are being driven by powers that move beyond bourgeois institutions. Viewed superficially and in the old-fashioned way, in purely sociological instead of system-critical categories, it seems that the state and politics have been degraded to being the waiters of capital, Der Spiegel in 1996. But this does not confirm the old Marxist view that the nation-state is nothing other than the executive committee of the bourgeoisie. In the sense of a coherent class subject, this bourgeoisie no longer exists. As a formal capitalist economic subject, as a homo economicus and entrepreneur of his labor power, the bourgeois has evaporated from the narrow concept of the owner of capital to include all members of society, including wage workers. Up until the Third Industrial Revolution, one could speak of the nation-state as the ideal general capitalist. Ideal personification of the total national capital, Marx. If this did not mean the sociological totality of capital owners, but rather the instance of the commodity-producing system that formally combined all formal economic subjects. It is precisely this economic function that the nation-state has lost in globalization as a result of the Third Industrial Revolution. It can no longer be said ideal general capitalist. Snippet number 154. The demons awaken. Capitalism has come to the end of its blind flight through history. It can only crash. But the more it becomes inevitable that mankind can no longer reproduce itself in the forms of the beautiful machine and its only stuttering end in itself movement, the more the capitalist form of consciousness hardens. The global crisis of the Third Industrial Revolution no longer meets any emancipatory projects that could be mobilized as social alternatives. Radical critique of capitalism is generally only regarded as a bizarre anachronism because it is identified in social consciousness by the man in the streets as well as the social science literature solely with the museum-like, hopelessly obsolete workers' movement paradigm, which in reality always remained inherent to the system. In this way, theoretical reflection disappears altogether from the capitalist public sphere. It is superficially replaced by a self-referential media culture of the effect that is only concerned with attracting attention. It sees theory as a business enterprise like any other. 155? But the playful postmodern culturalism, which puts poverty into a costume and redefines social degradation as a game, is only a thin, superficial event under which something quite different is already stirring. Even if the economy of the as-if has led to a culture of the as-if that apparently no longer takes anything seriously and at the same time is, in a Biedermeiersque way, frantically democratic, the truth of the crisis that cannot be overcome by capitalism is deadly serious and can only be suppressed less and less. The stubborn social consciousness that wants to cling to the forms of social intercourse of capitalism by hook and by crook is no longer secretly and quietly looking for a new paradigm, the oldest bourgeois ideology. The demons have awakened. They are returning with giant strides in the thinking and acting of the competing postmodern monads. A new radical biologization of society is breaking ground. The human-animal kingdom of the 19th century returns in a superficially modernized form. Bypassing the culturalist playground of the postmodern feuilletons, the neoliberal triumphal procession has made the new naturalization of the socially acceptable in economic ideology. The generally invoked belief in the market economy as a natural economic order, Friedman's natural unemployment, and the various Nobel Prizes for the vague repetition of the 18th century idea of an economically egoistic human nature gave rise to open or hidden social Darwinism that has long since been able to cavort largely unmolested by intellectual objections. From considerations of medical economy to the pseudo-naturalistic justification of social selection. If today the Malthusian doctrine can once again be discussed positively in left-liberal gazettes with peace of mind, then this shows the degree of a new Darwinization of social consciousness that has already been reached. Snippet number 156. In the haze of this neoliberal re-Darwinization of the economic and social, a much more far-reaching setback of thinking has long since taken place. Together with the Marxist-inspired social theory and social critical reflective thinking, all currents, schools and theoretical approaches are on the retreat or have already disappeared in the scientific community as well as in journalism, which first and foremost try to understand humans as social and psychological beings, as growing out of their own historical constitution. The postmodern culturalization of the social was only an interlude on the way to its renewed biologization. After the self-referential and inconsequential, culturally induced discourse, whose only function was to dispose of the radical economic critique, natural science is now becoming popular. More precisely, the pseudo-scientific study of society and consciousness. Graying ex-left star intellectuals are discovering the alleged anthropological constants, rendering history moot to them. Psychosomatics is mega out and psychoanalysis is considered refuted. According to the new vulgar scientific materialism, it is not the unconscious that drives us, but the biochemistry and the neuronal processes of our body. In general, man appears less as a social being, and society itself is perceived as a body. And the individuals also primarily care for their own skin and discover their muscular physicality. The postmodern cult of the outfit goes back to the naked physique, and the day traders of casino capitalism try to approximate the appearance of Arno Breker figures at the fitness center. A kind of modified Nazi aesthetics of the biological is on the rise, and popular esotericism as a strand of postmodern mass culture fits in as well as ghost-seeing, Far Eastern mysticism, and the Indo-European cult before 1933. Every kind of world conspiracy science fiction scores bestseller numbers and becomes bedtime reading material by bus conductors, the unemployed, and dental assistants. Genetics, the spearhead of a new breeding and selection science with real leverage, is already beginning to be ideologized in the social maelstrom of neoliberalism. Initially, in apparently remote contexts, the assumption is becoming more and more solid that each and every social and individual phenomenon is genetically or neurobiologically performed. The US neurologist Steven Pinker claims that language is innate to humans like the trunk of an elephant, and that a grammar gene must exist. For Nobel laureate Francis Crick of San Diego, even free will consists of nothing but neurons. Scientists from the Robert Koch Institute in Berlin want to have found a virus that is said to cause melancholy and is transmitted by domestic cats. And the US molecular biologist Dean Hammer has recently attributed homosexuality to the XQ28 gene in an end section of the X-sex chromosome. Uncertain evidence, a mixture of hypotheses, experimental findings, and interpretations apparently no longer bother anyone, because natural science is quite obviously involved in a process of capitalist demarcation and crisis management programs. Snippet number 157. In their publication, The Bell Curve, the US social scientists Richard Herrnstein and Charles Murray have already established a connection between race, genes, and IQ, which pseudo-biologically excludes Black Americans from the cognitive elite. The construct of the intelligence quotient represents the link between the old and the new Darwinization discourse. In a highly ideologically charged genetic debate, there are indications of how the once again growing dangerous classes of the unemployable poor in global crisis capitalism are letting the eugenicists and phrenologists, measurers of the skull, of the 19th and early 20th century redefine born criminals, subhumans, and life unworthy to live. It is predictable when we will be presented with a crime gene and a poverty gene, and the invention of a genetically embedded social destiny comes naturally at the right time for neoliberal cost-cutting policies in the sphere of the social. It's not the capitalist form that is at stake, but those who have dropped out are increasingly viewed as ballast existences. What is actually the clandestine consensus in mainstream society is already being openly executed on the homeless and the disabled by neo-Nazi gangs. In the same extent as the biologization and naturalization of society begins to overwhelm capitalism's crisis consciousness and outflanks neoliberal social selection, this murderous tendency also turns into a right-wing fascistoid pseudo-criticism of liberalism and capitalist economization of the world, in a pathological compulsion to repeat the völkisch nation and race as the phantasmatic counter-images take the place of a radical economic critique that the Marxism of the labor movement was unable to bring to the fore. Snippet number 158. Now it is taking its toll that the left, despite Auschwitz, never really saw through this demonic derivative of liberalism and criticized it to the end. Above all, the contribution of socialism itself to the Darwinization of the social and to the blood ideology in general, down to the anti-Semitic content of the iconized utopians, remained hidden, just as the liberal roots of the labor market Marxism as such were not critically exposed. In this respect too, the new left of 1968 did not get beyond the old left of the workers' movement. Although it briefly addressed the modern fetishism of the commodity-producing system, the destructive and irrational character of abstract work and business rationality, the functional integration of science and so on, as the new left not only did not cross this Rubicon, its imprisonment in the iron housing of the capitalist categories was sealed at the level of economic forms. Snippet number 159. And one thing is still being added to it over and over again. In the late summer of 1999, the democratic star and fashion philosopher Peter Sloterdijk, who was also caught up in the transition from social critical reflection to the renaturation of the social, reasoned about rules for the human park as the prelude to a neo-biological discourse on genetic anthropotechnics. He too comes off quite innocently. Like so many intellectuals before 1989, Sloterdijk had long made his peace, if he ever had a problem with it at all, with the commodity-producing system, its labor markets, and self-defeating socio-economic contradictions. In the Wirtschaftswoche, he even posed as a philosophical advisor for transnational management. Thus, the media-savvy philosopher no longer perceives the problem of the world in a historical context, and through the confrontation with the prevailing order, he lets capitalism be capitalism and shifts the awareness of the problem to the ahistorical onto-anthropological. This is exactly what the postmodern detours via Nietzsche and Heidegger were ultimately good for. So for Sloterdijk, we are not dealing with the world crisis of the capitalist form of society, but with a crisis that periodically arises from human nature. Once again, the basic idea of all bourgeois thought since Hobbes is that the human state of nature is war of all against all. So when Sloterdijk speaks of the domestication of people, he does not mean that as a metaphor for social degradation and the internalization of the capitalist discipline, but in horrible literal biological terms. It is, as the published text expressly states, a matter of breeding, Sloterdijk in 1999. The result of such thinking cannot be the question of social emancipation from social fetish conditions, not the program of shedding capitalist disciplining and mobilizing the evil horizontal, but quite the opposite, the question of nurturing and shaping man, the question of what still tames people. The story appears like this, if not as a dispute between different breeders and different breeding programs, then at least as an expression of a subjectless biocultural drift. That the breeding of people is meant in a very positive way becomes ultimately clear when Sloterdijk interprets the wave of violence in the schools of the Western world not as a form of wildening of capitalist competition, but as an ominous disinhibition against which one might perhaps point to taming successes in the prospect of a genetic reform of the generic characteristics through explicit trait planning. That has been the last word of the Biedermeier world of state-supporting higher earners and human administrators in every crisis for more than 100 years. The biologization of social problems and their solution at the same time. Snippet number 160. According to Sloterdijk, it is not about social emancipation from the beautiful machine of capital fetish, but about a titanic fight among breeders. And there is no holding back. Human husbandry as a sole political task, human hating art, is invoked, founded in the king knowledge of breeding, of an expert kingship for the property planning of an elite, which must be bred for the sake of all. Such clauses do not require any context at all for correct understanding, even if Sloterdijk pretends that he is merely citing Nietzsche and Plato, albeit without any criticism. An unmistakable tone is struck here that does not have to wait long for the booming echo from the middle of the capitalist society in crisis. The fact that Sloterdijk also puts these monstrosities under the sign of voluntariness makes clear the affinity of such discourses on human protection and human breeding with the liberal, primitive, democratic ideas of Bentham, for whose panopticon they would have been an enrichment. Self-control instead of liberation would work most infallibly with a biological, genetic anchoring of the traces of behavior instead of them just being drilled in pedagogically and punitively. The more Sloterdijk puffs himself up, the clearer it becomes how this, by his own admission, philosophical night piece flowed osmotically, so to speak, from the inner catastrophe discourse of the Third Industrial Revolution. The unmistakable proximity to eugenics and racial hygiene, which the author only casually and implausibly averted because his arguments are ahistorical anyway, refers all the more glaringly to the context of the crisis constellation in the World War era, which is now returning with increasing intensity and at the level of a biotechnologically unequal greater power of access. Sloterdijk, who no longer wants to formulate social emancipation and promises to become the Benoit spiritual brother, Benoit is a French right-winger theorizer of ethno-pluralism, has consequently ended up with the biopolitics of the Superman. He only proves that anyone who must continue to think along the lines of Bentham, Descartes, Malthus, Darwin and Nietzsche with their division of humanity into elites called to rule, human material, and the superfluous, if one does not want to conform with Karl Marx. But precisely because such thinking has no concept of the inner economic limits of capitalist development, it also does not understand that the biopolitical genetic manipulation envisaged in place of emancipatory social policy, even if it does not, as foreseeably end in disaster, will come to nothing in terms of a technique of domination. Because the third industrial revolution is continuing to melt away the substance of work and thus leads the exploitation of value itself ad absurdum, regardless of whether people want to continue to exist in this form of voluntary slavery or be biopolitically, genetically anchored. In the latter case, smooth functioning would not result, but the bred people would then find themselves in the same position as the cows in the deserted villages of the Civil War regions, which perish miserably because they are no longer being milked. Even viewed immanently, the unsavory idea of breeding people is nonsense. The socioeconomic self-contradiction of the capitalist mode of production cannot be bred out biologically, neither on the side of the servant nor on the side of the master. And what kind of superhuman could that be that could not be reproduced by genetic technology? In any case, the ability for critical reflection and self-reflection is not a biological function, but the result of a discursive dealing with social processes. At the most, achievable through genetic manipulation would perhaps be the ability to jump 5 meters high and calculate faster than any modern human, but never as fast as a computer, or to become resistant to the toxic waste of the market economy like certain rat populations. On the other hand, wanting to do something like this with oneself already presupposes an incomprehensible degree of stupidity from a reflective point of view. What a superhuman elite! With his biopolitical reasoning, Sloterdijk proves that he's already said goodbye to reflective intellectuality and is moving over to the bestiality of a socially active natural science. This is ammunition for the dehumanization of the social management competition, of the social crisis competition, but no way into the future. Number 161. In view of such biological Zarathustra projects, the democratic Habermas intelligentsia dutifully raises the alarm, which, however, is thus of even less avail. Where does all this bestiality come from, if not from the bosom of their beloved market economy and democracy itself? What would be needed is a radical emancipatory critique of democracy, which represents nothing but the self-repressive mode of the blind capitalist money machine. Even the democratic Habermas intelligentsia has never taken a fundamental stand against the disgrace of the mere existence of labor markets. It does not even understand why there should be any disgrace in it at all. It certainly doesn't want to accept its logically programmed self-destruction that has become irreversibly acute, rendering visible the impossibility of further social reproduction via labor markets. Under these circumstances, what's the worth of this warning coming from a democratically housebroken intellectuality against this new biologism and social Darwinism? Nothing, because it is only the echo of their own history that is ringing in the ears of the bourgeois Republican intelligentsia. The dreary celebration of the Paulskirchen democracy of 1848 has always denied that the trail to the Nazis leads precisely from there. The ideas of 1848 were the preliminary stages for the ideas of 1914, and right from the start, democracy went hand in hand with nationalism. In this way, the left-wing democratic intelligentsia are once again reaping the reward for never having crossed the Rubicon of a categorical critique of the modern commodity-producing system. Shouldn't it make them think that in the Suhrkamp culture, Suhrkamp is a famous publishing house in Germany, their books are now standing spine to spine with the new German nationals, the Völkisch and the biologists. Snippet 162. Everywhere in the world, most blatantly in the regions of economic collapse, the impossibility of continued life in capitalism, which is defined by democratic phraseology, translates into the forms of a national, ethnic, pseudo-biological annihilation competition. As the opposite face of transnational business administration, thinking in categories of a folkish delusion is booming on all continents. However, history does not repeat itself in reverse. The democratic deficit is also to be seen from the fact that the character of the threatening barbarism is not recognized. The political totalitarianism of the first half of the 20th century, which was not understood as a prototype of economic totalitarianism in the post-war democracies, appears to be in imminent danger of a repeat for precisely this reason. In reality, we are dealing with the opposite process. The dissolving economic totalitarianism of the democracies is crumbling into pseudo-political fragments. The particularization of capitalist society cannot be stopped precisely in its decline. The revival of social Darwinism is also being filtered through the revitalized microeconomic paradigm. The earliest bourgeois naturalization and biologization of the social at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries was under the influence of liberal individualism, while the heyday of social Darwinist and racial hygiene, ideas that a century later coincided with the rise of the imperial regulatory state and the modernization dictatorships. The postmodern biologization, ethnicization, and other radicalizations of competition on the threshold of the 21st century proves to be the continuation of business administration by other means. So it is no longer about the dictatorial or democratic creation of a social unit, a commodity-producing universality. Instead, paradoxically, even folkish nationalism in the transnational crisis society proves to be only a kind of sect. The dictatorship is no longer a universal Orwellian overall structure, but appears in a particular form because it can now only execute the process of social dissolution instead of creating the core set for social formation. Snippet number 163. Especially in France, the apocalyptic discourse resulting from this dissolution produced its conclusions, while in Germany the state-supporting democratic conformism and the folkish biologistic ghost discourse occupied the debate. In France, the new quality of the quasi-commercial decay forms of the political is perceived more strongly. The French political scientist Jean-Marie Guéhenno, who prefers the phantasmatic idea of a new empire functioning according to Asian principles, as it should emerge from the disintegration of the bourgeois nation-states, speaks logically about the end of democracy. The new imperial structure should be true to the cybernetic systems theoretic model without a center, but at the same time it shall maintain the capitalist social forms of transport in atomized structures. The individual employees of a modern company are far too isolated for solidarity to emerge in between them, far too uprooted for the concept of social class to provide an answer to their need to belong. The comforting warmth of a group, rectified and simplistic then, is a natural temptation for those who find the notion of the nation increasingly abstract. Those who are excluded from integration within the business, those who are isolated by the company rather than being brought into the community, the group may appear to be the natural framework in which everyone rediscovers their identity. Modern man, unbound to a territory, nomad, and yet trapped to a function, deprived of a site that could give meaning to his work, an indefinitely reproduced node in the web of society, and yet always lonely, is doomed to his peculiarity to be found in the search for its origins. He needs them in order to be able to share the feeling of a common belonging with the others who are also special. That's Guéhenno in 1994. The idea of the nation may appear abstract as such, but it can still attach itself to groups or gangs, or rather gangs that need nothing more than an enemy image. The old bourgeois discourse of annihilation from the perspective of a transnational functional elite hones in on the masses of the dangerous classes of potentially or manifestly superfluous, and also appears in these masses themselves as the pervasive microsocial definitions of some irrational we against others to be destroyed. Under the conditions of globalized business administration, these definitions no longer have the ability to be socially generalized. At best, demagogic media politicians like Reagan in the United States, Haider in Austria, Berlusconi in Italy, or on the other hand, Blair in Great Britain or Schröder in Germany, can use it to fish for votes. Such quasi-virtual figures are not leaders of a real mass movement. Rather, below the media sky, these groups or gangs with many small leaders are formed throughout the crisis process who can no longer carry any social project, no empire or imperial claims. Snippet number 164. The ultima ratio of annihilation and self-annihilation is the first and last word of capitalism. It can only be called an apocalypse to a limited extent, because the promise of a different, rejuvenated world was always contained in the religious and mythical conceptions of the collapse of the world. In this sense, however, the preachers of the economic terror system of market economy and democracy are no longer even apocalyptic, despite the insurmountable world crisis in this way of production and life. The biopolitical zeitgeist of rampant hate competition appears as a Spengler redivivus, Oswald Spengler revived, recycled, and the neoliberally mediated Ragnarok could succeed as an endemic molecular destruction of human society in general. The credo of capitalism, the greatest doomsday cult of all times, objectified into a total world system, is that no other world shall come after this one. Snippet number 165. A people who, under the dictates of capitalist self-responsibility, are deprived of any self-determination and are actually nothing but that dictate themselves, inevitably ask for a recipe when they see themselves convicted of the hopelessness of their way of life. In doing so, they only prove that they still want to lock in the overthrow of capitalism into capitalist categories, because the recipe already presupposes that the self-determination to be striven for has to proceed according to pre-established patterns of an external authority, i.e., that it denies itself. What can be specified are not recipes based on a social modular system. That would be nothing but social technology that can only have its place in capitalism, but rather criteria of emancipation. The evil horizontal does not begin with the unwinding of a preconceived program, but with the social rebellion against the outrageous impositions by the market economy and democracy itself. Radical theoretical criticism and rebellion must come together, not a feeble notion of ethics and a call for a just democratic administration of people. The term social justice is part of the plastic vocabulary of media politicians and thus part of the discourse of democratic crisis management. What is announced is not the liberation of wealth production from the absurd capitalist restrictions, but a just Protestant allocation of emergency rations precisely under the dictates of the pseudo-natural law. In July 1999, the so-called Duisburg Appeal, an initiative calling for relinquishment for everyone, initiated significantly by the Protestant church service in the world of work, demanded in all seriousness 0 rounds, meaning 0 plus in salaries, also for top earners. The planned connection of the employees to the relinquishing pensioners must be supplemented by the solidarity of all others. Nürnberger Nachrichten in 1999. It is a downright foolish idea to respond to capitalism's natural social catastrophe with merely negative solidarity, as if it were the visitation of an angry god who could be appeased by general relinquishing. Quite apart from the fact that this passing on stuff makes absolutely no sense economically. Under the conditions of the Third Industrial Revolution, money would not be diverted from consumption to real investments, but only into the speculative bubble. Such initiatives indicate that the alleged death of criticism, the ethics which has been ruminated on ad nauseum, can only turn into silliness instead of drawing a line of resistance against open barbarism. Snippet 166. The tasks that have to be solved are of an almost poignant simplicity. First of all, it is a question of using the real and abundant resources of natural materials, equipment, and, last but not least, human abilities in such a way that all people are guaranteed a good and enjoyable life free from poverty and hunger. Needless to say, this would have been possible with ease if the organizational form of society did not systematically prevent this elementary claim. Second, it's important to stop the catastrophic misallocation of resources, insofar as they are mobilized at all by capitalism, into the senseless pyramid projects and destructive productions. It is clear that this misallocation, which is as obvious as it is dangerous to the public, is caused by nothing other than the prevailing social order. And thirdly, it is of fundamental interest to translate the social time fund, which has been enormously swollen by the productive forces of microelectronics, into just as much leisure time for everyone, instead of mass unemployment on the one hand and increased work rush on the other. It has the characteristics of a crazy fairy tale in which the absurd seems normal and the self-evident seems completely incomprehensible. That what is obvious and actually does not need to be mentioned has been completely repressed in social consciousness, as if there were a spell cast. Despite the blatantly obvious fact that even a reasonably sensible use of common resources has become completely incompatible with the capitalist form, only concepts and procedures are discussed that presupposes precisely this form. It is neither a material nor a technical or organizational problem, but solely a question of consciousness. In order to be able to survive in terms of civilization, humanity must shake off the brainwashing of liberalism and its bantam system, i.e., to a certain extent choke out the internalized constraints and impertinences of the blind money machine in order to be able to face the relationship between existing resources and their reasonable social application at all. That would mean no longer wanting to group the dominant social forms, categories and criteria in any other combination, but simply abolishing them. The entire operation of abstract work, business rationality, growth compulsion and market economy, social reproduction via labor markets, under the guiding end in itself of money capital and its exploitation, this entire system context, which has become untenable, can only be shut down. It takes a worldwide socio-economic machine storm against what is in truth a horribly ugly world machine of capital to bring it to a standstill and scrap it before it blows up completely and takes the remnants of human civilization with it into ruin. The task is like that of a superstitious savage, and the true savage is the capitalistically domesticated modern man who can save his life only by breaking a deep-seated, utterly nonsensical taboo. This taboo is the sacred three-step process of abstract work, that is production of goods for anonymous markets, monetary income, and consumption of goods according to purchasing power. The Gordian knot of the money riddle cannot be untied, but only to a certain extent be cut through with a sword. Of course, there is no sign of this breaking of a taboo, just as the people in the 18th and 19th centuries often preferred to starve rather than to succumb to the dictates of the money machine, so the domesticated human material of this machine seems to prefer to starve today than to shake off its drilled-in fetishistic money subjectivity. Snippet number 167. There's no other explanation for the fact that the two economists of the Club of Rome, Oreo Giarini and Patrick M. Liedtke, defend their forced labor and low-wage projects against a completely invisible opponent in a strange passage. There can be no question of a return to the old utopias of the past century or to new ones that dream of a moneyless society. Money was one of the essential creations of civilization, because it was only through its introduction that real progress was made possible. Of course, it is human nature that money can be misused. However, it should be equally clear that the old utopias of a moneyless society of the past were in fact unconscious attempts to adapt to modern realities and to deprive them of opportunities, and that they merely reflect resistance to a possible new improvement. No matter which myth is spun, a Stone Age society is not feasible, especially in a situation of massive mutual dependency of people, and would most likely lead to a catastrophe. Since our current economic system relies in large part on the use of money, we do not intend to change that. It is essential that everyone have access to a certain amount of money to pay for the bare necessities of life. Giarini and Liedtke, 1998. The phantom of the criticism of the money fetish must surely cause great panic when such weak arguments are thrown at it in a shadowy battle. Until modernization began, money was a completely marginal medium for the exchange of surplus products, or, in long-distance trade, special items such as silk, metals, and so on between independent producers, while everyday reproduction took place largely without money and the natural economy of the market. The overwhelming majority of inventions and civilizational achievements in the entire history of mankind before the 17th century came about quite independently of the form of money. It is only a sign of the economists' fetishism that they want to accept true progress only as an expression in the form of money, with which the invention of agriculture, animal husbandry, the wheel, writing, painting, and innumerable other achievements apparently only represent what must have been untrue progress. However, money did not become an everyday form of social relationship through any human progress, but only through the forced and bloody introduction of labor markets, with which the early modern military despotism transformed people into material of their hunger for money. Chiarini and Liedtke involuntarily make clear that the actual problem is now breaking through after several hundred years of domestication in the strange formulation of a return to new utopias, because in fact it's kind of a return to the future. The third industrial revolution inevitably puts on the agenda the problem on which the old social revolts against the terror system of abstract work failed. Of course, there can be no return to these social constellations and no connection to the level of consciousness of these revolts. But at a much higher level of development, the question arises again how to bring the productive forces, which have long ceased to be organized in the form of independent family businesses, into the form of conscious understanding among members of society, rather than being steered by a blind and anonymous mechanism. Chiarini and Liedtke already denounced the mere phantom of this reasonable thought as a path to catastrophe. In truth, the situation is exactly the opposite. Capitalism, that is the system of labor markets, and general monetary economy has already led to catastrophe. The invisible hand lashes out blindly and destroys all the minimum standards of civilization, precisely because human possibilities have increased enormously. Not the realization of some dreamy and unrealistic utopia is on the agenda, but on the contrary, the realized negative utopia of capitalism must be stopped in its socio-economic rampage in order to escape the crazy dogmas of money through conscious social understanding and to be pragmatic about the sensible use of resources and productive forces, i.e. not following a desensual fetish law that is autonomous in relation to needs. Snippet number 168. The economists are already axiomatically cut off from this elementary rational thought. The negative realism can only refer to the category system of the beautiful machine, which for them is identical with social life in general. But the human capital of their sectarian priestly knowledge is also bound to it. When mankind liberates itself from the capitalist machine, almost all of the economic literature of the last 300 years, together with its social frame of reference, will be devalued in one fell swoop. The system of thought, fixed as a written corpus, would then be as historical as the ancient Egyptian books of the dead or the sacrificial rituals of the Maya. Nothing can be expected from the economists in terms of the critique of economics that has become necessary for survival. The idea of permanent social consultation about the use of resources already points to a possible institutional structure that could replace the market economy and democracy, namely councils. Advisory assemblies of all members of society at all levels of social reproduction. Simply get together and take things into your own hands, without allowing yourself to be teased any longer by the capitalist administration of people, and without being forced to rely on ridiculous emergency rations. Only in this way can the unleashing of the evil horizontal be represented. The historical, always short-lived beginnings of councils since the Paris Commune have failed because they remain trapped in the capitalist categories of abstract work, the money form, market mediation and politics, i.e. they were not able to push through their own point of view against the prevailing fetish forms. Under the conditions of the Third Industrial Revolution, on the other hand, councils could actually take the place of money forms and anonymous markets. At the same time, microelectronics provides the possibility of an all-around communicative network that can easily undermine all centers of domination of vertical human administration. Snippet number 169. In order for the evil horizontal to get going, a conscious talking culture is required, exactly what for Ford and Lenin was the horror of perpetual gossip that might interfere with their beautiful social machine. That's what it is all about. Talking and weighing everything up instead of submitting to a blind and destructive abstract performance machine and functioning as its cog. There would be plenty of time for palaver, not only through the productive forces of the Third Industrial Revolution, but also through the prospect of shutting down all destructive and nonsensical productions that only serve to maintain the capitalist system, from money management to the annoying media bell of advertising. The decisive problem is whether in the destabilized world crisis society of capitalism at the beginning of the 21st century, an ideal and organizational focus can arise that dares to formulate radical criticism and is capable of giving it a face. It is still only the left in a broader sense that comes into question. But with regard to the real task since the 1980s, the course has been set exactly the wrong way around. The left, originally caught in the capitalist categories, drew the completely inappropriate conclusion from the end of state socialism to theoretically disarm and largely drop social criticism in order to behave as a model student of the logic of profitability. The intellectual and moral neglect of the ruling Armani left has now progressed so far that it has irreversibly become an integral part of capitalist crisis management, social repression, and the barbarization of conditions. Snippet number 170. Marx's theory has not been refuted. It is now finally gaining its historical truth content, but only if it is brushed against the grain of labor movement Marxism and finally read as a radical critique of the modern fetishism of commodity-producing systems. The idea of social emancipation must stop being lured again and again into the trap set by liberalism and being rushed back and forth between the capitalist poles of market and state. Market and state are two sides of the same coin. And after the collapse of state socialism, it is a cheap subterfuge to posit the market as there is no alternative, as if the state capitalist critique of the competitive system was the only possible one. The real alternative is the self-government of society through the evil horizontal of a comprehensive council system. And such self-government is the opposite not only of the state but also of the market. Snippet number 171, the final one. It is almost pointless to ask how a new radical critique of capitalism beyond the market and the state can become an emancipatory anti-modernity and a mass social movement, because that is a question that can only be decided by action. The prerequisite for this is, on the one hand, theoretical innovation, which advances to the critique of the basic capitalist forms of society instead of expressing itself in these forms, as has been the case up to now. On the other hand, there needs to be a real uprising, a rebellion against the capitalist crisis administration of all stripes, with its bleak perspective of democratic forced labor and low-wage slavery. The slogan, "No more cheap wages," can perhaps finally turn into the slogan, "Down with the wage system," and produce elements of a social counter-movement beyond the worn-out democratic politics. The shortest route to the social upheavals of the coming years would be for production companies, administrative institutions, and social institutions to be occupied by a mass movement that directly appropriates the social powers and runs the entire production process under its own direction, i.e. simply disempowers and abolishes the vertical institutions that have prevailed up to now. A transitional phase would also be conceivable, in which a kind of counter-society would form, opening up certain social spaces against the logic of capitalism, from which the market and the state would be expelled. At present, however, it is most likely that the music of the future has indeed come to an end, because the leap in consciousness that would be necessary for a new social emancipation movement to arise will no longer be carried out. Nevertheless, capitalism cannot live on because its inner barriers are just as blindly objectified as the functional mechanism of the beautiful machine itself, which is ruined. If there is no radical counter-movement, the result is the unstoppable decivilization of the world, which is already becoming evident everywhere. Even then, at least a culture of denial will still be possible for a minority. But even if the economic terror system can no longer be stopped in its process of destruction and self-destruction, the motto of the critical theory still applies: not to let one's own powerlessness make one stupid. Under the given circumstances, this can only mean refusing any joint responsibility for market economy and democracy, only doing work according to the rules while sabotaging capitalist operations wherever possible. It is still better to become an immigrant in your own country than to join into the meaningless plastic discourse of democratic politics. Die Gedanken sind frei, auch wenn sonst nichts mehr frei ist. The thoughts are free even if nothing else is free. Hi, grubernitsch here. I'm glad you made it this far. I grabbed, translated, and voiced all the text snippets that you just heard. Google helped a lot. It was 171 snippets at the start, but I had to combine a couple of them, so that should explain the gaps. All the content is released under a Creative Commons Attribution license, so you can basically go on to do with it as you please. Some acknowledgements. Special thanks go to Roswitha Scholz, Exit, that's the widow of the late Robert Kurz, my wife, minimalsusi, for proofreading, Phil E. Cheslett also for proofreading, and finally Daniel Tutt for enabling it by simply taking an interest. Another translation of the entire book is also on its way. Josh Robinson of the University of Cardiff and I just met online, and we found out that we've basically been doing the same thing. His entire translation will be released sometime next year. You should go and check it out.